invitation to Dr. Richa Giri, ma'am. I request Dr. Digvijay Sharma sir to present a token of gratitude to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir. I request Dr. Munish Rastogi sir to present token of gratitude to welcome Professor Sudhir Kumar sir. I request Dr. Adarsh Kumar sir to present a token of gratitude and welcome Dr. Anil Kumar Yadav sir. This conference centered around the theme, the future of integrated healthcare synergies across disciplines have been made possible through the remarkable vision and leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir. His foresight in fostering environment of interdisciplinary collaboration and research excellence has been a driving force behind the growth of School of Health Sciences and an initiative like HealthCon 2025, a purely research-driven conference with national and international speakers. I now invite convener for the conference, Dr. Digvijay Sharma sir, to deliver the welcome speech.
A very good morning to all. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj University, Kanpur, Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak sir, respected dignitaries on the dais, Professor Dr. Sanjay Kala sir, Principal, GSVM Medical College, Kanpur, Dr. Richa Giri, Vice Principal, GSVM Medical College, Kanpur, Professor Sudhir Kumar sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, CSJM University, Kanpur, and Dr. Anil Kumar Yadav sir, Registrar, CSJM University, Kanpur, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, faculty members, PhD scholars, students, volunteers, members of the media, and all those gathered here. It is a profound honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome to you all on the behalf of a School of Health Sciences, Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj University, Kanpur, as we gather here for the prestigious HealthCon International Conference 2025 under the esteemed leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak sir. With over 700 participants representing diverse disciplines and regions, this conference themed Future of Integrated Healthcare Synergies Across Disciplines stands as a beacon of research excellence, innovation and collaborative learning. The participation of several prestigious institutions across India further strengthens our collective commitment to advancing knowledge and pioneering new frontiers in healthcare. Furthermore, the participation of over 150 research presentations highlight the dedication and scholarly excellence of researchers striving to make a lasting impact in their respective field. A key highlight of this conference is the Health Tech Innovation Challenge, where more than 10 dynamic teams will present cutting-edge solutions aimed at transforming healthcare through technology and innovation. Selected research papers from this conference will be published in Scopus and Web Science Index journals, ensuring wide academic recognition and global reach. Additionally, we take immense pride in unveiling the conference souvenir documenting key discussion and contributions. We also celebrate 20 years of excellence in the School of Health Sciences with a special publication highlighting the remarkable advancements achieved in the last 3 years under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Professor, Vice Chancellor, Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak sir. I extend my deepest gratitude to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak sir, for all patrons, keynote speakers, panelists, organizing committee, faculty members, students, volunteers, media personnel and technical staff for their invaluable contributions. A special appreciation goes to Dr. Munish Rastogi sir, Assistant Director, School of Health Sciences, Dr. Ina Vyas and others, Kumar Srivastav, Assistant Professor, School of Health Sciences, for their instrumental role in making HealthCon International Conference 2025 a grand success. With that, I extend my best wishes for enriching, insightful and fruitful experience for all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward, I would like to call esteemed guests to enlighten us with their kind words. It is a pleasure to invite Dr. Richa Devi, Vice Principal, GSVM Medical College, Kanpur, who has modulated various disciplines in medical education to enhance patient care. Dr. Giri has been a pivotal figure in curriculum development and children projects at GSVM Medical College. We are honored to have you with us, ma'am. We invite you to please.
Good morning to all. Respected Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Vinay Pathak Sir, Principal, GSVM Medical College, Professor Sanjay Kala, and all the dignitaries on the dais. Today it is a great day that all the faculties and the specialities of health, we are here together under one roof, and I congratulate them for this, to our Chancellor Sir, who has made this HealthCon, because we have various conferences, particularly say of physicians, surgeons, means alag-alag disciplinaries, of different disciplinaries. But here, under one roof, we are having all the specialities which are coming together for this HealthCon. And I bless that all you have a successful HealthCon, and especially to Dr. Munish Rastogi, who has done a very good job, and it is going for the last 10 to 15 years of this HealthCon. But this time, it is a great thing that we are all under this one roof. And blessings to all the dignitaries and the faculties who are under this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words and valuable insights. This conference has been a two-day event. Yesterday, it was in hybrid mode, where we had presentation of UG category and PG category papers. We received papers from all over the nations. Around 20 institutions from all over the country have participated, and we had 20 faculty who have evaluated those papers, and they were also from across the nation. We received around 150 papers, including papers and posters. I'm very happy to announce that even the UG participants have participated enthusiastically, and more than 30 papers only in UG category has been presented. There have been more than 50 papers which were of good quality selected for the presentation, and yesterday we had 46 papers received for presentation. Today, in the morning session, we have around 14 papers which are being presented by our PhD scholars from different institutions, and in post-noon session, again we'll be having the professional paper presentation, in which professional faculties and the clinicians will be presenting their research work in various domains. Apart from that, yesterday we had a health innovation challenge in which different teams participated and they presented their innovative ideas to find solutions for the healthcare delivery. The students made different models, innovative models like ergometer for upper limb and lower limb. Then they made a device known as wall-mounted Pilates. Then they presented solutions with respect to AI and sensor-based equipments to ease the rehabilitation of the patients. So all in all, we had around 150 papers and various competitions. Now, I would request and privilege to have Dr. Sanjay Kala, Principal, GSVM Medical College, Kanpur, who has been a dedicated leader steering GSVM Medical College towards new heights of academic and clinical excellence. His commitments towards ensuring quality education in the field of medical science has been an inspiration for all students and practitioners. With great respect, I invite Dr. Sanjay Kala, sir, to grace us with his words.
Good morning. Yes, say louder. Good morning, dear students and the guest faculties. At the outset, I would like to welcome the dynamic Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vinay Pathak sir. Under his guidance, this university has seen a new enlightenment, especially in the field of the research. Then I would like to welcome our Pro-VC, our Mr. Anil Yadavji, then our Vice Principal, Professor Richagiri, who are on the dais, and the dignitaries of the dais and the guest speakers. I just listened what has been enumerated, and I was really amazed to see that there were 150 papers there. So I'll tell you one thing. Recently, our college has bagged 8 medals in International Surgeon Conference at Agra, and that was done by the Department of the Surgery, and they were all on the top post position. Apart from it, the same act was repeated by the medicine. So the change is, because I joined here in the year 2003, at that time the position was entirely different. But right now what I am seeing is the more and more people are shifting more toward the research. So why a conference? The question comes out. A lot of you are sitting here, young dynamic people, young generation sitting in front of me. So what is the purpose of the conference? It's very simple. You know, it gives you food for thought. As you know, our late President, Professor Abdul Kalam, said, dreams are not that what you see during sleep, but dreams are what that don't let you sleep. So, these conferences, they give you food for thought, they give you an idea for the research, they update you. So that's why these conferences are important. Not only you have to win a prize, but you have to learn. So I would like to thank Dr. Manish and whole of the faculty of CSGMU for organizing and thinking about HealthCon 2025, because this has never been there. Only after our beloved Vice Chancellor sir has come here, the things have started changing. And sometimes whenever I come to this auditorium, I become envious to him. I feel, because I don't have such a beautiful auditorium and such a beautiful campus and such a beautiful university. But this gives me a push also. Because sir keep on encouraging me, Sanjay, नहीं, आप research को promote करो. आपको research ही आने वाला आपका future है. और किसी भी country का जो future है वो research है. So after sir has joined, we have made several MOUs with the university, with the IIT and other, which has never been done at other places. And you will be surprised to learn that Kanpur Medical College is the only medical college in the state which has got medical research unit. And there are so many projects we are running with the ICMR. One of the projects that I am leading is regarding the cancer, gallbladder cancer, which the rate of you will be surprised to know that the rate of gallbladder cancer is highest around the Ganges belt, especially in the Patna, Kanpur, this region. So why it is highest in India? Why it is not there in Western countries. So we are doing a research with the ICMR in gangetic versus non-gangetic belt. So there are several, I'm just giving you an idea because you should come up with more and more ideas. And right now I'm seeing that our population, especially the newer breed, is entirely different. Because at our time when we were reading, I was in, when I was doing MBBS, we never thought about doing research and all those things. Research was a far-fetched idea at that time. But right now I'm seeing even younger generation, they are coming up with such a beautiful idea. As Sir has said, Vice Chancellor Sir has said, his vision is, and his focus is especially on AI. In the coming time, you'll see the good and bad part of the AI. And I'm saying that everything will be replaced by the AI in coming future. So whatever you are doing, just those who will incorporate the AI, they will be the leaders in the coming time. So whatever you are presenting, whatever you are doing, correlate with the AI because that is the future of whole of the world. And apart from this, I'm really happy to, I think there are a lot of students from my college also. We have got 24 paramedical courses that is the largest in the state, and every year we admit around about 1100 students in these courses. So we are leading it, and we have started these paramedical courses on the basis because we want to strengthen the health services, but also because they have come here, they should learn from other students, from other participants of different universities, what new they are doing. So I will not elaborate much because already I have said so many things, and every time I come to university, it's a new feeling for me, and I learn something and I take some idea from this place. So thank you very much, especially our Vice Chancellor Sir and all the dignitaries who are sitting in front of me, and all the dear students. Just keep going, keep smiling, and I remember the words of this poem that is by as I have to walk miles before I go to sleep. So these are the last words. I always keep remembering these words. Never stop. Because if you stop growing, then you are dead. Even if I am 80 or 90 years old, I'll keep learning. There's no age for learning. With these words, I would like to thank our dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and especially to my students. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking and motivating address. I'm glad to inform that we have received a lot of papers based on AI rehabilitation in remote areas regarding knowledge of AI in different domains. And I hope our students will further utilize these critical suggestions in their research domain. Now, I would request Professor Sudhir Kumar Avasthi, sir, Pro-Vice Chancellor, CSJM University, to say a few words. He has been a constant support to us in all our ventures and has provided us guidance and with all his wisdom.
Dignitaries present on the dais, this HealthCon 2025. Chief guest Dr. Sanjay Kala, who is Principal GSM Medical College as well as Dean of the Faculty of Medicine of CSJM University Kanpur. Dr. Richa Giri, who is Vice Principal CSJM University and the only lady with light on the dais. Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, our Vice Chancellor, as has been proclaimed by Sanjay Kala sir, that he is a beloved Vice Chancellor. So, Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, Vice Chancellor, CSJM University, Kanpur. Our Registrar, Dr. Anil Kumar Yadav, Director of this institute, newly appointed, Dr. Rastogi, Dr. Digvijay Sharma, and better half of Dr. Rastogi, Dr. Dolly Rastogi. And I'm also seeing few guests in the front line, Dr. Abad Dubey, and various other professors who have come from GSM Medical College and other institute. Welcome to this institute, welcome to this university, who is organizing 2025 HealthCon. You must be knowing that this department or institute, which has been given a status of institute by our Vice Chancellor, sir, this is 20 years old, 2 decades old, and the age of the 20 is supposed to be the young age. So I believe what achievement it has brought, what laurels it has brought to the university are commendable. So this journey of 20 years has been very, very successful. This department, which was initiated way back, 20 years back, now it is coming up with new ideas, new project, like the pathology lab is there, running in a very good manner, and X-ray department, the yoga department. So various, even it has adopted a holistic approach to the healthcare, and therefore some Ayurvedacharya under the leadership of Dr. Vandana Pathak, they are also contributing to the holistic care of the patients which are coming on this OPD. Coming to the very ethos of this conference, I believe that first thing which has to be kept in mind that you have to develop a holistic approach to care the patients. And this holistic approach, not only giving medicine to the patient, but also going into the mechanism, how the drug is affecting the patient, what are the side effects, and what is the science behind giving drugs. So for that purpose, the interdisciplinary approach is very much required, which is also one of the objectives of this conference. And I am very happy to share this information that we have a Department of Life Sciences in which cancer biology is our focus. One scientist is there who have spent more than 10 years in US, is now contributing to this department, and you will be surprised to know that those who have completed PhD from this institute, from this university in the field of cancer biology are getting postdoc in foreign US universities. So this is a commendable achievement. Something great is being done here, and which is, I don't know whether you know or not, but the patent has been given to one of the bioinformatics approach to care for the cancer patients. So the signature genes which are responsible for cancer, and they have been discovered and they have been patented as well. So this holistic approach is important, keeping in view not only the medical part of it, but the societal part is also contributing. The whole ambience in which the patient is living, the socio-economic culture, the total ambience in which the patient is actually living is also very important. And for that purpose, our Vice Chancellor has started a new course in public health, Master of Public Health, and I believe that in coming few years you will see that public health department becomes a regular department in our medical colleges also. Right now we have started in university, but it will be definitely become part, because the government is focusing on the societal benefit of every academic endeavor. We cannot theoretically continue with the academic approach. We have to apply it somewhere. And the therapeutic science, like medical science, there is high scope of actually applying this knowledge to the society. So great achievement from this university as far as the holistic approach of the healthcare is there. The second point is the strategy towards the future, how we are going to develop a interdisciplinary approach to study the medical science. You will be knowing that this medical science, the technology has intruded in all the disciplines of academic life, and be it medical science or life science or any discipline as a matter of fact. And those who were supposed to be the scientists of computer science and electronics are contributing to the medical science as well. And Dr. Kala was referring to certain tools of AI and machine learning which are being implicated in the human health care. You are knowing that now, as we are seeing in the US also, the personalized care is also being taken up, and therefore every genome which has some specific character, you know that Human Genome Project has been unveiled, and all the 33,000 genes which are there in the human genome have been discovered, and their functions are also known. The human genome, if you take the blueprint of the human genome, you can identify the person concerned, the patient is prone to what kind of diseases. So you must be alert that this kind of diseases can occur in future in this patient. So the physician must be alert, and the patient and his or her relatives are also should be alert. So this alert mode is being contributed by the artificial intelligence and machine learning. You may be knowing that there are chips which have been developed, which are constantly in contact with your skin. They can give you blood report, they can give you urine report, they can give you serum creatinine reports as far as the functions of the kidney is concerned. So this profile is being contributed to the patient as well as the physician who is in touch with this patient. So this AI ML implication into the medical science is going to create a great revolution, and we must be prepared. I mean, the technology part has to be accepted at any cost in this discipline. As far as the utility of AI machine learning is concerned, we have to develop certain things which are still lacking. And that is the ethical approach in the medical treatment. It has to be adopted. There should be transparency in the cure of the patient. What kind of drugs are being prescribed? Their science should be revealed, and it should be given to the patient as well. So that the patient, the education of the patient is also very important. Who is getting cured, but what kind of drugs are being given to him, and what kind of side effects are also probable in coming future. So it has to be reviewed. So this holistic approach of the health science or health care, this is very, very important. I believe that this HealthCon 2025 will create a revolution in the research work which is being done in the inter-university departments like life sciences, medical sciences, social sciences as well. And it will prove to be very useful for all the fraternity of this medical sciences. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words and valuable insights. Next, I would like to invite Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, a man of words, wisdom, knowledge, and whatnot. It is an opportunity for us to work under his guidance and gain knowledge from him. He is a visionary leader, guiding and mentoring faculties, and it is due to his progressive futuristic goals that the university is growing under his leadership.
Thank you very much. The chief guest and the person whom I really admire for his hard work from Corona period, he is today chief guest of us, Dr. Sanjay Kala, very dynamic, hardworking, and really I have seen a transformative person who wants to change his institution. I think these species are becoming extinct like dinosaurs today, but still he is there. The great physician, we have Dr. Richa Giri, who always try to do positive work. Our new Vice Chancellor, Dr. Avasthi, Dr. Anilji, two new people who are doing PhD, great surgeons, Dr. Manish, Dr. Chandrasekhar, our other dignitaries, and the person who has shown us the way of doing Seva, Dr. Awad Dubey, Dolly ji, and all other people. I think we have already deliberated, and it's the world of disruption today. And as Dr. Kala told about Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, he also told one thing, कि the most abundant and the best resource on the earth, above the earth or down the earth, we have is young ignited minds. And I think in next 20, 30 years, this India has that young ignited minds with them. That's important, but let's see what we really contribute to the humanity and the world as a person, as a young people. So I was just discussing that this world is of disruption. All of us know that ChatGPT. All of you know about ChatGPT? So when ChatGPT was discovered, it's an open AI platform which surpassed Google, people thought that ChatGPT will live for years and drive the world for years together. And when Trump won, he thought that it is the only thing by which US will rule the world with ChatGPT. But when he was about to take the charge of US as an president, a very, very small company from China, which has invested only 1% of the money with ChatGPT did it, like billions of dollars. This is only $1 million. It surpassed and it came to the world like DeepSeek. Everybody knows. And then it surpassed the ChatGPT like anything. This means what? This means two things. One important thing, it means that this is world of disruption. If you have got idea, if you have got hard work, then you can make impossible impossible in months together. Do you remember that the internet took years together to rule the world, but artificial intelligence takes months together to rule the world? And this is power of disruption which we have. So what makes disruption? Disruption is made by data. So gone are the days when people were rich, who were having the industries and industrial revolution was there. Gone are the days when people were having the big infrastructure like big highways, big things, big buildings. Today is the day, and it's known for the thing who knows technology, who have data, and who have got the capability of data mining. So what we are good in health industry, we are giving good services. So I went to Ireland, I went to London. There was a time when Indian nurses were not regarded. The healthcare people of Indian subcontinent were not taken in Europe. Now do you know 30% of nursing staff in London, in Europe, in Ireland is from India. You know which doctors are the best? Indian doctors are the best. 700 doctors in Ireland. But do you know in what thing we are in bad? That's what I was discussing also. We are bad in recording the data. We are bad in analyzing the data. And we are also bad in publishing our data. We are very good physicians. We are very good surgeons like Dr. Kala. But what if I will ask Dr. Kala sir that in last 10 years or 1 year, what best surgery you have done? Have you published it on the blog? Have you published worldwide? How many citations you have? He and his scholars may not have done. This is not because we are not in habit of publishing and doing marketing for years together in our DNA. But what is happening in the world today? The world is happening is the AI assistive tools and the papers which are being published is based on the data. So who owns the data? The data is with Indian peoples. I really say the data which is produced by GSVM Medical College today, maybe the data more than which is published in whole of the Europe hospitals daily. But the kind of publications, the kind of researches, the kind of data from which we have to make tools where we can earn money, we don't have. I think this is a right time, and this is the time when all of us should converge. The doctors and the health practitioners should know AI, technology, algorithm, and the other people, computer science, and they should know medical science. And this is the time when we should converge. And I requested Dr. Kala today in the morning, why not spend one day in a month when you call engineers, doctors, paramedics people, and only the research problem should be discussed, and we should have a target of joint publications. We should, that's what I requested Dr. Manish, Dr. Chandrasekhar also, that why not to brainstorm? Why to buy the tools from others? Why not to have low-cost pathologies, low-cost AI-assistive technologies to be developed in this part where we have the data? Otherwise, the world will take data from us, they will think, and we have to purchase. Like we are purchasing all the machineries from the world. It may be robotic surgery, it may be analyzers, it may be MRI, it may be CT, even it may be X-rays also. So, why not we can do? Once we have got good engineers, good doctors, why not the medical people, engineering people, chemical science people, life science people collaborate on one project? So, there are different things. And if we have got an AI, so we have got robotic surgery, we have got for healthcare virtual assistants of AI, so we can create virtual assistant at GSBM Medical College, which on depending on those things, it can take data from patients and virtually assist when we don't have assistance on the kind of things. So my feeling is that when the two luminaries from medical colleges come, we have got, and Dr. Awasthi discussed and elaborated us on the kind of convergence of all the things. Why not to take 3-4 good problems which has got values for product? So from idea to product, why not to develop here? So there are different things of low cost medical devices, low cost AI based algorithms, low cost, so you have patients, you have data. So why not 5-6 people, 2-3 from medical science, 2-3 from AI. So we collect and do some research. I think this will be a very good idea of creating knowledge and earning wealth from that. Anyway, the country will be known if we create wealth. The institution will be known if it has got patents and products. So this is the time not of publishing research papers. Although today we are publishing research paper, but once I talk to my researchers, I say this is the time when we should have transnational research. When our research ends into a product and our products takes a wealth. You see very, very small countries like Israel, they have got only one product, surveillances of defense. And you know, small software like Pegasus, they run their economy. Taiwan, very small country, but 100% semiconductor productions. China, doing a lot of work on doing 28% production of the whole world they are doing. Yesterday you must be saying that a small country like Ukraine fought with the US president and have not signed on the mineral thing. So with the mineral they are ruling the thing. So there are small countries who are just doing technological work and ruling the world in the terms of technology. We are a big country, we have got best minds, but we are still, I feel, we are bad in recording, we are bad in doing products, we are bad in marketing. So this is the time when we should do all those things. HealthCon 25 is a new idea which our Health Sciences Department has brought. I am happy that in last 3-4 years we have changed this department. A lot of new researchers are coming, especially in physiotherapy department. We are trying to become a center of excellence. in the medical lab things we are doing much better. We are serving the society. In radio imaging, we are trying to do work. Optometry, we are trying to do work. But still, I feel that the research and the product is less. So my feeling is always there that we should bring idea. For idea, we need brainstorming and ideation. For that, we are ready to give money to medical college also. If they have got idea, we are ready to invest on them also. If they do joint collaboration with us. And the product. So this is a live product. So if you have got any startup idea, because friends, I want to really suggest that in next 10 years, the major startups or the unicorns or the sunicorns will come from medical field, from medical health, medical diagnostics, and medical services. It will come. So why not to take this opportunity? And this is what we will try to discuss in this. I really congratulate Digvijayji, who has worked hard day and night for doing this conference. I really want all of you to applaud him in his dynamic leadership. We have got this kind of great conference. I really want to congratulate our all volunteers, professors, and especially one person whom I really want to admire at this place, our young assistant professor, Dr. Adarsh, who has really worked hard and brought this conference to a level. Maybe this conference, all these seats are not full, but this conference is full of ideas and researches. Very good papers have come, and I think first time we have got such good papers which will be published in SCI Scopus Index paper. And that is where also we have to work with the kind of research thing. Thank you very much for calling us and kind of thing. I think Dr. Kala told in last to do hard work. So I have got an Indian version for that. So one shloka from our Satpat Brahmin, which says that the similar thing which Dr. Kala told. So I thought when I heard, so I thought there is an Indian version for that I will recite that shloka. And that was told by Lord Indra to Rohit when he came for that. So it says as such. Charan vay madhu vidanti charan swadam suryasya pas snehanam yona tandare charan charayveti charayveti. चलता हुआ मनुष्य ही मधु पाता है, चलता हुआ मनुष्य ही स्वादिष्ट फल चखता है। सूर्य का परिश्रम तो देखो, जो नित्य चलता हुआ कभी भी आलस्य नहीं करता, इसलिए चलते रहो, चलते रहो। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Your far-sighted vision inspires us to keep pushing the boundaries. We are truly grateful for your mentorship. Thank you once again, sir. As sir said, the School of Health Sciences, under his visionary leadership, has excelled in last few years. Yes, School of Health Sciences has really excelled in last few years. I am glad to announce that we have completed 20 years of School of Health Sciences. We are honored to now proceed with the release of a special publication, a book reflecting 20 years of excellence of School of Health Sciences, which highlights the remarkable journey and achievements of the institution. Established in 2004, our institution has flourished remarkably, particularly the growth and development witnessed under the leadership and mentorship of Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir. His guidance has been instrumental in shaping our growth and success of the School of Health Sciences. I request the dignitaries to proceed with the release of the book. In last 3 years, we have increased our number of student admissions. In last 3 years, we have increased our number of research publications. In last 3 years, we have increased our number of patients in physiotherapy OPD, medical lab technology. We have established radiology unit. So thank you, sir, for guiding us. In addition, we will also unveil the official HealthCon 2025 souvenir, which encapsulates the essence of this conference and serves as a lasting memory of the ideas and collaborations shared here. This conference has only been possible with the vision of Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir. This souvenir is a symbol of collective efforts and achievements of our students, participants and delegates. The motive behind the souvenir was to capture the essence of hard work and dedication shown by our students, participants and faculties in making this conference possible under leadership of Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir. I request all dignitaries to proceed with the release of the conference souvenir. Thank you all. To conclude with the inaugural ceremony, I invite Dr. Anil Kumar Yadav, Sir, Registrar of CSJM University, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Hinaji. Suprabhat, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished delegates. We are here to inaugurate the international conference, HealthCon 2025. In this beautiful auditorium, Birangana Rani Lakshmibai auditorium of this university. On the dais, Honorable Vice Chancellor of this Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj University, respected Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak, Principal, GSBM Medical College, Professor Sanjay Kala, Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Sudhir Kumar Avasthi, Professor Richa Giri, Vice Principal of this prestigious GSBM Medical College, Kanpur, Director, School of Health Sciences, Dr. Digvijay Sharma ji, and Dr. Munish Rastogi ji. It is with great pleasure and honor I extend before you to inaugurate this international conference on future of integrated healthcare services. It is a premier global event that brings together expert, policymaker, researcher, and practitioner from various disciplines to discuss the latest advancement, challenges, and opportunities in this integrated healthcare system. The conference aims to foster collaboration, drive innovation, and explore synergies that enhance patient-centric care across diverse healthcare systems. With advancement in technology, data analytics, and interdisciplinary cooperation, healthcare systems are shifting towards more efficient, personalized, and preventive approaches. Here we are using the technology approaches, technology-driven integrations. Just our previous speaker discussed about the AI, artificial intelligence, AI and machine learning in healthcare, role of big data and predictive analytics, telemedicine and digital healthcare solutions, cybersecurity and interoperability in the electronic healthcare records. Multidisciplinary collaboration is over there, holistic patient-centric approaches is over there, social determination of healthcare and community-based solutions are there. Policy and healthcare systems for transforming the healthcare system. Future will be AI-powered diagnosis and robotic assisted procedures. These are over there. In conclusion, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee, advisory committee, and director of the school for their hard work in this bringing this conference in this final scene. I am confident the knowledge, skill, new ideas, innovative solutions we apply here to solve the patient-centric real-world solutions. Our thanks to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj University, Kanpur, Professor Vinay Kumar Pathak ji, Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Sudhir Kumar Avasthi ji, Professor Sanjay Kala ji, Principal GSBM Medical College, Kanpur, Professor Richa Giri ji, Vice Principal GSBM Medical College, Kanpur, for motivating our students and faculty members, Director of this school, Health Sciences, Dr. Digvijay Sharma ji and Dr. Munish Rastogi ji, and all faculty members of School of Health Sciences, and all the deans, various faculties, heads of various departments present over here, all faculty members, delegate, participant, student volunteers, and staff volunteers and media persons. And last, all the doctors, I am thanks to Dr. Manish ji, Dr. Chandrasekhar ji, Dr. Dolly ji, Dr. Abhay Dubey joined over here, or Dr. Adarsh and Dr. Henry. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. This is to inform all the participants that we have a lineup of national and international sessions after this inaugural session. So all are requested to be seated over here. We'll be shortly starting with those sessions. Thank you, all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you.
It's our immense pleasure to welcome you all to the International Conference HealthCon 2025.
I am Sir Sudhir.
Myself Yashvi Gupta.
And we are going to be your hosts for this fabulous session. We hope you are all feeling excited and are ready to be a part of HealthCon 2025. But before we begin, let us express how grateful we are for your presence. And your presence has made this conference even more special.
Over the next few hours, we will engage in thought-provoking discussion, learn from cutting-edge research, and explore innovative solutions to the world's most pressing issues.
To our delegates, we encourage you to engage fully in the conference proceedings. Feel free to ask questions and forge new connections with your fellow attendees.
Now, without any further ado, it's our pleasure to introduce our chairperson for our first scientific session. Please welcome upon the stage Dr. M.P. Mishra sir and Dr. Lubna Khan ma'am. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause.
Dr. M.P. Mishra sir is ex-director and HOD of the Department of Pathology at J.K. Cancer Institute, GSVM Medical College, Kanpur. And Dr. Lubna Khan ma'am has a notable presence as the professor at the Department of Pathology, GSVM Medical College, Kanpur. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, Let me introduce to you all our keynote speaker, Dr. Pooja Dirhan now, who will join us on the stage and share her insight on good lab practices. Ma'am is the Zonal Chief of Metropolis Labs of Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand. Previously, ma'am has served as designation such as Head of Operation at MHL Gamdevi, Consultant Pathologist at Metro Hospital, Delhi, and as an Assistant Professor at T.H. Misra Medical College, Kanpur. Ma'am has been trained in observership in neuropathology from NIMHANS, Bangalore, observership in oncopathology, Kidwai Institute, Bangalore, IIFT testing and autoimmune disorder from CPC, Chennai. Ma'am has also had multiple publications in national and international journals as well. Please welcome her with a huge round of applause.
Hi, good morning everyone. Good morning. I am Dr. Pooja Dirhan. Thank you for the introduction. Now, before I start talking about everything, I would like to just thank Vice Chancellor sir and Vijay sir. Okay, I don't think I actually need a mic, but thank you. So I would like to thank Vice Chancellor sir and Vijay sir for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this conference. Also, I just want to add that I'm so deeply moved and encouraged and inspired by everything that Dr. Vinay Pathak sir had to say and Dr. Kala sir had to say about AI, about innovation, and you know how we need to promote Made in India movement. So when we talk about AI and innovation, I think it shouldn't be only technology based. There should be innovation in our thought process also, like how we think about different things. And before I start, I just want to know, because everyone belongs to healthcare industry, so I want to know how many of you actually feel that AI is going to replace us? Just quickly, 2 minutes, I just want to hear your views. How many of you actually feel that AI is going to replace us? Healthcare professionals? Anyone? Very good. Can I just hear why? Why do you feel so?
Because everyone is depending on AI for their work.
Yeah, so exactly. Everyone is depending on AI. But AI is still dependent on human for the human touch. So when you talk about doctors, definitely AI can bring about some improvement in technology and everything, but the personal touch, be it nurses, be it doctors, be it physiotherapists, be it any of the healthcare professionals, AI can never replace personal touch. So whenever I go for conferences and whenever this topic of AI comes, I always tell this to everyone that AI cannot replace the doctors, but the doctors who know how to use AI to their disposal are going to replace the doctors which are already working. So AI can't, but the doctors who know AI can definitely replace you. So now going ahead, the topic that I'm going to speak about today is good lab practices. But I always say this to everyone that when we talk about good lab practices, it's something that we need to follow not only in a lab, not only in a research laboratory, not only in a diagnostic center, but it is a set of guidelines that we need to practice in our daily routine. So when we talk about home and our household, luckily these days household is not something that is just limited to women. Even men are equally participating in all household activities. So when I teach my technician about quality assurance and good lab practices, I always say, treat your lab like your home. How you keep your lab, how you manage the stock, how you manage the inventory, how you manage the entire atmosphere, cleanliness of your home. Similarly, if you start looking at your workplace and your lab, you will automatically follow good lab practices. So when we talk about good lab practices, I'm going to cover it under these following headings. So I'm just going to tell you briefly an introduction about the lab practices, what are the constituents of good lab practices, how is it going to help, and what is the basically motive of good lab practices. Why should we follow these good lab practices? It's not doing that. Can you go to the third slide, please? Third slide. Yeah, perfect. So now when we say good lab practices, what is it? So it's a quality assurance system. It's a quality system which is usually applied for non-clinical laboratories, but there is something which is known as good clinical lab practices, which is GCLP. That applies to your clinical laboratories. The components of good lab practices are same. So whether you go for the research lab, a pharmaceutical lab, a biochemistry lab, or a diagnostic lab, what we are running, the basic set of practices are always the same. So when we talk about all these things, there are certain things that we need to focus on. Recently we heard so many speakers talk about data. Data. What is this data? So whatever we analyze becomes the data. So we need to store the data, we need to record the data, we need to analyze the data, we need to review the data. When everything is being done as per the guidelines and as per the methodology, it becomes a part of good clinical practices. So this GLP was given by FDA in year 1978. So what happened was initially before that in many US and European countries, India के अंदर तो the technology came very late, but initially all the technology of diagnosis and research and everything started in the US and Europe. So there they were seeing that all these experiments were being taken on, but no proper guidelines were being followed. No data was recorded. Because the data was not recorded and the data was not authentic, therefore the conclusions could not be derived properly. So that time FDA thought there should be some kind of a regulatory body, some kind of regulations that can unanimize, that create some kind of uniformity in all the lab practices. Hence came the concept of GLP, the good lab practices. So GLP certification, you would have heard about NAC certification, NABL certification, NABH certification. So what are these things? Basically, these are just the certifications that tell you whether the particular body is good in doing the work that has been assigned to it. So this just certifies that every step of the analysis, every step of the diagnosis, the research, whether it is valid or not. So again, it emphasizes on data recording and specimen retention. So now this is how an overview of a good lab, when a lab is abiding by the GLP, this is how it looks like. So you have a quality assurance team, you have certification of analysis, you have a method to track these specimens and the samples, then whatever documentation is being done, it is being taken cumulatively, it is being recorded, it is being retained. There is some kind of accountability for it. All the instruments and the machines that you are using to analyze the data, there is periodic calibration of all those instruments. So now when we talk about GLP, we have to talk about these multiple things under which we have to follow GLP. So first of all, about the organization, what are the facilities that are given by the organization, about the competencies of the people, what are the competencies of be it the lab technician, be it the staff, be it the doctor, be it the principal scientist, what are the competencies of that person. Every time there has to be some kind of quality assurance program. Then what about the facilities, equipments, test system, reagents, consumables. Okay, so now I'll go to every one. Can you please go back? Way back. One second. So when we talk about any test organization or any industry which abides by GLP, what you have to look at, whether there is proper spatial arrangement, whether the space is adequate enough to carry out the given task. After that, all the people who are a part of that particular lab, they need to know, they should be need to conduct periodic training program. Now, how does it happen in school? Like when you're being trained for the particular subject, first initially there is training, there is an induction program, and after that there is an examination. So similarly for the lab staff also, we have to do training, continuous education, and after that there has to be a periodic competency assessment. So competency assessment will just tell you whether this person knows what he has learned in past so many months. Whatever. So be it your training record, be it your continuous education record, be it your whatever has been taught, or be it your competency. For everything, a record has to be maintained and a record has to be kept. Then after that, there is something which is known as a quality assurance program. So when we talk about the labs, especially the diagnostic centers in clinical practices, we have something which is known as NABL, which is the national accreditation. Then we have something which is known as CAP, that is College of American Pathologists. So there are these various accreditation bodies, there are various quality assurance programs which tell you whether this particular lab meets the international standards or not. Similarly, for the non-clinical lab also there are certain quality assurance programs that need to be followed. So they have to adhere to, there are multiple compliance guidelines, multiple checklists and everything. They need to adhere to it. Because I just have 10 minutes more, so I will just tell you the basic points in that. So after the regular interval, you have these bodies who come to your center and they analyze whether you are following the guidelines of the GLP or not. That is the good lab practices. About the facilities, I told you the place which is conducting the test should have adequate space, adequate ventilation, adequate cleanliness. There should be enough storage space, because when you're talking about data retention and everything, you need to have some space to even collect that data. So all those facilities should be there. All your materials, all your reagents, everything needs to be properly stocked at proper temperature. It needs to be placed. You have to write the name of the reagent. For example, how you store pantry at your home. When you store dal, chawal, ghee, shakkar, everything at your home, how you place the sticker on it. Okay, this is your atta, this is your rice, this is your pulses. So similarly, in a lab also, you have to mark all the reagents, that this is this is that. Obviously, if something is heavy, any kind of bulky instruments or something, you have to place it at the bottom so that it is easier to take it off. Lighter ones, you can place it at the top so that you can even climb up a stool or a stair and just take it. Along with that, you have to make a note of adverse incidents reporting. For example, if there is any kind of spill of any chemical reagent, what are these adverse incidents reporting? Or, for example, a person is opening a kit and some kind of chemical goes into his eye. So what are the protocols that you need to follow, how you need to prevent it, all the adverse events that have taken place, you need to keep a record of it. Okay, then there are going to be certain test systems with the help of which you are going to analyze, for example, what you are going to test, how you are going to test, what is going to be the procedure. So that needs to be decided, documented, and then followed. Then you have to make sure of even reference item. For example, if there is a weighing machine, if I step on the weighing machine, for example, my weight is 65 kgs. So the weighing machine should show 65 and it shouldn't show 70 or it shouldn't show 60 kgs. So how do you ensure that? For doing that, you have to calibrate your instruments. So there has to be periodic calibration of the instrument. So I'm a pathologist, so there are so many patients who come to my lab and they say, कि मैडम आप लोग ब्लड ग्लूकोज के 100 rupees चार्ज करते हैं, but there so I can get the blood glucose level done at my home. At home when I got the blood glucose level, the value was coming as 80. The moment I gave the sample to you, the value came as 110. तो आपको फालतू में हमें लूट रहे हो. But then I tried to explain it to them that when was the last time your glucometer was calibrated? How do you know that your glucometer is actually measuring what it is supposed to measure? There can be some kind of gap in the instrumentation. So for that we have something which is known as calibration, which ensures that your instrument or your machine is adequately measuring what it is supposed to measure. something which is very important, be it in a hospital setting, be it in a lab setting, be it in a clinical setting, be it in a research setting. You need to have SOP. Anyone knows what is SOP? We keep talking about SOP. Anyone? Okay, I know the full form of it, but what does it signify? What does SOP signify? Standard operating procedure. What does it signify? Why SOPs are important? Yeah. So, for example, okay, you would have gone to McDonald's. You would have gone to in Kanpur. Do we have McDonald's in Kanpur? Oh, amazing. So, like for example, if you talk about Delhi, there'll be 10 McDonald's. But if you order McPuff or if you order chicken McGrill is going to be same at all the branches of McDonald's. How do you think that happens? If I cook butter paneer masala, or if my maid cooks butter paneer masala, or if my mom cooks butter paneer masala, it is going to be different. But when it comes to McDonald's, even if you go to 10 different units of McDonald's, the taste of chicken McGrill is same. Why? What do you think is the reason behind it? What do you think is the reason behind it? How does it taste same? Recipe? Okay, my mom. You know, if my mom tells me, okay, this is how you prepare butter chicken masala, she'll tell me, okay, add this. Still, if I follow all the steps, my mom's recipe, my mom's taste is still going to be different than mine. Why do you think that doesn't happen with McDonald's or KFC or Domino's? Yeah, sorry? Okay, I'm not able to hear. Can someone stand and say? Okay, so even these restaurants, they have something which is known as SOP. That is a standard of. So similarly, when we talk about any kind of lab, you have to, for any test, you have to follow that standard operating procedure. That temperature should be this much. First, you have to add this reagent, in this quantity and this quantity. You need to let it stand for these many minutes, and this is how you have to analyze. So that becomes a part of SOP. And when every person, that is a written document, and when every person follows that particular SOP, it just ensures that the end result of everyone is same. Okay? That is your SOP. Okay, now we performed this study, we have analyzed the data, we have stored the data. So now how do we assess the performance of the study? Whether your study was valid, what was the kind of study, how do you analyze it? For that, you need to have the records, all the records of all the things that you have done, along with the proper date. Date is very important. So you would have seen that whenever, for example, when you were writing your logbooks also, if you have noted down a particular experiment that you have conducted on a particular day, date is very important. Because date actually tells you about the chronology. What was done first, what was done later, how much time did it take to analyze the data, to conclude everything. Reporting of the results, how the results have to be reported in a specific format, what is the methodology which is being used. For example, when we do diagnostic procedures in the clinical lab, what was the test method that we have used and what were the final results. So everything needs to be reported. Storage, retention, even the raw data, when you're doing the rough calculation and everything, your raw data that you have obtained, even that needs to be filed, all the SOPs. So you will have a big bundle of SOPs, but only the SOPs that you have followed for the particular test, that needs to be filed. Okay, so those were the steps of GLP. In order to ensure that the lab is following good lab practices, there is something which is known as QMS, which is known as Quality Management System. So your quality management system is being given to you by your quality personnel, whoever is your quality manager. He gives you a set of documents. These documents will contain all the guidelines for your good lab practices. Okay, now what good lab must contain? So when you're following the good lab practices, like how I stated earlier, whatever you're doing in your home, whatever you're doing to keep your home clean, however you're living in your home, similarly, the same practices you will have to follow in the lab. lab. First of all, what should be the most important thing in your home? It should be free from smoke, from smell, any unwanted dust. There should be proper ventilation, proper storage. There should be proper pest control. Definitely space is a prime factor. There should be enough space for every person, proper areas for storage, proper sample collection. So when you are following all the practices and eventually when you have a setup which is meeting all these criteria and guidelines, automatically it becomes a good lab. Okay, so this is how we achieve excellence. You see this, the organization is perfect, people know about the quality programs, they are being trained regularly, they are being evaluated regularly, all the equipments are being calibrated regularly, you have a good information management system, you have good facilities, you are giving good services to the customer, you have good process control, you have a good quality management system, you are continuously evaluating your process, leading to process involvement, you are keeping all the documents and records. So when you follow all these steps, all these guidelines, automatically your lab becomes excellent performing lab. What happens? So when I say I'm a part of Metropolis Healthcare, so we are NABL and CAP accredited. Now, what do you think? How does it help you? Any kind of accreditation or any kind of accreditation on any clinical practice, how do you think it helps you? When you go to a store, you pay the double price for buying Levi's jeans. Why? Why? Branding, exactly. So branding is important. There is some kind of certification which says that this is the best brand of the jeans. So similarly, even for the lab, there is something which is known as accreditation. So once you follow good lab practices, once you are accredited, automatically it just makes the image of your company a better image in front of people. It helps you in marketing, it helps you in branding. You can say we are one of the best labs because we are following these practices. It definitely leads to the customer satisfaction. Whatever results that you are giving to the patient or to other people when you are doing any kind of research, it ensures that everything that is being done is accurate. Also, when we are doing any kind of study, there should be some reference, right? So when you are following these good lab practices, automatically your lab becomes a reference lab. You can set the standards. So that is the benefit of following these practices and having a good lab. These were my references. Thank you so much. I think I took maybe more than 20 minutes. But before I leave, quickly 2 minutes, any questions? Any questions? Anyone wants to ask anything? Okay, then thank you so much. Yes. Both are different, so NABL, when we say NABL, it is mostly about the laboratory, and when you talk about NABH, it is the entire hospital, so it consists of a lab also. You cannot get the hospital NABL accredited, you can only get a diagnostic center or a diagnostic center in a hospital NABL. Everything in the hospital, that consists of lab also. Lab, your radiology diagnostic center, your diagnostic center, your OPDs, your operation theatres, your wards, everything, the facilities that are being given to a patient on call in the hospital is being certified by NABH, and only your diagnostic center, that your pathology diagnostic center, is being certified by NABH. Because NABH is the prime certification for the lab. So like for example, when we have NABH audits, they come to the lab and they spend like maybe 15 minutes in the lab and they overlook everything very superficially. But when we have NABL assessment, then there is a team of 4 auditors who come to us, who spend 2 days with us, and they go into depth of everything. So lab becomes a part of NABL on a very superficial basis. But when you are seeing NABL, they evaluate the entire laboratory as a whole. So for the lab, it is a better certification.
want to take a moment to warmly welcome our chairperson, Dr. L.P. Mishra. Please give him a huge round of applause. अच्छे लोग हमेशा अपनी मेहनत से मंजिल हासिल करते हैं, चाहे रास्ते कितने भी कठिन। Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful insight on good lab practices. Getting to learn from such an experienced healthcare professional as you has been our privilege today. Now, we would like to call upon the stage Dr. Hina Vash, ma'am, and Dr. Adarsh Kumar Srivastava, sir, to felicitate Dr. M.P. Mishra, sir, and Dr. Pooja Trehan, ma'am. Ma'am, please come on stage.
Please give them a huge round of applause. Thank you everyone for joining us on the stage. Now, let's move to our next scientific session and welcome the chairpersons for the same. Let's welcome Dr. Valedictory, sir, who is a renowned ophthalmologist and the founder of R.K. Devi Eye Research Institute, a non-profit organization located in Kanpur. Let's also welcome Dr. Manish Singh, sir, who is currently the HOD of Neurosurgery and a nodal officer at Super Speciality Hospital, JSVM Medical College, Kanpur. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause.
Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. We have just concluded a thought-provoking keynote by Dr. Pooja Trehan, ma'am, who expertly highlighted the importance of good lab practices. Now, it is our immense pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, Dr. Waqar Naqvi, sir, who will join us online and share his expertise in AI in healthcare research. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause. Sir is a leading healthcare researcher, entrepreneur and educator with over 15 years of professional experience. Sir has trained over thousands of healthcare professionals in topics such as AI in research, AI in health profession education, and healthcare innovation in global health. Sir holds a PhD in physiotherapy, health profession education, and he is currently pursuing fellowship at the International Thyroid Institute, USA. Please join us in welcoming Dr. Waqar Naqvi, sir.
Hello, good morning everyone. Afternoon, I think it's in right now, it's afternoon. I hope I am audible. Thank you everyone and thank you for joining me as well as in HealthCon 2025. I am Dr. Waqar Naqvi. I am speaking virtually from Doha, Qatar. Before I actually begin, I want to express my gratitude to the organizing secretary, the entire organizing team, even Dr. Hina, for inviting me and the respect they've shown. It's a privilege to be the part of it. Today my keynote is on AI in healthcare. And I was listening to Dr. Pooja Trehan when she started about AI. This is something, it always touched me because I'm into the same fraternity and I totally agree with her. It's all about the augmentation. It's not about the automation. what AI we are seeing is actually just a start. So I'll be discussing the practical ways. I won't put up like what AI is doing or different mode of applications, but what things are actually happening around the world and what things are actually happening around India. That's for more concern for me. Even I really wish to pitch like what we should do as an innovator in this health profession education or in health sciences rather than just sitting and just using the AI as we are. So I'll just try to discuss the practical ways the AI is already supporting patient care across India, whether it is by improving diagnostic, predicting patient risk, and enhancing rehabilitation even into remote clinics. I've been traveling to various countries and talking on AI in healthcare, and I'm seeing a lot of progress all people are doing. So my focus will be much more straightforward, how technology can help us efficiently. Because I feel medical sciences progressed in two ways. It also progressed by the core researches we do, but also the technology played a very important part in progressing ourselves into much more ahead. So I'll try to put up some real examples of AI in action in healthcare setting to illustrate how these tools can actually support us. So again, I'm thankful, and I'll just begin with my session. So this is something very unique, 2019. I think we all have seen 2019 very well. Everything was totally normal. Totally normal. We were business as usual. Our healthcare, our postings, our colleges, everything was following the similar routines. The idea of massive global destruction, something, it was very far. Everyone was very much busy in their own work. And this happened. And this happened. This virus changed and reshaped all the healthcare worldwide. People who were not even using phones, they were not into the internet. They went into the internet because everyone was at home. They were either they were at quarantine or वो हमारे टाइम पे होता था home curfews, curfews ही बोलते थे. I don't remember the proper word now. But this is, what happened. So I'll take COVID. Definitely, it's a very big strike on us. But there are a lot of things changed in healthcare, especially after the COVID happened. A lot of things went viral. A lot of things happened. People started using internet. They started using phone. And there were viral things. There were the soda, there was Dolly Ki Chai. Dolly Ki Chai is from me. I'm actually from now. And Bachpan Ka Pyar. There were a lot of things which were happening in those pandemic. A lot of things were going viral. And being Indian, we were very much busy in TikTok or Instagram reels and all this thing. Everything was fascinating. And these things, the social media, it became the viral content. It became the breeding ground for the viral content. But other part of the world, they were less into the memes, but they were also developing something bigger. So viral is not only what happened in India when we were watching a lot of reels and everything, but there are a lot of things that are happening around the globe. We were stuck into the social media, but other part of the world, like OpenAI, ChatGPT, they started making something bigger, which was coming from before, but this time actually gave them a proper time to put up that thing. And if we see the data according to the Internet and Mobile Association of India, we had around 830 million internet users, which was a spike rise into 2.5x. It all started with the lockdown. People started putting up the things. So these sort of transformation shift, like COVID or this pandemic, it not only nurtured the internet, but it also nurtured the healthcare sciences. We were into the part of technology not from here, but from the before. It all started from 1990s when the internet started, social media started. We are always the part of evolution. For the people who think the AI is the end of the technology, no. If you see this chain of event, we are still into the halfway, to be very honest with you. What we are seeing AI is nothing. It's just the tip of the iceberg. What people usually think, like think of ChatGPT as just an example. People think, हमको ChatGPT आ गया मतलब हमको AI आ गया. No, no, no. ChatGPT or these generative AI, it is just a tip of iceberg. It is just a beginning. Although it can help us into a lot of things, what a generative AI, what we are actually using, what everyone on your phone, on your WhatsApp Meta or a ChatGPT app, what you are using is not a complete AI. It's just a part of AI, generative AI. Generative AI means when you just generate images, text, audios and videos. It's not a complete AI, but there are a lot of things which are going to come, especially in this year. Mark my words, in this year, the bigger thing is coming as AI tools, not AI, AI agents, and the artificial general intelligence, which will compensate or which will equalize the human consciousness. Things are scary, like Matt said also, so Surya quoted, if I'm not wrong, like it's somebody asked a question from the audience, is AI is going to replace us? AI is going to replace replace the people who are not good at AI or don't know how to use AI. That's how it is. We cannot, we can hate it, we can love it, but we cannot ignore it. We have to live with it. There are a lot of things coming up these days. So as this technology matures, they integrate more deeply into every corner of the telehealth care. It bridges the gap between different medicine or different professions. The beauty of AI is it does not work into a single domain or a single data set. It actually works on the comprehensive data set of all the healthcare professionals. Like, I really like the theme of the conference is integrating the medical synergies or the different disciplines. AI work on a similar principle. We will only grow when we work together in this. So let's set the stage by exploring what I actually mean by integrated or the comprehensive healthcare. Picture like you're working alone in your little corners. The doctors, the nurses, the health professionals, the researchers, and the policy makers, they all come together to tackle challenges. It's about tearing down the barriers between the field, and every voice has to be heard. So it actually connects the whole process. It's not just another tool, element to bring the diverse source of information from different specialties like ophthalmology, neurosurgery, radiology, pathology, physiotherapy, public health. So these are all sort of complex data sets, and AI it helps a lot to overcome those, and it makes the things much more easier, and it can even customize the patient needs. So this is not only, the story of isolated technologies, it's all about the team approach. By linking the various disciplines, we create more connected and responsive healthcare system. It's actually a practical shift to a better healthcare and the outcomes when everyone is involved. So even if you again recap with the disciplines or decision making or data from the inside, it's all a comprehensive thing. So when it comes to India, we really have a very unique position in healthcare. We are the largest supplier of healthcare products around the world. I think I heard somewhere like more than 25-30% of healthcare professionals in US and UK are Indian, maybe more I think, because I haven't seen even in Gulf, even in UK, US, we are serving. But another way around, the population of 1.4 billion, we are having a very large deficit. Additionally, if you see the Ayushman Bharat digital mission, it actually creates a very structured platform for collecting, managing, and analyzing health records. Like I was listening to Dr. Kumar on good lab practices, every data is actually getting recorded these days, and every data, yeah, definitely there are bias, there are chances of misuse of it. But if you see the practical side, every data is very much important. AI is nothing, at least for now, without data set. But I don't know about the future. Might be he will not, AI will not use the data sets. It will be self-sustaining in a longer run. So we can identify a large pattern of health trend in which it guides resource allocation and improve patient. So it's not only about those things, it's about recognizing the practical advantages we have. Being a very strong IT and innovation hub, even we have digital infrastructure, we can be a real game changer in AI. I was seeing a website from Government of India 2 years ago, and they have started, accepting the proposals if we are having something better for the AI. So when it comes to the key applications, either everyone knows like it is detecting TB. There is a very good data set from Pure AI. If you can see, it can detect the TB. There is data sets from Asha Watch. There are a lot of things can be done in that. Also predictive analysis which are going on for cardiac events, even the outbreaks. As a physiotherapist, I am seeing a paradigm shift in physiotherapy when it comes to the motion analysis, motion synthesis, as well as rehabilitation. So across India, if you see, there are few case studies in which, like Pure AI, in which you can have, rapid TB detection using the chest X-ray. There is Niramai, in which you can have thermal screening. There are a lot of different examples. Even sir is from ophthalmology. You might be knowing very well about ARDA from Google Health, in which they can have early detection of blindness. So, if I will start putting up the uses, AI is everywhere. AI is everywhere. Everyone is actually using AI. But my question still says, are we just a consumer or we will be afraid? It's actually the best time to indulge into the creator or indulge as an innovator rather than just a consumer or user. We need to actually strengthen the AI literacy, especially among the undergraduates and the students, so that they can be one of the key innovators in the future. So maintaining the clinical judgment is also a key while leveraging the AI strength. There are a lot of challenges when it comes to AI. Definitely, it's all about data privacy and quality, and making AI tool in India something it gets difficult when it comes to the infrastructure, resources, the fund allocation. But I'm seeing a lot of international organizations, they are pouring the funds. We also need to pay close attention to the quality of data feeding in the system. And when the AI started, the early data sets were from the Western countries, which cannot be applied for Indian population. So I feel like this is the perfect time when our health profession, they collaborate with engineers, they should have interdisciplinary collaboration, they should break the silos between clinician engineers and policymakers. We should combine and we actually work on making these type of AI tools which can be useful for health. We really need, I really appreciate the organizer for this sort of Keynote and webinar. I'm also doing a lot of workshops these days on it. I'm coming to India on every alternate week. So AI literacy is something which is very much important. Not only literacy, but the health professionals, even the clinicians, even the clinical doctors who are having very vast hospitals, they should collaborate with the students and engineers to make something much more bigger. They should collaborate, they should identify. We always have a real world problem in health sciences, and I think with the use of AI or generative AI, there are a lot of things can be done. We need to innovate. There is a lot of chances in which we can engage with the technology, we can share our experience, we can collaborate, and we can make something much more efficient. So looking ahead, the vision is very much strong, straightforward, a healthcare system where the AI is integrated at every level. And I'm seeing in the next decade, the primary healthcare centers are going to be equipped by AI, diagnostic tools, which can actually document the patient's journey. It's all about the seamless integration. And definitely AI is empowering the patient care in the Western world. Although मुझे किसी ने पूछा, I was in Bangalore 2 weeks ago with a keynote in the last day. सर आपको नहीं लगता कि हम इंडियन पीछे? And I said हम इंडियंस पीछे नहीं होते, हम बस सो के लेट होते हैं. मतलब we are not behind the people, we actually get late. And if we, and I told him like most of the engineers in OpenAI or the Google companies, they are Indians. But problem क्या होता है जब हम इंडिया में रहते हैं तो हमारे ऊपर से ऐसी चीजें आती हैं. But हम जब बाहर जाते हैं we work for them. But when we are in India, we don't work for ourselves. When we are outside, we work. So there are a lot of possibilities. I think India's position into global leadership, we can make a lot of good AI which are much more effective. My for this keynote is very much simple. I really wish everyone not to just be a user, but we have to adapt it. You have to be leader in that. You need to evolve yourself as a creator, as a contributor, just as that. So there are a lot of things which we can do together. I know it was only 20 minutes I had for I tried to put up my word. This is just a request from my side to think AI as a tool, and we people are having bright mind in which we can be a much better contributor than just a user. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your expertise on AI in healthcare research. It was indeed a fabulous one, and there was so much to learn. Now, we would like to call upon stage Dr. Umesh Kumar Maurya sir and Dr. Akanksha Bajpayee ma'am to felicitate our chairpersons, Dr. Awadh Dubey sir and Dr. Manish Singh sir. Like to inform you that the respect token for Dr. Vakar and Naqvi sir will be sent through courier.
This is your conference. Feel free to clap and appreciate the commendable work of our dignitaries. Thank you so much, sir. Please give them a huge round of applause. A special announcement for the participants of poster presentation. Kindly reach the Health Center OPD, ground floor, School of Health Sciences, Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj University, latest by 12:40. The poster presentation for both UG and PG category is going to start at 12:50 p.m.
It is clear that we are on the cusp of healthcare revolution, and each of us here today plays a crucial role in driving that change. We are sure that many of us are already reflecting on how we can apply these ideas in our own work. Now, let's join this momentum as we welcome our next chairpersons, Dr. R. Sujata ma'am and Professor Dr. Chandrasekhar Singh sir. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Dr. R. Sujata ma'am is microbiology professor and HOD of Department of Microbiology at Rama Medical College, Kanpur. Few of ma'am's research work includes prevalence of asymptomatic bacteria and its antibacterial susceptibility pattern and molecular characterization of dengue and co-infection of malaria and dengue. Dr. Chandrasekhar Singh sir is currently serving as a nodal officer of Department of Pain Medicine and Anesthesia at GSVM Medical College, Kanpur. Sir has around 15 years of experience in his field and associated with many national and international publications in the field of pain medicine. We would request everyone to welcome them and you make a huge round of applause.
Let not the applause stop. As we continue, we are privileged to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Raju Rastogi sir, who will delve into a crucial topic that complements the thoughts of our previous speaker. Sir will share his views on AI and deep learning in diagnostic imaging. Dr. Rajul Rastogi sir is currently designated as Professor in the Department of Radio Diagnosis and as Chairman of the College Research Committee at the Tirthankar Mahavir Medical College and Research Center, Moradabad, Uttar Pradesh. Sir has an experience of more than 24 years in the field of clinical radiology and is associated with more than 205 presentations at national and international forums and more than 50 chapters in textbooks of radiology, anesthesia and endocrinology. Please join us in welcoming Dr. Rajul Rastogi sir.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon all the faculty members, the delegates, and at the outset I would first like to thank the organizers for making me a part of this beautiful conference, which is an academic feast. So I have been given 20 minutes to tell what is artificial intelligence and deep learning in the diagnostics. So being a radiologist, I will talk more about radiology, but since the image concept is there in pathology, microbiology and many other sciences or the disciplines of medical science, this can be applied to there. So today I will be discussing certain basics of deep learning and artificial intelligence, because we have been listening AI in medical science for a lot of years, but what is actually the basics behind it and how the machine learning works, so a little about its concept. So when we talk of artificial intelligence, why we are calling it artificial? Because it is basically providing us a tool or a way which thinks like human brain. So it is able to learn, reason and logically giving the answers as we all use our brains. It uses mathematics rather than the logics that our human brain uses, and it has been defined or described in multiple types like machine learning, then there is neural networks, deep learning and generative AI. So when it comes to image interpretation, it is more of neural networks and the deep learning. So we will be seeing how the deep learning actually works. So we all know that the brain works with neurons, and the neurons have got a body and it has got a pointer, I think is not working. So it has got a body, the dendrites and the axons. So the dendrites connect with the other neurons to get the information to the main body of the neuron, and then an output is transmitted through an axon to the other synaptic neuron. So what similar linear perceptron will do, it will actually have a function which is taking the information in terms of x1, x2 in the form of xt, and then we all know that the neurons do not respond immediately. Their response is dependent upon the strength of the stimulus. So there are weights, that is W1, W2, WD, and there is a bias which has been kept as 1 and C. And so the same neuronal function has been described in a linear equation as output is equal to W into X plus C. C is a constant we all see in all mathematical equations just as a constant. So all these stimulus or the information coming to the dendrites, so to this neuron which is a perceptron in cases of AI, so it is multiplied by the strength of the stimulus, which is the weight, and combined with the bias, and then there is an activation function, because we all know how the neurons work. So if the strength of a stimulus is below the threshold value of a neuron, it will not function, and if it is beyond the threshold, it will definitely give a response. So that is why this activation function is there, and the final equation will become y is equal to psi and wx plus c. So this is what the perceptron actually works on, and we see that the machine has converted the output, the input of the neuron into an output which is a linear equation. So how does it actually works? Now, if we have a one neuron, our abilities are limited. So our human brain is made up of trillions of neurons, and why we are using only one neuron? So the concept is we will have multiple inputs, then we will have multiple neurons which are hidden in a layer of a machine, and then all these neurons will get integrated output to give a final output. So that is what we see in this slide, that we can use more number of neurons. Now, if we can use one layer with multiple neurons, then why not multiple layers with multiple neurons? So that is the concept, that more and more input can be handled by the machine, and it can be giving more and more accurate output, which we know that it will come finally in the form of the final output. So now we know that the neurons will act, every neuron will act independently, and outputs of every layer is computed, and the output of one layer is the input of another layer. So that in this way we can simply identify the machine learning as an input which is in pink color, and there are multiple neuronal layers which is given in the sky blue color, and the final output in the green color. Now, when we have a single layer of neurons which has got multiple neuronal layers, then how we will train? Because when we are calling machine learning, it means we are making the machine to learn from the output. So in this case, when we are talking of the machine learning, we already know the output. So we can train the machines only with the data in which the output is already known. So for example, here we know that the output layer final answer we already know. So that is what we are trying to adjust with the different layers. So when we talk of machine learning, what we do is basically we start from the final output, and the final output layer gives the input of the final output layer becomes a input for the pre-final layer. So this is called back propagation. So normally how the input will go, the input from the pink layer will go towards the output layer, but when we are making the machine learn, it will go the other way around, and this process is known as back propagation or back filtration. So each neuron is a linear model, and it is trained by a process known as gradient descent. So it is a little difficult, more physical topic, I am not touching it. You just remember the name gradient descent. And back propagation will help the final layer to using the gradient descents to make the previous layers learn. So this is basically going from left to right and then right to left, because we already know the output. So that is why we all know that when we are developing an AI protocol, we need a data set where the output or the final answer is already known to us. So now we have learned two concepts, that instead of one neuron in the hidden layer, we can have multiple neurons. But what will happen actually? If there are 3 neurons, so on the left side of the image, this is just a mathematical representation how the final output will look. If there are 6 hidden neurons, it is a little complex, more complex, and with 20 hidden neurons, it becomes yet more complex. So we cannot add innumerable number of neurons in one layer. So there is a limitation of computational power, there is a limitation of a hardware and a software, and we also want the machine to be time efficient. We cannot take 1 hour for interpretation. So what we can do? We can add more layers. So there is a limitation of neurons, so we overcome it by using more number of layers. But again, if you have 2 hidden layers, the mathematical graph is much simpler, whereas when it becomes 20 hidden layers, the graph becomes more complex. So there will always be a limitation to the number of neurons in a layer and the number of layers that we can put for deep learning, because it will be basically decided by the computational power of the hardware as well as the power consumption and the time that we want to decide. So When we come to image interpretation, how the machine learning will actually recognize the image. So the computer cannot read an image. So what does it do? It actually breaks the image into the different intensities or the pixels. So when we talk of radiology, we talk of pixels and voxels. Every digital image has got a pixel and a voxel. Pixel is 2-dimensional and voxel is a 3-dimensional volume. So what it does is, based on the brightness in this image, the image is broken into the light intensity and a basic matrix is generated. And what we do is, instead of reading the entire image in one go, what we do is, we read cube by cube. So we have got 9 cubes and the output is red, and then we will have another 9 and we will read the output. So what means is, the first layer has got the highest number of input, and then we will keep on decreasing it till the time we are getting the output. So this is what the image interpretation is taken. So a large matrix image is converted into a smallest data set by the computer, and then the computer or the machine learns. So this is the final convolutional neural networks. So when we talk of neuronal network, we always talk of convoluted neural network, just like our brain, because it has got a lot of convolutions to occupy the large amount of grey and white matter into a closed cranial cavity. So what happens is, there is a image 5 which has got 5 into 5 kernels. Then there is a convolutional layer which works as an independent unit of 24 by 24. Then it is reduced by 12 into 12, 8 by 8, 4 by 4. So ultimately, the large image is broken down into a very small pixel image, and then the final output is read by the machine learning. So what is the take home for the deep learning? These are the few key points that we discussed. Neurons are the linear model when we talk of the machine learning. The activation function is actually not linear because it doesn't work the way the human brain works, but it simulates it. Interconnecting neurons leads to powerful models. Training of the data through the data set is done by a process known as backpropagation. And the convolutional layers allows larger amount of raw data that we can use and for end-to-end learning and learning to extract the useful features, because an image may have a lot of features which are not required for interpretation. So now coming on, what is the need for AI in radiology? So in the recent era of radiology and imaging, we are seeing increasing conceptualization, development and utilization of these automated software tools which are there for a long time, but their sophistication is increasing by every day, and these are all referred to as artificial intelligence tools, or we also call them as automated tools. So the key areas where it can affect can be divided into 3 parts. One is the radiology workflow, the second is the image interpretation, and the third is the reporting. So all the 3 are important because when we are talking of healthcare, we are talking of handling a big amount of 1.4 billion population, and the number of investigations are increasing day by day, and the health professionals, being human beings, cannot work like machines 365 days, 24 hours and all days till 100 years. We can't do that. So what requires in a radiology workflow, what we can achieve with AI is we can integrate the hospital information system and the radiology information system. So it is already integrated at multiple hospitals in our own country, where the moment the patient reaches the reception or the services are entered in the wards, so it is reflected in the radiological investigation system or information system that what has to be done today, and then this is further directed to the modalities consoles. So what comes out of it? So automated patient entries, no patient entry has to be done separately. So once the patient name, date, age, CR number, everything is entered correctly, so you get the same data everywhere when it comes to radiology. Then automated instructions to the patient. So once the service is entered and the mobile number of the patient is entered, the patient will automatically get the information, what are the prerequisites of the examination. For example, the patient has to come in fasting state with serum creatinine, whatever it is, it will go automatically to the patient mobile. Then automated positioning system in CT and MRI. So now we have got CT scanners which allow this. So the moment you click a protocol, for example, body CT. So when the patient lies down, there is no human being to position the patient on the table. The patient just lies down supine. The camera which is lying above the table detects. The machine knows that CT chest has to be done. So the patient will be automatically aligned inside the gantry. And if the patient is lying a little bit with some tilt, so the machine will automatically correct the images at the time of display. So we talk of automated selection of protocols. For example, if the age is 7 years, the machine will automatically select the pediatric protocol. If the patient is very lean and thin, so the machine will select a different protocol. If the patient is very obese, the machine will select a separate protocol for this. Then automated filter separation applications are there. Then when it comes to image display, so multi-planar image display can be there in different modes. So automatically the machine will generate the VRTs, the coronal, sagittal, the angiographic mode. So the machine can be commanded before starting the examination. Now the next part is storage. So in the radiology, in pathology, microbiology, everywhere we use the PAC system or we use the servers to store the data. So the machine automatically stores this data in such a form that it occupies least space and it occupies a raw data only, so that it can be later on processed if it is required. And this will be separate for different type of investigations. For example, for X-ray it will be different, for CT and MR it will be different. So the machine already knows this. So what will happen if we use this? It will improve the working efficiency of the technologist and the radiology department. So the workflow of the will improve, the patient's experience within the radiology department will improve. We can handle more number of patients and that too very smoothly. So it will definitely help us in reducing the human errors which leads at times to multiple catastrophes. The second part is the image interpretation, which is more concerning with the radiologist. So we can have lot of tools which can automatically interpret certain amount of data. For example, I frequently use a CT KUV tool which tells me the size of the kidney, the number of stones in the kidney, the size of each calculus, the location of each calculus. And this might be at times very difficult. If there are 2 or 3 calculus, I can easily do that. But if there are 10 calculus, it is basically not possible for a human being to quote the size and location of each calculus, because it will be very time consuming. And one thing which I can never tell is the composition of the stone. So this tool which I am using is actually giving this 3D image, and this tells the location of each and every calculus, and you can see the numbers are there and the corresponding information will be there in the later part of the interpretation. So this is very useful for a urologist or a neurosurgeon when he is trying to take out the stones, or he is trying to manage the stones, which stone to be taken, which stone to be broken, or which stone can be left as such. So this information, if required by a neurosurgeon, at times it becomes very difficult for a radiologist to spend so much time giving everything which he requires. And also the composition, whether it contains more of calcium oxalate, it contains more of urea, I cannot give this information because ultimately it comes from the software only. Now what it will actually help us, it will reduce the time consumption for a radiologist, and definitely it will improve the time efficiency as well as productivity. So I can handle more number of cases in lesser amount of time. So again, improvement in healthcare. And the last part is report generation. So we all know that if all of us start making the report in a different format, it is very difficult for the clinicians to understand where what is written and what is the relevant information. So if a standardized reporting format is generated by the artificial intelligence softwares, everybody would welcome it. So I will show you an example of the report which comes out of this software. So it tells us not only the size of the kidney, it tells us whether hydronephrosis or hydroureteronephrosis is there. It tells us the number of calculus, perinephric fat stranding, and whether or not the stent is present. It tells the size of every calculus, it gives the location, and it gives a final report which has to be validated by a radiologist. So if such a report, which is a standardized report, it should be welcomed by all the radiologists. It's not that the machine will replace us, it's just that it's an assistant to all of us, because it will help us in improving the number of cases that we can handle every day. So this will, in addition, this will also help in comparison of the serial studies. For example, I am also using a software which is telling us the volume of infarct, the territory of the infarct. So if I have to see whether the infarct has reduced in size or increased in size, I can always use the same software and it can give us the same technical information. So what does it actually help is, it is helping the health centers to become more efficient and also reducing the legal burden. Why I am saying this is, two people may not be using the same standardized tool, so their final measurements or their final information may differ a little bit, and the doctors, in spite of working so hard, the technologists working so hard, they have to face the legal burden. And in cases of radiology, in cases of pathology, microbiology, the technician is equally legally liable. So when we are all working in the institution, the radiologist, the microbiologist, the pathologist, as well as the technologists are involved in all that legal burden wherever their role is. And if the radiologist finds that it is something very emergency, he can even tag the correct physician which is already there on the server, and the clinical physician will get an alert on his mobile that so and so patient requires your immediate attention. So to conclude, introduction and acceptance of artificial intelligence in radiology and imaging will go a long way in improving the healthcare of our country as well as globally, and will serve as a boon to not only the young budding but as well as the existing radio technologists and the radiologists. Thank you very much for your patient listening. If there are any questions, it's welcome. So I can't hear actually. Sir, the reporting formats that are available in the market are based on disease patterns. So supposing a patient comes for a stroke, so you can apply a stroke protocol, which is already there in neurology. They know it by the rapid AI format, but recently I have started working with an Indian tool. I am validating the tool. So yes, it is there, but they are all disease based. You cannot just apply it on any MRI and it will give the report, no. So it is a specific disease tool. That is why we, as a artificial intelligence specialist, we say artificial intelligence cannot replace real intelligence. It is just an assistance improving our time efficiency. I am not only a radiologist, but I have also a certified AI professional in, I have completed my course from IIIT Hyderabad. So I am working in AI in radiology for almost 5-6 years. And I am trying with companies to develop Indian tools based on Indian data. So what is the problem is, when we buy the data which is from Europe or US, it is not only costlier, but at times it does not fit our population. So we all, doctors, technologists, have to gather together in this, because it requires a lot of validation. So not only you require data, you require validation by an expert person. So as a radiologist, what do? I give them the concept that I need this, I will give them a data, they will create a software, I will validate it, because I know whether the tool is giving the right report or not. And then we have to look at its accuracy. the AI tool is never certified by FDA if its accuracy is less than 95%, because the FDA says it is very easy for an expert person to achieve an accuracy above 90%. So anything less than 95% accuracy for an AI tool is not acceptable. But tools have their limitations on the data on which it has been trained. For example, I am talking of infarct. So if it has been trained only on 50 to 100 years of age, it will probably not work in a lower age group. So that is what we require, the doctors, their data, their experience. And unfortunately, we are all overburdened with our work, so we never go into that level of thought process. But I have traveled across the world for radiology. So what I have learned is the person who creates a concept, the person who gives the concept to the world, and if it really works in the real environment, he becomes a brand. So Indians are working very hard, but we are actually executing their concepts. We are not creating concepts. So we have to all think in that way, that since we have got a big data, we have got good IT people, we have to just use the healthcare personals and the IT people to validate these data and create a tool. Then it will be really worthwhile. And a lot of startups have done that. I am using one volumetric tool for the brain. It is a FDA approved tool. So it was developed by the Indian company, but ultimately what they did was they sold it out to an international company at 10 times the cost, and the international company is selling it at 100 times the cost. So that's another issue of a business.
Thank you, sir, for such an intriguing and thought-provoking insight on AI and deep learning in diagnostic imaging. We are very much sure that all our guests and healthcare enthusiasts have got so much to learn from you.
Now, we would like to request Dr. Alka Katiyar ma'am and Dr. Dheeraj Kumar sir to come up on the stage and felicitate our chairpersons and our keynote speaker. Clapping is one of the best exercises. Please clap more and stay healthy. Sir, Dr. Raju Rastogi sir, please come up on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please clap and appreciate our keynote speaker and our chairperson.
Thank you, sir and ma'am. Everybody, please give them a huge round of applause. As we dive deep into today's conference, let's remember that health is not just about medicine or technology, but also equity, access, and sustainable solutions that can transform lives.
As we shift gears, we are excited to call upon the stage our next chairperson, Dr. Gaurav Dubey sir, Senior Eye Consultant at the R.K. Devi Research Institute, Kanpur. Sir is renowned ophthalmologist residing in Kanpur. Also welcome Dr. Dolly Rastogi ma'am, Professor and Head of Department in the Department of Physiology, GSVM Medical College, Kanpur. In addition to her academic role, Dr. Rastogi ma'am has contributed to various research studies. Notably, she co-authored a paper on the clinical presentation of acute bacterial meningitis and cerebrospinal fluid analysis in patients attending OPDs in tertiary care hospitals. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause.
As we continue, we are privileged to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Kumar sir, who will share his expertise on myopic control options, a ray of hope. Sir is currently working as an Associate Professor and HOD of the Department of Optometry, Uttar Pradesh University of Medical Sciences. He has 20 years of academic experience. Sir has graduated from Dr. R.P. Center for Ophthalmic Sciences, AIMS, Delhi, and has pursued Masters from Vidyarthi Vidyapeeth, Dean University, Pune, and is currently a Fellow of IACLE since 2008. Sir holds expertise in community optometry and low vision. Please join us in welcoming Dr. Kamal Pant sir with a huge round of applause.
Good afternoon. This is a privilege for me to come to that university, which was one of the affiliating university of our institute sometime long back. And I am from an institute which was Rural Institute of Medical Sciences, SEFI, earlierly affiliated college of this university, now an independent university of medical sciences, that is UP University of Medical Sciences. I am happy and I am thankful and I congratulate all the organizers of this conference, especially Dr. Digvijay Singh Sharma and Dr. Manish Rasodi, sir, for inviting me to this conference. With the permission of the chair, I'll be proceeding with the talk. And this talk is all about myopia and myopia control options. So, it's a very important issue. So, we'll be talking about myopia, and I think everybody is aware of myopia. And sooner or later, we'll find that things are moving in a prevalent way. The myopia is getting more and more in days to come, and it is growing day by day. So it is taking a shape of an epidemic, and that is our concern. As an optometry professional, I would like to tell you that myopia is something which is being touched upon by everybody in their own life. And the most important thing is why this is growing. Why this is growing and how we can actually take care of the myopia in a long run. So we'll be talking about these things, and let me proceed further. So let me tell you what is going on. So myopia at present, in 2000, it was estimated as having 20% of the prevalence. But what is expected? It is going to grow to 2050, it will become 50% in prevalence. And that is the most alarming sign. And that is why we all as a professional we are supposed to take steps so that we can have control of myopia. This was the data given by Van Holden Vision Institute. So we know very well the Chinese people are having more myopia, and in eastern side you can see in Japan also we have seen myopia growing. Earlier in Indian population it was not myopia which was growing, it was hypermetropia, more prevalent. But slowly and steadily, as we know, eye has a different way of growth, and in growth process only, it starts with hypermetropia. Before the birth, it is hypermetropia, and during the birth also, it is hypermetropia, and it goes for emmetropization. Emmetropization is a process from hypermetropia to myopia or becoming a normal cell. So earlier, like at the time of birth, it is hyperopic. So hyperopic basically means you are not able to see at near, you are able to see at far. And with the time, it goes to become a normal. And when it becomes normal, sometimes it shoots up. When it shoots up, it is basically, there are two logics behind. One logic is the axial length. The axial length of the eye is 24 millimeters, usually. And it is a normal finding. But when it grows by 1 millimeter, it increases the dioptric power by 3 diopters. And that is our more concern. So even a single millimeter increase in the axial length will take myopia on a higher side. So there are different categories of myopia. So myopia, that having a concave lenses or minus number, is myopia basically. This is the best or easiest way of correction. It is by spectacles or by different mechanisms. We have contact lenses also, and we have many other modalities. So in low myopia, it is lesser than 3 diopters, and moderate is between 3 to 6 diopters. And there are certain patients who used to have a progressive myopia, and in that case, it goes to beyond 6 diopters, and that is around, that can even shoot up to 20 diopters. And you can imagine a person having a myopia of 20 diopters won't be able to see beyond 5 centimeters. So the far point of that particular person is dependent on the severity of the myopia. And myopia can have a physiological course and also a pathological course. So what are the theories which are involved into it? Nowadays we are coming up with one of the theory that most of the students or people or children are confined to the indoor settings. And indoor settings are actually forcing us to have accommodative input. And sometimes this accommodative input, using it all the time and most of the time, it is creating a situation which is keeping, which is actually progressing the myopia, which is one of the key factor. So that is why now we are forcing our children to move out of the home. And that is what is lacking. So this is one theory which says that we should be using our eyes for all relative distances, not even for near. And we know very well that now nobody is leaving aside their mobiles. Everybody is using to that number of hours which is actually causing a great problem. And sooner or later will end up with having a myopia or myopic shift. The factors which are other factors which are responsible, I have already talked about the axial length. Now the age factor. So if the myopia has come up at a very younger age, so definitely this will have progression further and further till the growing age. And usually it is being taken for granted that 18 years is the growing period, till 18 years. Until 18 years we can see progression to some extent. And if it progresses beyond it, there can be a pathology associated to it. So myopia lesser than 5 diopters is again a risk factor. And risk of glaucoma, what all risks are involved to it? There are glaucoma, there can be a posterior capsular opacity, there can be a retinal detachment. Because if there is a growth of myopia, there is a pressure towards the eyeball. And that time, even a retinal detachment can occur. So what is our aim? What is the ultimate goal we have? Whenever we are trying to control myopia, it is about control. We are not talking about the correction. Correction we all know. We all know that corrective measures are contact lenses and spectacles. But now what we are trying is how to retard the progression and how to control the progression so that it should not come to that level where we can have some kind of pathology which can develop, or some kind of disease or some kind of vision disability we can land up with. So the myopia should be below 3 diopter, that is our ultimate goal. And the length of the eyeball, that is the axial length, should remain between 26 millimeters, should not go beyond it. So myopic examination, we all, possibly the optometry professionals must be knowing, and just for the briefing, and everybody must have gone for their visual examination. Nobody has been left out. Everybody must be knowing their vision, and you know the process, how to go about for the vision. So there are basic fundamentals that you will be asked to read the chart, that is at the 6 meters, and then there are certain procedures, refractive procedures, through which we try to calculate the power of the glasses, what is the power which can actually take care of the myopic, and that myopia, that is a refractive error. There are 3 refractive errors, and myopia is actually a cause of concern. And then there are subjective and objective procedures through which we actually able to measure the myopic status, and accordingly we try to manage it. So there are management options, and for the control of myopia, we have, apart from single vision and glasses. Single vision glasses are basically the glasses which we are using before the age of 40 years. After 40 years, usually you must have seen people using bifocals or multifocals. Those are actually taking care of your intermediate vision and your near vision. And what is important is, at this point of time, whatever glasses you must be using, these are single vision glasses. These are meant to correct the distance refractive error, but it is to be used all the time, constant use, because it is actually managing your vision at all distances. So there are executive bifocals. This theory is based on the phenomena when we are correcting myopia. If you can see the picture, let me take it back. Yes. You can see the theory that when we are correcting with the single vision glasses, you can see the central rays will focus over the retina, but the peripheral rays will have a defocused. There will be a defocus, that means the peripheral rays will go behind the retina. And if they are going behind the retina, they are causing a condition. Though you are correcting the myopia at the central axis, you are not able to correct the myopia at the periphery. And that is forcing eye to accommodate. When there is a hyperopic condition, our eye has a mechanism, crystalline lens has a mechanism, that lens used to accommodate. And that accommodative procedure is based on the ciliary muscle effect. So whenever there is a defocused image, eye will always accommodate. So even looking at distance, where the accommodation should be at a relaxed state, it is actually accommodating. And when it is accommodating, it is creating a condition which is somewhat look like a near condition. So when you are forcing your accommodation at distance also, your vision is not relaxed. Your vision will be shifting vision, translational vision. So we have this theory that if you will be giving a bifocal or a progressive lens, where the near correction will, there will be a near addition over and above this simple distance correction, that will take care of the peripheral defocus. And then we can have a clear cut, even the peripheral rays will focus over the retina. So the management options, there is a ophthalmological drop based, topical management also. There is a atropine drops which are basically used for cycloplegic refraction. In some cases, like when a patient is having a squint, accommodative squint, we use these drops in order to actually know what is the basic refractive status. Because a squinting patient or accommodating patient won't let you know in dry eye state. So in dry state, it is very difficult to actually examine the refractive status because the patient can accommodate. And in order to check that, there is the cycloplegics which are being used. Atropine is one of that, but it is not used at that concentration which is used for the cycloplegic refraction. Now there is a theory which is like keeping a check of the ciliary muscle. If you are using topical atropine eye drops at 0.01% level, it will be used in cases there are certain criteria that there should be a progression of 0.5 diopters per every 6 months. So usually it is stated that whenever you are going for eye examination, you should visit your optometrist, ophthalmologist every 6 months, so that you should know what is your status, how it is proceeding, whether it is a progressive type of myopia or whether it is a stable kind of myopia. So the moment you will come to know, and then your examiner can decide on what should be the course of management. So when we are using these atropine eye drops, these were clinically tried already, and now various brands are coming up, and the brands are they are also doing their clinical trials with different concentrations. And the most important thing, the criteria which mentioned in the slides even, that the progression should be at 0.5 diopter. And now our target will be to take that progression 0.5 diopter at yearly level. That means on annual basis it should not go beyond 0.5 diopter. So even multifocals, in contact lens form also, the same way as we are using executive bifocals, those are the spectacle bifocals, we have other options that we can use contact lens bifocals, contact lens multifocals, where we can use the same process. There will be concentric rings or there will be a different zones so that the peripheral defocus can be taken care. The other philosophy is all about night vision therapy, and this is the therapy which is called ortho. Ortho basically means making your cornea or making your eye normal. Normal means, in this particular theory, in this particular regime, what we do is we put a contact lens with a reverse geometry. Usually we know the center of the cornea is steeper and the periphery is getting flatter from center to periphery. So peripheral area is flatter than the center. But in designing the contact lenses, ortho lenses, what we do is we design it in a different way. The center is flat and periphery is steeper. We are putting a lens which is actually conforming the cornea as per the requirement and making that cornea somewhat like a normal. So it is something which is being done in refractive surgeries. So it is the same process, and in this particular case what is being done is patient is not supposed to wear the contact lenses throughout the day. They have to wear the contact lens at night, and then when they will wake up in morning they have to remove the lens and then they can have a clear vision throughout the day. So this is a magic, or this magic needs certain control factors, because finally what we want is a good oxygen supply to cornea, and when you are sleeping at night there is a corneal edema which are associated night corneal edema. So overnight corneal edema can cause different problems, hypoxia and rest of the problems can occur. So we should have it with caution, and there are ways how this process can be done. So this ortho-K technology is a long tried and tested technology. It is being used over the globe, but it is being accepted in India also, and many practitioners are doing this therapy. So what are the treatment goals? So whatever the treatment goal you are actually deciding, that should be practical enough. We should not be saying something which is almost unrealistic. The second thing is, whatever you are using, that should have a clinical significance. That should be on the basis of telling the patient the proper consent should be taken, explaining the pros and cons of that treatment, and also telling them all the possible options which are there. Because likely to progress because of the age of the onset, because if myopia is coming at an early age, then it will progress. So that is a special factor. If you are getting a myopia at the age of 18 somewhere, so you can expect that it is not going to go on a higher side. But in earlier age, definitely it can have a bigger bearing. So regular examinations are very must. There are some online tools through which we can have some calculations, on the basis of which there are certain Brian Holder calculator and rest of the calculators, and you can visit the sites, and particularly this is for the consumption of the optometry professionals. So what is actually required? We cannot stop ourselves doing nothing. We have to do something, and that something is whatever the best possible for that patient. So that should be on the selection, on the acceptance of the patient, and also seeing the suitability for that particular treatment. And all options should be, there is no cookbook, like there is no recipe book. You cannot go by the terms that this is how you will be doing, this is how the things will be done. Every patient is very, very individual in nature. And whenever we are managing a patient, we should manage it in such a way that the patient should be satisfied not only with vision, but the vision should be comfortable. There are two aspects. If your vision is good, you are able to read 6/6, that is not all. So vision should be comfortable. If your accommodation is at check, your accommodation has been taken care, is in state of rest, definitely you will have a comfortable vision. And then enjoy what you do in the myopia management. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your incredible insight has completely reflected your expertise and passion for ophthalmology, and it truly shone through. And I'm sure it has inspired all of us here today. You have provided us with a very valuable perspective.
Now, we would like to request Dr. Amna Zaidi ma'am and Mr. Mohit Kumar sir to come upon stage and facilitate our chairpersons and speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, please clap a little. Can we hear more clappings from all across this auditorium? Sir, Dr. Kamal Pant sir, please come up on the stage. Please give sir a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Gaurav Dubey sir, Dr. Dolly Rastogi ma'am, and Dr. Kamal Pant sir. Before we move any further, we would like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to all our chairpersons, speakers, and esteemed guests for being here today and enlightening us through their thoughts and knowledge. We deeply appreciate the time and effort you have put into making the conference so meaningful. Your contribution has truly enriched us and our experience.
Moving on our next session for this conference is going to be a poster presentation for both undergraduate and postgraduate category. We would like to announce the name of the judges for the poster presentation. Judges for undergraduate category, Dr. Dolly Rastogi ma'am, Dr. Soumitra Mahendra sir, Dr. Chandrasekhar Kumar sir. Respectively, judges for postgraduate category, Dr. Sunil Kumar Saxena sir, Dr. Vartika Sharma ma'am, Dr. Apurva Srivastava ma'am.
We hope all the participants have already reached Health Center OPD on the ground floor School of Health Sciences, CSJM. The further conference proceedings will begin post-lunch, so we request all our guests and delegates to have lunch refreshed and ready for the next session. Our post-lunch session will begin from 2:30 p.m. Thank you so much.
kindly reach the auditorium as soon as possible. Doctors won't make you healthy, nutritionists won't make you slim, teachers won't make you smart, gurus won't make you calm, mentors won't make you rich, trainers won't make you fit. Ultimately, you have to take responsibility to save yourself. Namaste and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Esteemed guests and fellow healthcare enthusiasts, welcome back to HealthCon 2025. I hope you had a wonderful lunch break and now refreshed and ready to dive back into the exciting discussion and knowledge sharing that this conference has to offer. I, Tushar Sharma,
and myself, Ishika Shahu, are going to host the remaining sessions for today. As we resume our program, we have an incredible lineup of distinguished speakers from around the country and the world, who will share their expertise and insights on various topics that are shaping the future of healthcare.
From innovative medical research and technological advancement to best practice in patient care and policy discussion, our speakers will challenge, inspire and educate us. रास्ते कभी खत्म नहीं होते, बस लोग हिम्मत हार जाते हैं. तैरना सीखना है तो पानी में उतरना ही होगा, किनारे बैठकर कोई गोताखोर नहीं बनता. So let's get started. Our next session is just about to begin and I would like to invite you to take your seats, engaged and be a part of this conversation that's going to shape the future of healthcare. It's our immense pleasure to welcome Dr. Ehab Georgie sir, who has joined us online. Welcome sir to the HealthCon 2025. I'm delighted to invite our chairpersons for this session. Dr. Kumar, Director of Umeed Rehabilitation, Lucknow, a renowned neuroscience and pediatric adult rehabilitation specialist, and Dr. Nidhi Agrawal, HOD and Assistant Professor at Rama University, Kanpur, to kindly take their seats on the dais. Sir and ma'am, kindly take your seats. Everyone please give a huge round of applause for sir and ma'am. Without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker who has joined us online today, Dr. Ehab Georgie sir.
Sir has been working as a specialized neuromusculoskeletal physiotherapist for over 24 years. He has worked and conducted research in a number of prestigious and internationally renowned hospitals, universities and institutions in the United Kingdom, Ireland, Belgium and Egypt. He was awarded the European Stroke Research Foundation Investigator Award in 2018 and has received a Chartered Society of Physiotherapy Commendation Award in 2024 for his efforts in expanding stroke services in Suffolk. Sir also worked as an associate lecturer in Egypt for 5 years and as a postgraduate researcher in the United Kingdom for 3 years. Today, sir will enlighten us on the fascinating topic of neuroplasticity and movement disorders, models of brain recovery. Please join me in welcoming sir with a huge round of applause.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me now? Hello? Okay, fantastic, that's great. Okay, let me just share my screen and then we can make a start. Okay, and I hope you can see my screen as well. So we'll make a start. Can you see my screen? Yeah? Right, okay, brilliant. So thank you very much for the invite, and it's a pleasure to be here with you all. My name is Rehab. I am a consultant physiotherapist and the service lead for the stroke team. And today I'm going to discuss with you the neuroplasticity, touching on models of repair and recovery in common neurological conditions. We'll pick up on stroke. So we are going, the content of the session very briefly, we are going to discuss the principles of neuroplasticity and the different approaches the brain takes in terms of repair and recovery. We'll touch on the pathophysiology of stroke and then understand the different stages and the rehab focus of each one. Right, so if we talk about brain neuroplasticity, we are talking mainly about the ability of the brain to alter its functional organization as a result of experience. So we're talking whether this experience is as an insult or disease or even learning a new skill. The brain is able to reorganize and adapt as a response to this experience. So how the brain does that is via two main ways. There's a change in the internal structure of the neurons, particularly the areas of the synapse, but also there's an increase in the number of synapses between the neurons itself. So those are the two main processes which allows the brain to repair and compensate after a stroke. Right, let's just remind ourselves of some principles of neuroplasticity. So as we know, neurons that fire together will wire together. So you're strengthening the neurons by allowing them to work together. So that means that global movement patterns are more superior to individualized movements. We also know that cells are active together when synapses are strengthened and preserved. And the neurons and synapses that are activated repeatedly are preserved, while those who aren't are pruned, and the brain assumes that they're not needed. So what are the two mechanisms whereby we see functional improvement in patients after a neurological condition? We are talking here about two main processes, and I want you to really concentrate on those two keywords because you're going to use them quite often during this presentation. So we're talking about the brain ability to recover. Recover, you can put equals restore, equals repair. So those are three words that we will use interchangeably. So this is the ability of the brain to restore the normal neural tissues. So we're talking about the ability to restore the same neuron that used to do the same function or stroke. We're also talking about restoration of normal movement. So exactly as it was performed prior to the stroke, and restoration of the activity exactly as it was performed prior to stroke. So we're talking about literally restoring those functions exactly as it was before the stroke. Now, there's another mechanism that the brain adopts as well, which is compensation. So if the brain is unable to repair the original cells, it will move on to another approach, which is compensation. So compensation refers to recruitment of new neural cells. So these are brand new neurons that are new to the job. And this is where practice comes in, and relearning comes in, because they're brand new to the job. You've got training of new movement sequences. So you're teaching the patient new ways of doing the movement. And you're training the activity in completely new different ways. So this is what we call adaptive physical activity. So we're trying to allow the patient to still access the movements and some functions via a completely different pathway, neural pathway. So the compensation route relates to the acquisition of new functions or new behaviors to replace those lost ones. So I want you to really focus on those two keywords, restore and compensation, because we're going to talk about them quite a bit today. So what are the principles of neuroplasticity that really guides us? We know a lot of terms already, but basically the brain adopts a usable loop. So failure to drive specific brain functions can lead to functional degradation. So the brain will assume that this is not needed and will start to shift its reorganization efforts elsewhere. We have a use it and improve it. So training that drives a specific brain function can lead to enhanced function. So that is a very good concept when we're training. Specificity, so the brain works very well when the exercise or the function that we're trying to practice is very specific to the area that is damaged in the brain. Repetition and intensity are very important for us because they will drive two key things for us here. It will drive the nature of plasticity, so whether we are more geared towards restoration or more towards compensation. So the nature of neuroplasticity will be determined by that, but also the rate of neuroplasticity. So both the rate and the nature will be driven by repetition and intensity. What else? We know that time matters, so timely rehab interventions is quite important in terms of the ability of the brain to respond to different rehab interventions. Right. Age matters. Unfortunately, we know that later stages of life, the brain ability to reorganize deteriorates a bit. And we know that transference is a key here because there's very key role for some neurons to help other neurons to repair, but also there's interference, which means that maladaptive behaviors and habits can affect the brain ability to reorganize. So in principle, we're talking about optimizing frequency, duration, and repetition in order to deliver an optimal level of brain reorganization. Right. So when we move on to stroke very swiftly, so as we know, our brain is very unique. It's split into left hemisphere and right hemisphere. The left hemisphere is if it is your dominant side, it is all concerned with your scientific skills, spoken language, reasoning, thinking, written language, math and number skills. Whereas your right hemisphere is more to do with creative abilities, imagination, insight, and music awareness. Right. Well, within the hemisphere, we get further classifications. We've got the lobes, and we know that the frontal lobe will be most involved in cognition, memory, personality, and also it has the motor and premotor areas, so all the motor planning happens in this area. We've got the parietal lobe, which is also the sensory area, and then we've got obviously the occipital lobe, which is all the visual and balance with the cerebellum as well. And we've got your temporal, with your cognition and your auditory as well. We've got your midbrain and all the other brainstem with the vital signs and cranial nerves. Right, blood supply to the brain. So we've got four main arteries supplying the brain. We've got two in the front, the carotid arteries, and two in the back, the vertebral arteries. And the two front carotid arteries will further split into the anterior cerebral artery supplying the front 1/3 of the brain, and then the middle cerebral artery supplying the middle 1/3 of the brain. And the posterior circulation, the vertebral artery will split into the posterior cerebral arteries supplying the posterior 1/3 of the brain. So in principle, you've got two arteries in the front supplying the front 2/3 of the brain, and 1/3 being supplied by the vertebral basilar running into your spine. Right. We are very lucky as well that we have the sacral polys, as you know, and these are intercommunicating arteries that connect all the cerebral arteries, which means that if there's any blockage or restriction to blood supply, then we've got some collateral circulation happening. Right, touching very quickly on the classification of stroke as well before we move on to the neuroplasticity. So there's three subtypes of stroke that involves the anterior circulation, and one type of substroke that involves the posterior circulation. So we're talking about any blockage happening in the blockage happening in the anterior part of the circulation. We're talking about whether it is total anterior pituitary stroke or partial or lacunar. If you're talking about it, the TACI, which is the first one, this is just around under 20% of all stroke patients. This is what we call a very big stroke. Poor outcomes, they're very disabled, and you've got a mortality rate of around 1 in 2 basically will die 1 month. TACI, this is the most prevalent, this is around 40%. This is very big stroke, but those are the ones that we really like, because those are the ones that we will find multiple deficits, we can work with them, we can achieve a lot. They will have a good recovery rate. Their mortality is only 4% at 1 month. So they are a high risk of recurrence, but they are really good to rehabilitate. We've got the lacunar stroke. It's a very small stroke of a small vessel. And those guys had excellent recovery because they had problems and this is just in one area of the brain. And then we've got the posterior, which predominantly involves visual, vital signs, and others. Right? So if we move to the pathophysiology of stroke, we know that 85% of those strokes will be due to there's a leakage of the blood supply due to a burst blood vessels. Right, okay. So what I want from you is now to focus with me on what happens when we have a stroke and how is that linked to neuroplasticity. If we think about this little zoom in here, we've got an area of impact. The very dark black area is an area that has lost its blood supply for a considerable amount of time. It's completely gone, it's irreversible damage, it will not go back. Okay, so in this area, the brain will start to implement a compensation strategy. So if you're thinking about neuroplasticity, you would just think, these cells are gone, they're not coming back, they're not going to do the job. We're going to hand over and recruit new neural cells that can start to implement new movements and new behaviors. Whereas the dark shaded gray area around it, this is an area of parenchymal inflammation and edema. So these are areas that the brain can apply some principles of restoration, because once the inflammation and the edema is gone, then the brain is able to restore the normal function, the normal movement and behaviors of those cells. So this is what goes spontaneous recovery. So within the same area of the brain, you'll find that the brain is able to bring the two principles of neuroplasticity, both restoration and compensation, through different things. And this will be the focus of your rehab. What are you trying to get from your patient? Are you going to try to teach and relearn new and skills? In terms of the curves, we've got the motor function, the red curve, and then the neuroplasticity, the blue curve. So in terms of the red motor function, we function at very high level day to day, and then when we suffer for a stroke, this is when there is a sharp decline in our motor function, and that starts to improve as we go through different stages of rehab. It might not go back to the normal high level of functioning that we used to have before a stroke, but as you can see, it's exponential, so it starts to respond quite well to neuroplasticity. In contrast, the neuroplasticity levels are usually very low when we don't with brain cells that are dead, so it's very low level. Once we suffer from stroke, there's a very high level of activity in terms of motor neuroplasticity. This is our room of opportunity, because this is when the brain responds very well to interventions geared towards the later stages of recovery. As you can see, it never plateaus, it never stops, it never dies out. And this is a very important message that you need to figure. There isn't such a thing as in my stroke was 5 years ago, I can't recover anymore. Whatever I have been gained is what I will live with. It's very important to nail this message into your patients' heads that neuroplasticity does slow down, but it never disappears. However, we know that there's some factors that affect neuroplasticity and the rate of recovery. So we know that some genetic factors will interfere with the rate of recovery. And interventions will actually deliver this neuroplasticity pathway. We know that post-stroke depression affects them. So to demonstrate to you how neuroplasticity works even at the later stages of stroke. I want you to make intensive practice on patient has a left parietal cortical stroke. We're talking about the parietal, so the central part of the lobe of the brain. Left side, so it's dominant side, controlling the right-hand side of the body. And the experimental and control groups pre-test had functional environment, and what you'd expect normally, that if you are squeezing with your right hand, there will be a lot of in your left hand side. Okay? For those patients with this stroke, the hand side, the left white book is not showing any sign. There is some yellow shades on the right side, which are healthy sides of the brain, but there isn't anything happening on the left, right, and cortex and front. Because of the stroke. Right. Both sides of brain reorganization. Right, okay. So if we talk about neuroplasticity and brain function, we're talking pre-learning, because the same fundamental neurobiological processes that were used initially are still present and do not change after injury. What changes is that some of the neural circuits for particular function can be used to relearn behaviors, and learn non-usable weak limb can affect the other limb as well. So in a nutshell, just as increasing dexterity of motor function leads to increased motor cortex representation, it can go the other way as well. If you are not using it, it can be moving in the negative direction, so there will be less reorganization. So by your intervention, you can drive more brain reorganization. Behavior, you can drive the reorganization negative way as well. That's it. Our balance strategies, we've got two balance strategies that we use. We've got corrective and protective. There are two main strategies that the brain uses. And both aim to maintain our sense of gravity within our base of support. Right, what happens when we have a lateral nudge? If we lose our balance way, you get a lateral flexion on one side, the same side, coupled with a momentum on the other side by the abductors and adductors. That's to recover for your balance. Right, okay. So, what happens if this corrective strategy fails? Then you go into protective, continuously protective stepping. So, in principle, the brain focuses on corrective, which is restoration, or protective, which is compensation. And again, you might want to focus with some of your bases on corrective, so you're trying to work on the lateral trunk muscles, core stability, and the abductors and adductors to restore the same mechanisms that were used beforehand. Or you can start to implement compensation, which is working on the balance, the sidestepping, the lateral routing actions, in order to focus more on a protective strategy. So we know that the corrective strategy is the ideal way to recover balance, but it often depends on abductor and adductor muscle tool, which is obviously reduced in neuro diseases like stroke. So there's sometimes reliance on protective strategies to recover. The main thing that you want to teach your patient, whether you are going to adopt a protective strategy or corrective strategy, you need to make sure that they don't tap into what we call unloaded crossover step, because that can cause folds and fractures. Right, so the last thing a couple of case studies. So this patient, obviously, a typical stroke patient, you can see that all their posture is altered, the central gravity is outside of the base forward, and in principle, this patient adopts very bad posture. Right. So if we want to talk about this patient, we want to focus on the neuroplasticity from two main aspects: restoration and compensation. So if we think, I want you to just see this patient. This is a case study that we have in the hospital. So this patient is a typical stroke patient, as you can see, altered gait pattern in terms of the trunk compensation, in terms of the pelvis inclination, even their arm swing. Look at the arm compensation, how the arm is in a flexed posture, trying to counteract all the step balance, and just see how you can relate this to your stroke patient. Now, our main focus of rehab for this patient was to try to allow her to access some of the restorative activities. So if you think about the earlier concepts that we talked about, wanting this patient to have some restored activity, having access to some original neural cells, neural movements. So the first thing that we want is to allow her to access normal dorsiflexion, normal heel strike. So as you would expect, we moved on to allow her to access some dorsiflexion, some heel strike using an AF4, ankle foot resources. Already you can see some normalization of her arm. So instead of holding it up in flexion, we can see now that she's started to relax her arm. There's a little arm swing, and there's a little bit of foot clearance that allowed her to have a little bit of a bigger stride. Right, what's next? So we started to think she's going to normalize some of her trunk as well. So we moved on and gave her something called the lycra garment, the lycra suit. That gave her a little bit of proprioceptive input. Around her trunk has been normalized a bit. Her pelvis has been neutralized as well. She's not having to circumduct anymore, which is giving her even wider range in terms of walking, a better stride length, and a better clearance. Right, eventually, we gave her a lumbar support as well. That will normalize her lumbar area and her pelvis inclination. And look at her walking now. Look at how normalized her foot, ankle, and her pelvis. So this is a very clear example of how this patient has been supported through those. So by just giving her the chance to access some of the circuits that were lost after stroke, we were able to influence the neuroplasticity pathway. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative session. Now, I would like to invite our faculty member, Dr. Dheeraj sir and Dr. Dayasankar sir, to kindly felicitate Dr. Siddhant Kumar sir and Dr. Nidhi Agrawal ma'am. Please, sir, kindly come upon the stage. He who has health has hope, and he who has hope has everything. Now, I would like to invite our chairpersons for the next scientific session on the dais. Dr. Archana Saxena ma'am, Professor, Department of Home Sciences, A&D PG College, Harshnagar, Kanpur, and Dr. Varsha Prasad ma'am, Assistant Professor, School of Health Sciences, Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj, Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur. Ma'am, kindly take your seats on the dais. मैदान से हारा हुआ इंसान तो फिर भी जीत सकता है, लेकिन मन से हारा हुआ इंसान कभी नहीं जीत सकता. इसलिए मन से कभी हार नहीं माननी चाहिए. Our next scientific session is by Dr. Sushil Kumar Jha sir. Sir is currently designated as Associate Professor, School of Life Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, Chairman, Special Center for Systems Medicine, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, Member Secretary, Institutional Ethics Review Board, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Sir has also worked as an Assistant Professor, School of Life Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, Research Associate, University of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, USA. Sir has also achieved postdoctoral fellowship, University of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, USA. Sir has been awarded with numerous prestigious awards like Professor Baldev Singh Oration Award, Association of Physiologists and Pharmacologists of India in 2015, Scopus Young Scientific Award, Xavier India in 2007, and many other awards. Sir is also a member of editorial board of scientific journals, namely Academic Editor, Biomed Research International, Associate Editor, Sleep and Vigilance, Review Editor, Frontiers in Behavioral Neurosciences, and many others. Sir, with a huge round of applause.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Adarsh, for inviting me and having me here. And I'm really excited. What I will talk in general with some scientific data, but it is just an awareness program. I want to make everyone aware of what sleep does to our brain and body. If you look at this picture, the take-home message is, no matter where you are, what you are doing, but if you are sleepy, you will be sleeping. For example, you see how baby monkeys is sleeping in the roadside and mother is watching. Even this computer geek, what he does while working, and if he is sleepy, he is sleeping. If you trust me, major accident in the world has happened in the night, and majority the cause is the pilot or the person who was handling was sleepy and they slept. Train accident, Chernobyl, nuclear accident, all these are associated with sleep deprived state because the person has not got proper sleep at night. The way we study sleep, we record brainwave, and the brainwave, if you look at, ये pointer नहीं काम करता, उस पे अच्छा LCD पे काम नहीं करता सर. Second slide. Not going back. Okay. So the way we study sleep, we record brain waves, and if you look at here, there are 3 stages. During wake, obviously the muscle activity will be very high, and brain waves are showing that desynchronized EEG with high frequency wave, low amplitude. The moment we go from wake to non-REM, there are two stages of sleep, non-REM sleep and REM sleep. Non-REM sleep where we spend 80% time in sleep, 20% time on an average on REM sleep, and in non-REM sleep, EEG becomes higher voltage and low frequency. Irony is with REM sleep, that is called rapid eye movement sleep. It is still not known why during sleep your eyes are moving a lot. Also what it happens, muscle becomes atonic. There is no muscle tone. It is equivalent to paralytic situation. Every night, why we go for 20% time in a state where it is close to the paralytic situation? These are the mystery. There are more irony to it. When we are awake, our physiology is high, breathing rate is high, blood pressure is high, blood circulation is high, body temperature is high. But when we go to sleep, everything goes down. That is in non-REM sleep. But REM sleep again is activated. Breathing rate is high, your muscle activity is not there, but blood circulation is high. Everything is like it's an energy demanding state. Why is a mystery we do not know. But majority dream that we dream every day in the night comes in REM sleep. Majority dream. So here what I'm going to talk about are these three basic questions. How does sleep contribute to memory formation? Because that is what my lab is working. Does sleep help in forming compensatory memory? I will talk about what is compensatory memory. And then last one, how we will get quality sleep every day to avoid many bad consequences that our body and brain gets in the absence of sleep. So here I will show you first how we train the animal for certain learning tasks, and then what we do, we sleep deprive them after training. And rat generally sleep during daytime and remain awake during night time. So these experiments we perform during daytime. And after training, we sleep deprive them only for 5 hours or 6 hours, depending on the condition. After that, we allow them to sleep. And then next day, we test how they are performing. So the first here is called fear conditioning. I hope you maybe heard about it, but in Hindi what we say, दूध का जला छाछ भी फूंक फूंक के पीता है. That is what the fear conditioning is. If you want to understand, if I ask you to turn any of the switches, you will switch on. There is no issue on that. But if the switch is broken, and if I request you please turn the switch on, will you do that? Answer would be no. But you do not know why broken switch you should not touch. Because you have learned there may be current. But you do not know actually there is a current or not in the broken switch. So the switch that is on the board, if it is broken, you will not touch. But the same switch lying on the floor, you will start playing it. So the locational situation, it is the part of fear conditioning. Even if I say that this house is a haunted house, you will avoid. That is what the fear conditioning is. So here in animal model, how we study fear conditioning, we put them in the cage, what you see here. And in the case, the grid, through that grid we give electrical shock, mild electrical shock, for 3 times. And next day we bring them back and check if the animal is showing fear response. And if we are fearful, we freeze, we don't move. So this is what you will see in the video. This mice is moving around, and when the mice will jump, that time the shock is given. That is less than a minute. Not even a minute, it's a few seconds. And you can see when mice will jump. and how active mice is, because mice has not got the test of just jumping, there is a shock. That's it. The next one, what you see is the testing. No shock, testing, and animal is frozen, not moving at all. So this is the testing one. So this protocol we follow, and we divide them into 3 groups. NSD means non-sleep deprived, SD is sleep deprived, and SC is a stress control, because that we need, because sleep deprivation is a stressful situation. And what you can see, the graph is a freezing response, percent freezing, in NSD, non-sleep deprived and stress control animal, where they show a good amount of freezing, but sleep deprived animal did not learn the situation is scary. That is the significant change in freezing response. Another video, it is a good behavior, means it's called appetitive conditioning. And this conditioning is like animal has to learn the timing when the fruit juice will be coming. So this machine is like rat is in the cage, outside that lever that you can see, through that a lever brings the fruit juice up, and animal has to take that fruit juice. But the fruit juice is time dependent, because there are phases. S1, only the light, cage light will be on. S2 phase, when the light is not there. S3 is the phase when the fruit juice will be coming. And S4 is again null. So fruit juice will be up for a few seconds, and during that time animal has to take the juice. Look at the video. This is the phase 1. Phase 2. Phase 3, juice is there, and see how animal is a trained animal, and every time animal is poking, computer registered it, because it's a photo beam that will be broken, and computer register how many times animal has poked. So this training we give, and again we test with the different groups, sleep deprived, stress control, and non-sleep deprived. And you can see here, third panel, the green color bar, that is sleep deprived animal. Sleep deprived animal did not learn what time fruit juice was coming. So non-specifically when fruit juice was not available, animal was poking. But when the fruit juice was available, the temporal connection was totally lost. And again I am reminding, it is 5 hours or 6 hours sleep deprivation out of 24 hours, immediately after learning. And next, another panel what you see is the amount of sleep. Here what we found, non-REM did not increase, but REM sleep increased in the trained animal on training day and testing day. So that suggests, if you get proper sleep, REM sleep amount is more, and if you are sleep deprived, means you are not getting proper sleep after training, you are not learning. So that shows learning is sleep dependent. But what happens during sleep in the brain and in the body, that I will little bit highlight. In the brain, what happens, there are certain memory candidate gene. So it's a protein that is required for memory consolidation, and these candidate genes that I have focused on is formin 3, GSK3, NCDN and SHANK3. And you can see these genes are not expressed properly in sleep deprived animal after training. So they did not get proper sleep. The animal who got sleep, there is enough amount of protein, but in sleep deprived it is not. So that suggests that during sleep these genes are expressed and they are synthesizing protein. It is called epigenetic system, where like gene expression is based on epigenetic machinery, and the histone proteins around that DNA is wrapped. So unless the wrapping is unwrapped, gene will not be expressed. So wrapping and unwrapping depend on the acetylation and deacetylation. So if the acetyl group is added in the histone protein, they will be open up. And the de-stylation, removal of a style group from the histone protein will condense them. So gene expression will not happen. So this is what histone deacetylase and histone acetyl transferase enzyme controls the gene expression at the epigenetic level. And you will see here the level of histone acetylated protein as that. I don't have a pointer, so I cannot show that. But if you look at that extreme, not this one, NSD and context sphere conditioning, the second graph, the protein is expressed if animal learns some task. And that task is not learned when it is sleep deprived. And the same protein is less expressed in the right panel you will see, so in a sleep deprived condition. So we tested what if we provide the inhibitor of histone deacetylase enzyme, so that enzyme will be inhibited, so the acetylation will remain over there for a longer period of time. And when we did, these two are showing SAHA is a drug that inhibits, and animal learns properly even if they are sleep deprived. So this drug is rescuing the effect of sleep deprivation. If sleep deprivation is there, no proper sleep, the protein is not getting expressed. And it is also, see the freezing behavior, it is more in sleep deprived animal, but in SAHA treated. This is very, very interesting data, and one of my students, I really feel proud, Shweta, she did this, and she is from Allahabad. So here what you see, there are green dots and there are red dots. Green dots are newly generated neuron, cell, degenerated cell. So what is the story? In our brain, number of neurons are fixed. And if it is dead, new neurons are not dividing. 5 years or after age, whatever number of neurons in our brain, it remains fixed. It will not divide. And that is how neurodegeneration, degenerative diseases are caused because of the loss of the neuron. But the only two areas in the brain, that is hippocampus and the subventricular zone, where new neurons keep on regenerating lifelong. And all these neurons are what has been, people have found till date, they are learning specific, cognitive specific. So what you see, number of dots, in the first one, there are only 4 dots, and in the learned one, the green panel, number 3, there are more dots. Means after learning, these neurons, these cells are divided. And if you see what sleep deprivation does, sleep deprivation doesn't cause that much of a regeneration. They don't allow cell to proliferate. What happens, these cells are divided, these cells are the part of the circuitry, so their ultimate fate is to become a mature neuron. Otherwise, the learning will not be sustained for a long period of time. So within a specific time period, these divided cells has to become a mature neuron and become the part of the circuitry in the hippocampus. And what you see, number 3, red and yellow dot, a very nice cell body and axons processing. Right side, number 3rd. But that is after learning and proper sleep. But the bottom one, the rightmost panel, is where you see the no processing. They are all disintegrated neurons. So if you learn and whatsoever few neurons, those are divided, now because of sleep deprivation, you are not allowing them to become a mature neuron. They are not dying. So it shows what we learn. If we get proper sleep, certain machinery in the brain gets activated when we are sleeping. So it is not that the sleeping brain is a quiet brain. Sleeping brain is also a very constructive brain. It constructs, it dictates, it gives the shape to the entire system so that one becomes a cognitively very efficient person. Now I'm talking about compensatory memory. And what compensatory memory is, generally what happens Alzheimer patient, they have a dementia. Because the neurons are damaged, now those neurons are not allowing them to form new memory and dementia is there. Unless those neurons are regenerated or some other areas are helping them, they cannot help them to get the memory back. That is for sure. But few learning that we have found, there is a compensatory mechanism. And what is the story? I will show you a video of Dr. Ramchandran. I do not know how many of you have learned about phantom limb. So what is phantom limb is if the limb, either right hand, left hand or leg are amputated, majority patient develops phantom pain. After amputation, the pain develops and the person, it is for person or subject or patient, is very hard to believe that their hand or leg is not there. And they feel sensation that they are moving the hand, and because the movement is not there, in response they feel pain. That is called phantom pain. But this is related to phantom limb, but not that sensation. It's just some compensatory mechanism. You just watch this video. Can you increase the volume? Since video quality, audio quality is not that good, here I don't know what has happened. I will just explain. What has happened, this patient, Derek, I have met him when I was in the US. He got his left hand amputated and sensation was there. But whenever he was shaving, left side was okay, right side he has a problem. So when he was shaving, again there is a sensation. So how come cheek, anything that is happening on the cheek, he had a sensation over here. That is what all video is about.
He would also get to the bottom of the mysterious sensation he felt while shaving. When I first started shaving after my surgery, I would feel like that something had disturbed my routine. Whenever I shave,
I will skip this video. Please stop that. Sorry. So what is the mystery? This is called a map where it has been constructed at which part of the brain where the information goes in the cortex. So the sensory area, what you see, the hand portion, the yellow one, the big hand, that part of the brain, left side, sensory cortex, receive information from the right side. And the left side to the left side of the hand with the right side. And during that, around that area of the hand, the cheek neurons are also there. So whatever the sensation in the cheeks, that information also goes to the neurons. Now in the amputated one, the neurons are not getting information from the hand, from the palm, from the finger. Those neurons are totally hungry to get information. And what was found in Ramchandran's case, that all those neurons, those were connected to the left hand, now are making new connection with the cheeks one. So whenever he was rubbing or making shaving, the sensation was going and he has a pain in the limb. So that shows how plastic the brain is. With this idea, we said like compensation, so we said why it can't be in a learning case. So what we did, this fear conditioning is hippocampal dependent, and what you see banana shape is protruding, that is the hippocampus, dorsal hippocampus. So the intact one shows better learning, good learning. So we damage that part of the brain, and you can see the damaged part where the cell body is not there. After damaging, we found learning is impaired. Field conditioning was impaired. But with repeated trials, animals started showing learning. With many trials, when we started training, animals started showing learning. And because the dorsal hippocampus is not there, and these neurons cannot regenerate and form the entire hippocampus, then we thought it must be something, some other areas are taking a job of the dorsal hippocampus. And what we found, it is prefrontal cortex, medial prefrontal cortex, where this compensation is taking place, because when we also silent those neurons during the second multiple trainings, then compensation was not taking place. And this compensation with multiple training occurred in 3 days. It didn't take that much of time. This, we established that 3 days is necessary to compensate the area. Now, what if we keep the animal sleep deprived during those periods? So, 3 days means 72 hours. And 72 hours is difficult to keep them sleep deprived continuously. So we took approach patches, 58 hours sleep deprivation and rest of the period compensatory. So the major period we kept them sleep deprived. And what this graph shows, compensation is gone. So the new circuitry what could have been developed in the prefrontal cortex, it did not happen during 3 days if animal was sleep deprived. So the new circuitries are also getting compensated where sleep is essentially playing a role to allow them to compensate the lost portion. And what kind of compensation what we found, what you see, the green one is a middle prefrontal, MPFC, medial prefrontal cortex, in a normal animal. And the magenta color, what you see, much more arborization that was in compensatory memory. When the DH was lost, animal shows compensatory behavior, compensatory learning, and there the neurons are much more branched. And that branching, if proper sleep is not there, it is not happening. Since it is a health-related conference, and I have to add a spice into it. How many of you believe if you are sleep deprived, you may like to eat more? How many of you will give thumbs up? Okay. So means your craving to get more food will be more if you are sleep deprived. Okay, you watch this video. I hope video quality should be okay. ये क्या हो गया? अभी तो सुना था.
Anything. She is fast asleep.
It's late at night and Anna Ryan is restless. Like me, drawn to the kitchen for an unhealthy midnight snack.
Now what's going on? Moving right past the fruit to junk, it looks. I can't tell what it is. Some boxed goodie, probably.
ABC News taped Anna's nocturnal activities and we asked her to watch them with us.
Now you're accumulating quite a lot of food in your hands.
Yes, it's very slovenly.
This is just one phase of one night.
Yes.
It's a ritual that Anna says can occur up to 4 times a night.
Again, you find yourself back to the bedroom, and now you've got food on the bedside table.
Oh, look at that, lying down, chewing.
When you look at that, how do you feel about it?
It's scary. It's unbelievable. It's sickening.
Sickening because from kitchen and back again, Anna has been asleep the entire time.
That's my biggest fear.
That's dangerous, isn't it?
That I'm going to choke to death.
But you had no recollection that you had any of this?
No, I never.
So Anna did not have any recollection where this is what she was doing every night. And what happens? Why anyone would have a more craving to the food once you are sleep deprived? Any idea? To the student, we have two hormones, leptin and ghrelin. Leptin is secreted is by the muscle, and ghrelin is by the gut. Ghrelin is your satiety hormone. If the ghrelin level is high, it's a hunger hormone. If the ghrelin level is high, you will eat more, and the leptin level is high, it will not allow you to eat more. So the balance between leptin and ghrelin is what is controlling your appetite, how much you should eat and when you should eat. So it is like if you are satisfied with 2 chapatis, you are done. So third you can take. If it is tasty, 4, but not more than 4. 5 and 6, you will lie down on the plate and say, no, I'm not going to eat. So what we have found in animal, there are 2 categories. One is lightweight and one is obese. In the lightweight, the leptin level was not that high, and even sleep deprived level, it is low, but not that low. But in obese rat, there is the red color, that is the leptin level in normal situation. But in sleep deprived condition, the level is down. So if you are not having enough sleep, the leptin will not get secreted to the level that can stop you to eat more. So low level of leptin is inducing craving to eat more. That is what the business is. There are many more interesting facts. If I say growth hormone is only secreted when you are sleeping. So once you get a quality sleep, you are not the same person because of the growth hormone. And if sleep deprived patient, the growth hormone is not to the optimum level. Now the third question is, in 2 minutes I have to wind it up. What should we do to get quality sleep, because the consequences we saw. So it is not an easy answer in this modern era. There are a lot of challenges. To get a quality sleep, what mother does to the baby? Lullabies. And it is not only in India, across all over the world. So, little bit of tapping with lullabies induces sleep. Scientific evidence is not available. That is what I am trying to get, the scientific data. If I play this, and majority I believe you must have heard. Oh. ये वीडियो जो चलाइए नहीं चल रहा. So sorry. This is, I don't know. It will not. There's a video icon is not there. This is nothing. In Durga Saptati, there is a Keel Kavach in Angala. Kavach says that you have to respect whatever is precious. And there is a one slope for sleep. Anyone remember that? Namastasya, 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 namo namah. Ya Devi sarvabhutechu nidra rupen. And that is what we are doing. If we play this in a very musical manner, we see some delta waves that more prominent during sleep. It is coming up. So it's a preliminary data. I'm not going to talk about much. But what in rat, what we do, can you play this music if it is playing? The video icon, the picture icon. No, it's not. Anyway, we are doing a symphony for rat. And rat has whatever the audition or the audio. Okay, this is. So this is a symphony, but this symphony is in the human range. And human can listen only 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. 20 kilothousand. Not more than that. But rat, their audio range is 500 hertz to more than that. So this symphony is for you, for the human range, but it has been constructed in the rat range. And Ananya, he is working on this model. And what he constructed that music, and then he applied to the animal before sleep. And what he found, that 5 minutes, 10 minutes exposure to this music is not inducing sleep, but 20 and 30 minutes, animal is spending more time in sleep, and that too in non-REM as well as REM sleep. So listening music before bed, that too what we have a concept, Raat ka Rag, Subah ka Rag, those are all different, but if you listen to the music, it helps in inducing good amount of sleep. So with this, I'll stop here. Okay, last one, I don't know whether, but I'll stop here. So these are the heroes, they are working in the lab. I really salute them. It's all data they have generated. Thank you so much. And if you have any question, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative session. Please give a huge round of applause for sir. Now I would like to invite on stage our faculty member, Dr. Neha ma'am, Dr. Dheeraj sir, and Dr. Alka Katia ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Archana Saxena ma'am, Dr. Varsha Prasad ma'am, and Dr. Sushil Kumar Jha sir. So please come up on the stage. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. मेहनत करना ही आपका पहला कर्म होना चाहिए, क्योंकि सफलता उसी को मिलती है जो मेहनती होता है. With this, without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker.
I'm delighted to invite our chairpersons for this session, Dr. Sumit Asthana Sir, Assistant Dean and Head Faculty of Allied Health Sciences and Research, Department of Physiotherapy, Era University, Sarfarazganj, Lucknow, and Dr. Rohit Srivastav Sir, Director and Instructor, Taping Aptitude India, Certified Kinesiotaping Practitioner USA, Certified Sports Injury Specialist NASTA USA, and had a clinical experience of more than 15 years to take their seats on the dais. I would also like to extend a special welcome to our keynote speaker, Dr. Prabhat Ranjan Sir, physiotherapist, Department of Neurology, AIIMS, New Delhi, whose expertise in managing and treating patients with neurological disorder, especially stroke, orthopedic disabilities in home and community care is widely recognized. Today, Sir will enlighten us on the fascinating topic, stroke rehabilitation, optimizing functional outcome, OBAT approach. Please join me in welcoming Sir with a huge round of applause.
So thanks for the elaborative description and introduction. Before starting, I will just take an opportunity to thank the organizing committee to invite me on this very platform of CSJMU. So thank you, Dr. Digvijay, and all the faculty members here for inviting. As said, my topic is stroke rehabilitation, optimizing the functional outcome, guiding through the BOBA technique. So what happens in this stroke? What happens stroke? Generally in stroke, it is a sudden impact, all we know. And due to that impact, certainly there will be loss of tone of the muscle. Loss of tone, it may be in the form of hemiparesis or hemiplegia. Hemiplegia में क्या होता है कि पूरी तरह से टोन चली जाती है, और पैरेसिस में थोड़ी बहुत टोन होगी. The patient may be able to perform some type of actions, and some of the actions, full action, he may not be able to perform. So this both leads to the decrease in the impairment in terms of the functional outcome. जो उसकी कार्य करने की क्षमता है वो बिल्कुल कम हो जाएगी. उसी को यहाँ पे बोबात टेक्निक के द्वारा कार्य करने की क्षमता को हम कैसे बढ़ाएं, उसी पर विचार करेंगे, क्योंकि जो स्ट्रोक है ये अपंगता का एक बहुत बड़ा कारण बनता जा रहा है. लेकिन फिजियोथेरेपी के माध्यम से हम उस व्यक्ति को, उस सर्वाइवर को हम दोबारा उनके कार्य क्षेत्र में या फिर एक गुड क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ लीड करने में मदद दे सकते हैं. जैसे कि आप लोगों को मैंने बताया कि impairment, there is impairment in the function. Any mic? इस टेक्निक के द्वारा हम क्या करते हैं, ऑप्टिमाइज करते हैं मूवमेंट को. ऑप्टिमाइज मींस हर व्यक्ति का अपना कार्य करने की क्षमता एक अधिकतम स्तर पर अलग अलग हो सकती है. और स्ट्रोक में जो है, अगर कोई तो MCA इन्फार्क्ट का, मिडिल सेरेब्रल आर्टरी इन्फार्क्ट का अगर कोई केस है, जनरली द MCA इज द कॉमनेस्ट आर्टरी जो ज्यादातर इन्वॉल्व होती है स्ट्रोक में. दोनों MCA स्ट्रोक से ग्रसित हैं, लेकिन जो उनके कार्य करने की क्षमता है उसमें सुधार आने में हो सकता है जो उनका अधिकतम स्तर है वो डिपेंड करेगा उनके ब्रेन के इंजुरी पे. कितना उनके ब्रेन में इंजुरी हुई है उसी आधार पे वो डिपेंड करेगा और उनमें जो अधिकतम स्तर है वो बिल्कुल भिन्न होगा. We can't say that the subject is having MCA infarct so that we will have the same improvement what the other subject is having. और वो डिपेंड करेगा बहुत सारी चीजों पे. प्लास्टिसिटी की बात हो रही थी अभी इससे पहले, तो प्लास्टिसिटी पे डिपेंड करता है. और प्लास्टिसिटी के लिए हमें रिपीटेटिव मूवमेंट्स कराने हैं. जैसा कि अभी जो जियोलॉजी का उनका लेक्चर चल रहा था उसमें ही वाज फोकसिंग ऑन दैट एंड इट इज बेसिकली अ रीट्रेनिंग. री-एजुकेट करना है व्यक्ति को जो कि स्ट्रोक से ग्रसित हो गया है और वो सरवाइव कर रहा है. रीट्रेनिंग इसमें क्यों कहते हैं या री-एजुकेशन क्यों कहते हैं कि वो व्यक्ति ने उस कार्य को, उस मूवमेंट को पहले किया हुआ होता है, लेकिन ब्रेन में इंजरी होने की वजह से प्रॉपर उसके न्यूरॉन्स काम नहीं कर रहे हैं. और जब न्यूरॉन्स प्रॉपर जो जिस एरिया का जो कॉर्टेक्स एरिया है वो उस मूवमेंट के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल था, वो एरिया अब काम नहीं कर रहा है, तो वो रीऑर्गेनाइज होगा. और जब वो फंक्शन करना स्टार्ट करता है तो वहां के आसपास के जो सेल्स होते हैं वो उसको ग्रहण करने की कोशिश करते हैं, क्योंकि कंटिन्यूअस वहां पे इंपल्स जा रहा होता है. अगर हम कोई कार्य कर रहे हैं, अगर फ्लेक्शन एक्सटेंशन ही हम कर रहे हैं और उस पेशेंट के अंदर में वो फ्लेक्शन एक्सटेंशन नहीं हो पा रहा और हम करा रहे हैं, तो क्या होगा, वो ब्रेन के उस हिस्से में एक रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बाद न्यूरोनल फायर, जैसे उन्होंने बताया प्लास्टिसिटी में यूज इट और लूज इट और use it and improve it. So there is continuous firing in that area where the motor cortex area is being impaired. और क्या होता है, जो उसके आसपास के सेल्स हैं उसको इम्बाइब करते हैं. जब उसको ग्रहण करते हैं तो फिर एक प्लास्टिसिटी का कंसेप्ट डेवलप होता है और उसी के द्वारा वो अपने मूवमेंट को कर पाता है. अब इसके पीछे 2-4 चीजें हैं जो कि बेसिक चीजें हैं जिसको समझना बहुत जरूरी है हमारे लिए. इसके पीछे एक हम रेसिप्रोकल इनर्वेशन की बात करते हैं. व्हाट इज रेसिप्रोकल इनर्वेशन? जैसे हम कोई मूवमेंट कर रहे हैं, ये जो मूवमेंट है ये सिलेक्टिव पैटर्न है, ऐच्छिक मूवमेंट है, फ्लेक्शन एक्सटेंशन ऑफ द पीआईपी एंड डीआईपी. इसके जो प्राइम मूवर्स है एक्सटेंसर डिजिटोरम प्रोफंडस ब्रेविस, फ्लेक्सर डिजिटोरम प्रोफंडस ब्रेविस जो है वो मिलकर इस मूवमेंट को हमें करने में मदद कर रहे हैं. लेकिन उसके साथ में क्या है, स्टेबलाइजर्स भी काम कर रहे हैं, है ना. तो स्टेबलाइजर्स हमारे क्या हो गए, स्टेबलाइजर्स हमारे स्कैपुलर के मसल्स हो गए, शोल्डर के मसल्स हो गए, आर्म के, फोरआर्म के. ये एक दिशा प्रदान कर रहे हैं इस मूवमेंट को. मान लीजिए हमारे स्टेबलाइजर्स का, सपोज देयर इज अ रिस्ट ड्रॉप, रेडियल नर्व इंजरी हो गई, तो वो हमारा हाथ नीचे चला जाएगा. दो I will be able to do the movement of PIP, DIP, लेकिन क्या होगा, हमारा फंक्शनल इंपेयरमेंट बढ़ गया. ठीक है, एक छोटा सा मसल ग्रुप लॉस हो गया तो क्या हुआ, हमारा जो कार्य करने की क्षमता है वो बिल्कुल कम हो गई. So what I say that it says that with the prime mover stabilizers are equally important. ठीक है, इसी को एगोनिस्ट एंटागोनिस्ट. अगर एंटागोनिस्ट रिलैक्स कर रहा है तो एगोनिस्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करेगा, और एंटागोनिस्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हो रहा है तो एगोनिस्ट रिलैक्स करेगा. और उसके साथ में जो मसल्स जो स्टेबलाइजर का काम कर रही है वो भी उतने ही एक्टिव होने चाहिए. तब आपकी कार्य करने की क्षमता उच्चतम स्तर पर होगी, जिसे हम ऑप्टिमाइजेशन बोलते हैं. अभी जैसे मैं बात कर रहा हूं रेसिप्रोकल, इसके साथ में इंपॉर्टेंट है इंटरप्ले बिटवीन द मसल्स. अब ये इंटरप्ले क्या है, अब इंटरप्ले जैसे हमने ये मूवमेंट, अब कोई ग्लास मुझे लेना है तो मैं क्या करूंगा, मूवमेंट यहाँ पे ग्लास रखे तो ग्लास की तरफ अपना हाथ ले जाऊंगा. ठीक है, अगर पानी पीना है तो फिर उसी के साथ में मैं अपने मुंह के पास ले जाऊंगा. लेकिन इसमें जो है ये आपको लग रहा बड़ा सरल तरीके से हो गया, लेकिन इसके पीछे जो है कितनी सारी मसल्स एक दूसरे के बीच में समन्वय स्थापित करते हुए कार्य किए, तब जाके ये फंक्शन हो पाया, है ना. हमने जब आगे बढ़ाया तो हमारे डेल्टॉइड्स काम करने लगे, स्कैपुलर मसल्स जो है वो उसको स्टेबिलिटी दिया उन्होंने। साथ में जो है जब अभी यहाँ पे स्टेबलाइजर्स क्या हो गए, डेल्टॉइड हमारा प्राइम मूवर्स हो गया, स्टेबलाइजर जो है हमारे बाइसेप्स, ट्राइसेप्स, फोरआर्म मसल्स और हमारे पीआईपी डीआईपी के मसल्स हो गए। आगे बढ़ा, हमने ग्लास पकड़ा, अब प्राइम मूवर क्या हो गया हमारा प्राइम मूवर अब हो गया पीआईपी एंड डीआईपी। फिर उसके बाद हमने अपने पास शरीर के पास है तो थोड़ा सा अबडक्टर्स काम किया, डेल्टॉइड का अब जो मिडिल फाइबर वो, उसके बाद फिर सुपिनेटर्स, प्रोनेटर्स एंड देन वी आर एबल टू ड्रिंक द वाटर। सो इन दिस मूवमेंट व्हाट वी सॉ दैट एट एवरी एंगल, जो कितने जिस भी डिग्री पे एक जो बायोमैकेनिक्स बन रहा है वहां पे मसल एक्शन चेंज हो रहा है, और ये मसल एक्शन चेंज होना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। और यही चीज स्ट्रोक में या फिर कोई भी जो न्यूरोमस्कुलर डिसऑर्डर है उसमें ये नहीं हो पाता है। मसल एक्शन एक लेवल डिग्री पे चेंज नहीं हो पाती है। जैसे हम बैठ रहे हैं, बैठ के उठते हैं तो हमारा पहला मूवमेंट कहाँ, ट्रंक पे आएगा, ट्रंक से फिर वो वेट जाएगा, शिफ्ट होगा हमारे फुट पे, उसके बाद कंटिन्यूअसली हमारे जो हिप फ्लेक्सर से एक्सटेंसर से वो एक्शन में आएंगे, फिर उसके बाद गैस्ट्रोनोमियस सोलियस, देन क्वाड्रिसेप्स एंड हैमस्ट्रिंग विल कम इनटू द एक्शन एंड द ग्लूटियस, देन यू विल हैव द proper standing and as well as while sitting also the same group of muscles will work. If any group of the muscle is not working, your functional ability to sit and stand will be impaired. तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि मसल्स की इंटरप्ले को बढ़ाना है, और ये मसल्स की इंटरप्ले को बढ़ाने के लिए ही बोबार्ड टेक्निक का हम यूज करते हैं। और इसको यूज करने के लिए फैसिलिटेटरी टेक्निक, फैसिलिटेशन एक सॉफ्ट अप्रोच होती है जो कि स्किन रिसेप्टर्स की हेल्प को लेते हुए हम ब्रेन को न्यूरॉन्स को जो है फायर करता है वो। और वहां पे एक, अब आपको पता होगा कि दो तरह से न्यूरॉन्स होते हैं, एक एफरेंट एंड इफरेंट। एफरेंट इज सेंसरी एंड असेंडिंग ट्रैक, डिसेंडिंग ट्रैक पढ़ा है आप लोगों ने। असेंडिंग इज सेंसरी एंड डिसेंडिंग इज मोटर, है ना। तो ये दोनों के बीच में समन्वय। अब जब जो मेन एरिया है वो क्या होता है, वो तो लॉस हो गया, लेकिन उसके आसपास के जो सेल्स हैं वो उसको लेने की कोशिश करेंगे और वहां से जो है डिसेंडिंग ट्रैक मोटर रिस्पांस भेजेगा, तब जाकर वो मूवमेंट हो जाएगी। और इसमें स्किन रिसेप्टर्स का यूज इसलिए करना कि हो सकता है कि धीरे धीरे जो सेंसेशन है वो भी लॉस होती है, तो उसको भी बढ़ाने में वो मदद करेगी। फिर आगे बढ़ते हुए फैसिलिटेटरी टेक्निक के साथ चलिए, आपने मसल्स को एक्टिवेट कर दिया, मसल्स को एक्टिवेट करने के बाद उसको रिक्रिएट कर दिया, उसको काम पे लगा दिया। अब आपको क्या करना है कि ऑप्टिमाइज करने के लिए 2-3 फैक्टर और हैं उसमें। कौन सी फैक्टर और है? बॉडी अलाइनमेंट। बॉडी का जो अलाइनमेंट है वो इंपॉर्टेंट है। जितना आपका बॉडी अलाइन रहेगा उतनी आपकी फंक्शनल आउटकम ऑप्टिमाइज रहेगी। अब इसमें तो अलाइनमेंट चेंज हो गया बॉडी का, किसी का जो है आप देखोगे बॉडी टेढ़ा हो रहा है, फिर चल रहा है तो वो कभी ट्रंक मूवमेंट हो रही है, कभी उसके जो है हिप अबडक्टर्स काम कर रहे हैं। तो इन सब चीजों को क्या कहें, जो भी अबनॉर्मल पैटर्न डेवलप हो गया उसे हमें इनहिबिट करना होता है, और इनहिबिशन के साथ में ही जो नॉर्मल पैटर्न है वो डेवलप करना होता है। तो इसके लिए आपको ये जानकारी होना बहुत जरूरी है कि क्या नॉर्मल पैटर्न है और क्या अबनॉर्मल पैटर्न है। जैसे हम गेट ट्रेनिंग अगर देते तो हमें मालूम है कि हील स्ट्राइक होगा, हियर फुट फ्लैट होगा, हील ऑफ होगा, टो ऑफ होगा, उसके बाद नी फ्लेक्शन, हिप फ्लेक्शन होगा, ट्रंक कंट्रोल होगा, तब जाके वो अपराइट एक्टिविटी कर पाएगा। तो अपराइट एक्टिविटी करने के लिए 3 चीजें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। एक तो आपका कंट्रोल ओवर द नेक, कंट्रोल ओवर द ट्रंक, कंट्रोल ओवर द पेल्विस। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। अगर आप सिटिंग में अपराइट एक्टिविटी कराएंगे तो नेक और ट्रंक का कंट्रोल होना चाहिए, और स्टैंडिंग में कराएंगे तो पेल्विस के साथ साथ नी एंड फुट पे भी होना चाहिए। तो अपराइट एक्टिविटी तभी संभव है जब आपको ये पता होगा कि क्या नॉर्मल मूवमेंट है और क्या नहीं है। तभी आप क्या कर पाएंगे कि जो एबनॉर्मल मूवमेंट है उसको आप जज कर पाएंगे, उसको आप असेस कर पाएंगे, और असेस करने के उपरांत आप क्या करेंगे, उसके अनुसार आप ट्रीटमेंट को प्लान कर पाएंगे। और समय, इसमें प्लान कर लिया आपने, लेकिन समय के साथ क्या होता है कि आपको रीअसेस और असेस करना है। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि हो सकता है कि आपने एक कंपोनेंट पे काम कर लिया लेकिन दूसरा कंपोनेंट इम्पेयर्ड है, तो फिर उस कंपोनेंट पे काम करते हुए दूसरे कंपोनेंट पे, आप जैसे ओवरहेड एक्टिविटी करना हो, हमें ओवरहेड एक्टिविटी, कोई पेशेंट आया, बोला कि ठीक है सर मैं यहाँ तक काम कर पा रहा हूँ लेकिन ओवरहेड एक्टिविटी काम करने में दिक्कत हो रही है, तो आपका ये नहीं है कि सिर्फ शोल्डर काम करेगा उसमें आपके नेक के एक्सटेंशन जाएगी, फिर आपका अपर थोरैक्स, लोअर थोरैक्स, एंटीरियर रोटेशन ऑफ द टिल्ट ऑफ द पेल्विस। तो आपने मान लीजिए शोल्डर कंपोनेंट पे काम कर लिया, तो आपको ये देखना है कि चलो ये तो कंपोनेंट सही है, लेकिन अगला क्या हो सकता है जिसकी वजह से ये नहीं कर पा रहा है, तो आपको थोरैसिक कंपोनेंट पे काम करने की जरूरत पड़ेगी, आपको लंबर कंपोनेंट में पेल्विस की स्टेबिलिटी के और टिल्ट के ऊपर काम करने पड़ेगी। तो उन सब मसल्स को आइडेंटिफाई करते हुए उनको आपको ट्रीट करना होगा। आइदर वहां पे हो सकती है कि हाइपरटोनिसिटी हो और या हाइपोटेनोसिटी हो, तो हाइपर और हाइपोटेनोसिटी को घटाने और बढ़ाने के लिए आपको उसी रूप में अपने ट्रीटमेंट को प्लान करना होगा। तो यही मैं बताऊंगा कि जब भी ऑप्टिमाइज करें अपने ट्रीटमेंट को, तो आपको प्रॉपर असेसमेंट करना है, प्रॉपर असेसमेंट के साथ रीअसेसमेंट करना है, तभी जाकर आपको एक डिजायर्ड गोल या टास्क डायरेक्टेड मूवमेंट की तरफ आप बढ़ पाएंगे। यही एक जस्ट मैं दूंगा कि कभी भी आप पेशेंट को ट्रीट करें, एसेस एंड रीअसेस जरूरी करें। मैंने बस थोड़ा सा इसको थोड़ा कंसाइज कर दिया है बिकॉज ऑर्गेनाइजर्स रिक्वेस्टेड दैट कंप्लीट इन टाइम, सो दिस इज द मेन थिंग एंड आई होप दैट यू विल बी एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड। इसलिए मैंने थोड़ा आप लोगों को हिंदी में बताया क्योंकि स्टूडेंट कैटेगरी जाता है और उनको जल्दी समझ में आ जाए। ठीक है, थैंक यू एवरीबॉडी। So any question, any query is there, then you can ask me.
Good evening, sir. My name is Sanjay Kala. I am student of Masters in Physiotherapy, Neurology. Sir, my question is that there are so many rehabilitation techniques, like approaches, like we have NDT that you have highlighted. There is MRP, motor relearning, PNL. So, sir, is there something, any correlation study done that tells that there is greater effect of some technique over for neural plasticity, or any specific that can induce neural plasticity?
देखिए, जितनी भी टेक्निक है सभी री एजुकेशन को एम्फेसिस करती हैं। ठीक है, अगर आप इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच लेके चले तो हो सकता है कि वो आपको एक अच्छा आउटकम दे, क्योंकि हो सकता है किसी में एनडीटी काम कर रहा हो, किसी में पीएनएफ काम कर रहा हो, किसी में रीलर्निंग, मोटर रीलर्निंग का काम कर रहा हो। तो आप इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच लेके चले, और कभी कभी हो सकता है कि एक ही अप्रोच से आपको जो डिजायर्ड गोल रिजल्ट मिल जाए। कंसेप्ट लगभग थोड़ा बहुत डिफरेंट है, बट एवरीथिंग इज रिलेटेड टू री एजुकेशन। आप इसको याद करके रखिए, जो भी कराना है वो री एजुकेट करने के लिए करना है। और प्लास्टिसिटी का कंसेप्ट है कि जितना आप प्रैक्टिस कराओगे, मैंने जैसे बोला यूज इट और लूज इट, एंड यूज इट एंड इम्प्रूव इट। तो प्लास्टिसिटी यही है कि आप जितना यूज करेंगे, ऐसा नहीं है कि 10 रिपीटेशन करा दिया तो आपका काम बन जाएगा। n नंबर ऑफ रिपीटेशन इज रिक्वायर्ड टू चेंज द गेट द प्लास्टिसिटी कंसेप्ट। देखिए, हमने प्रोवर्ब बच्चे से पढ़ते हैं ना, प्रैक्टिस मेक्स द मैन परफेक्ट, उसके पीछे ये प्लास्टिसिटी का कंसेप्ट है। तो जितना आप प्रैक्टिस करेंगे उतनी परफेक्शन आएगी। एक नॉर्मल आदमी को भी दक्ष बनने के लिए, क्रिकेटर को दक्ष बनने के लिए, एक सिंगर को दक्ष बनने के लिए, एक प्लेयर को जो भी खेल रहा हो या पढ़ रहा हो, वो जितना प्रैक्टिस करेगा उतनी उसकी एक्यूरेसी, उसकी उतनी फाइन मूवमेंट्स उसकी जनरेट होती है, उतना वो रिफ्लेक्स एक्टिविटी जनरेट होता है, क्योंकि ब्रेन उसके हिसाब से अपने आप को चेंज करता है। तो इसलिए आपको याद रखना है, रिपीटेशन इज इम्पॉर्टेंट, प्रैक्टिस इज इम्पॉर्टेंट, और फीडबैक आप जो दे रहे हैं वर्बल कमांड से या फिर विजुअल कमांड से या फिर उसको प्रैक्टिस करा के भी इम्पॉर्टेंट है। ठीक है, any other question?
It was a very good, nice lecture, sir. As always, you are the expert in NDT Bobar technique, and you have a great concept behind that. Sir, overall, summarize अगर इसको हम करें तो we can say that through NDT or Bobat approach, we will work on the, but either like he asked the question, integrated or केवल हम NDT या Bobat करते हैं, but हमें follow करना है motor development pattern को. जो हमारा motor development pattern है, it should be followed. जो हमारा treatment pattern है, वो motor development pattern पे होना चाहिए, and that is always cervical to caudal direction. Cervical to caudal direction में treatment pattern होना चाहिए, और उसको जब हम repeatedly बार-बार practice करेंगे, तो हमारा motor control center activate होता है, जो cerebellum में होता है, और जहाँ पे skill tasks store होते हैं. तो जब हम कोई भी actions को बार-बार perform करते हैं, this is the story behind re-education. Re-education ऐसे ही होता है कि जब हम repeated actions करते हैं, तो ऐसे स्किल टास्क वो हमारे मेमोरी में मोटर कंट्रोल सेंटर में स्टोर होता है, एंड दैट विल डेफिनेटली एक्टिवेट एज ए न्यूरल प्लास्टिसिटी. लाइक सर, आई थिंक सो सर, दिस इज द ओवरऑल समराइज. आइदर वी कैन, मतलब वी कैन यूज कॉम्बो टेक्निक्स आल्सो एनडीटी मोटर वेयर एवर रिक्वायर्ड. थैंक यू सो मच सर. थैंक यू.
Hello sir, thank you. It was a very nice session as always. Sir, one thing I just want to ask that on behalf of all students and the physiotherapists, those who are just getting these questions from the patients, sir, what is the prognosis after the stroke? Means some patients, sir, they ask that whether my patient will be all right or whether he will come back to the normal stage, or what we are expecting as a physiotherapist, what we can expect from the patient's recovery, that how much he can recover from that their stroke after their stroke attacks.
So as I said in beginning only, it is very subjective. क्योंकि जितना ब्रेन में इंजुरी जो हुआ है उस पर बहुत कुछ डिपेंड करता है. अगर लार्जर एरिया इन्वॉल्व है तो उसके प्रोग्नोसिस में टाइम लग सकता है, उसका प्रोग्नोसिस डिले हो सकता है. स्मॉल एरिया इन्वॉल्व है और कौन सी आर्टरी जनरली इन्वॉल्व है उस पर भी डिपेंड करता है, क्योंकि आर्टरीज जैसे अब एंटीरियर सेरेब्रल आर्टरी है तो हो सकता है उसमें जल्दी रिकवरी मिल जाए. अगर आपका पीसीए है, अगर आपका मिड ब्रेन इन्वॉल्व हो गया तो उसमें आपको बहुत टाइम लग सकता है, क्योंकि मिड ब्रेन होने की वजह से उसमें स्पास्टिसिटी लेवल बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाती है वैसे केसेस में. तो उसमें मोटर कंट्रोल लाना बहुत कभी कभी बहुत टेढ़ी की होती है. उसके साथ में आपको अदर मेडिकेशन के साथ राखिए देखना होता है, कभी बोटॉक्स थेरेपी देके उसके बाद फिर आपको फंक्शनल आउटकम मिल सकता है. So depends upon the nature of injury to the brain and the involvement of the artery and how the artery has affected the cells, neuron of the brain. ये important है.
Thank you so much sir.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative session. Now I'd like to invite our faculty member, Dr. Adarsh sir, Dr. Chandrasekhar sir, and Dr. Vishwadeep sir to felicitate Dr. Sumit Asthana sir, Dr. Rohit Srivastav sir, and Dr. Prabhat Ranjan sir.
ये कह देना ना कि हमारी इससे बात ही नहीं होती है. आप ये करना है हमारी इससे बात ही नहीं होती है, वो कर देगा नंबर. हम तो ये दिखा चुके हैं, हम आपको ब्लॉक किए हैं. हाँ बहुत पहले दिखा चुके हैं और मुँह पर भी बोल चुके हैं तो हमें ब्लॉक किया और ब्लॉक रखे हैं. अननोन नंबर बन के बस वही तो बात है. वो तो है. तो बस ठीक है ना, कहते ना उसकी सम्मान नंबर में ना कोई जानकारी।
Thank you all the members. हर कोई जन्म से किसी ना किसी काम में चैंपियन होता है, बस पता चलने की देर होती है. And with this, I'm delighted to invite our chairperson for the next session, Dr. Tejbir Singh Sir, Chief Physiotherapist, Department of Neurosciences, KGMU Lucknow, and Dr. Vivek Gupta Sir, Senior Teacher, Faculty of Paramedical Sciences, KGMU Lucknow, to take their seat on the dais. I would like to extend our special welcome to our next keynote speaker, Dr. Ashish John Samuel Sir, Additional Professor, cum Vice Principal, Unipoya Physiotherapy College, Dean to be University, Mangalore. His academic and research experience include 81 Scopus, 73 Web of Science and 58 PubMed Index journal publication, 11 conferences, paper presentation with 2 first prizes, peer reviewer in American Journal of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation and Pediatric Physical Therapy and other prestigious journals. He also served as an editorial board member in 3 peer-reviewed index journals.
His area of interest are neuroscience, pediatrics, rehabilitation, physiotherapy, knee osteoarthritis rehabilitation, qualitative research, and PCOS. He has been a keynote speaker in 20+ conferences and main resource person for 15+ workshops. Today, Sir will enlighten us on the fascinating topic, threats of research integrity among the health professionals. Please join me in welcoming Sir with a huge round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. And I thank the director of this institute, Digvijay Sharma sir, and the organizing secretary, Dr. Radha Sharma, and assistant director, Hina ma'am, and his team, all the faculty members of this School of Health Science, as well as the student for organizing or making this conference the great success. And really, I think I have to admit, I'm surprised to see the crowd when we come to end of the conference. Because most of the time when I see what are the conference I have attended, after the lunch session or when it coming to the end, only the organizing people will be there, and only 1 or 2 rows will be filled. So really I'm happy to see. This shows the enthusiasm which you have towards your academic, and even in the Sunday you are here. So really I'm happy with that. Without wasting much of the time, I will go to the discussion. Today it will be just a discussion of what are the threats you have to the research integrity. What is research? Can anyone brief it out? Just a few words. Yes, someone has told search. Yes, correct. Search. And yeah, we'll go in a systematic way. What are the few points are there? Slide. Okay, I should press center. Yes. Okay. So before that, I want to tell what are the views are there. It is my own, and this will not represent the view of the conference HealthCon 2025 as well as the organization from where we are there. It is my own based on the best available evidences from where I have collected the sources. Yes, some keywords are there. It is a quest for knowledge obtained through systematic study, thinking, observation, and experimentation. So during this process, what are the things we have to maintain? And this is just for the definition's sake. So we will not go too much. But if you want to have a research integrity, or you want to have research with the utmost, the 100% pure research or the good research, then you should have, the research should have some trust. You should have the trust and confidence. Some keywords alone I'm just adding. Ethically, honesty, robustness, transparency, This all should have while proposing, conducting, evaluating and reporting research findings. If you have these things, then our research will be of utmost integrity. So where we are missing, some place we feel we might miss, only that we will be discussing. So what are the threats are there? And this is just whatever we have seen in there. It should have a rigor that you should use proper scale, validator, and you should have the accountability, you should take transparency. Whatever you have done, you just admit it. Someone might be taking just 6 samples, admit it. Don't make 6 samples as 60 samples. Then there is no transparency. Honesty should be there and respect for each and everyone as well as the participant. And few slides even, or some of the researchers even I have noticed, they used to address as low backache patient or stroke patient. That is not correct. Patient with stroke, there will have a respect. Okay? You should not prefix their condition before do their name. Because of the condition, they should not lose their respect. This is about the certain things only, same thing. Just for the definition sake or the introduction I have added, you should have transparency in your research, honesty, respect, accountability and reliability. If this all you have, then your research will have a research with utmost integrity. So what are the threats are there? Can anyone tell what are the threats? 3 major threats. Many threats are there. You might be known that as per the organization definition, they also classify the same thing. Office of Research Integrity, it is in USA. They told fabrication first thing. I think most people will agree, but will have very difficult or with your whole heart very difficult to admit it. Falsification and plagiarism. Plagiarism, I think to some extent controlled with the help of software and the university certain norms, UGC norms 10% and 10 to 30%, more than 30. So certain penalties are there. So because of that, the plagiarism is controlled. But fabrication and falsification, when the researcher think they want to control, then only they can control. Otherwise, it is not possible. These are the things you should not have in proposing, performing, reviewing, and reporting research. And there are many other threats are there. But first, some people, we don't know the name of the mistake what we are performing. And for that, I added this information. We should make it clear what is fabrication. Fabrication is making up data or results and reporting them as if they were real. That is the first and foremost. Why? Because of the publish or perish and submission of thesis or dissertation on time. These are the pressures are there. This I just observe it. So they make up data. Why they want to make up? How much the data you collect, you admit it. You have to transparent in your research. So that will excel. Even my first Scopus publication is of only 9 sample. I never feel. Some even they gave a comment. You make 9 into 19 or just add 1 in front or 0 in after 9. But no 9. Yes, it went into the Scopus and PubMed. So if you are transparent, it can be. But what are the methods you are doing? Please elaborate in detail. Or sometimes it may you have to admit fabrication. Simply they are not performing. They will go for the study vacation, data collection vacation, and come up with the data. They might have collected 5 data become 50 and 25. See, this is a serious error or crime. We are not admitting. That is also one of the reasons we are not able to go to the international standards, because crimes are there. And this recently we have confirmed with the research done among the supervisors. Supervisors are admitting. I have done a research on this PhD supervisors as well as postgraduate dissertation who are supervising. They are admitting, they are allowing their scholars or students in fabrication. Why? We are not sure. So this is a crime. This should not be allowed. And they simulate as randomized trial. They don't know about randomization technique, but they tell randomized trial. That is also fabrication. And data forming, data cooking. You can cook anything. Why you want to cook the data? So these are the crime. And as per the ICMR, they have a definition. It is the intentional. You are intentionally act of making up data, results, and recording and reporting them. We are more interested in clinical, but yes, with the interest, we should not be lazy in collecting the data. Data we are not collecting, we are just generating the age, height, weight, all the outcome measures are collected. And intentionally, that is fabrication, that is a crime. research crime or scientific crime, which based on that future, all the policies are there or effectiveness of treatment. So we will give the wrong guidelines for the future generation. We are not aware what mistake we are doing now. And falsification is practice of manipulating their research materials, equipment, process, changing or omitting data without justification. This is little lesser crime they can tell. First, you are not at all collecting data. Only 5 data will be collected, 5 will become 50. Here, you collect 15 data, but you will adjust according to the sample size. You will tell the statistician, whatever want you do, I want only p less than 0.05. You pick up only one word, p less than 0.05 means it is significant. Only one point you remember, and you ask the statistician and you pay them and generate the result, whatever you needed. You fabricating according to your anticipated result. You are not doing the research and confirming. Before doing research, you confirm this group will be going to go better or show better, and you influence the statistician also. This is same like how the police, they particular person they make as a victim and crime. So same. So what they are doing and what we are doing, what is the difference? So we should know what error we are doing. These are the wrong, these are the threat for us. So this should not be there. And for what purpose? It is not actually recorded, and as well as to do just to supervise or to please your supervisor or guide. This is not correct. This is also one of the threat. And we do data trimming and data torturing. You can torture anything. You can torture other people. Why you want to torture the data? And you use what are the statistical tests you know you use, and you want only the data should be less than 0.05. You are not worried about clinically significant difference. We sometimes without our intentionally we become statistician. That is wrong. We are clinician. You should speak only about clinical difference value. Many people are not aware about MCID value, minimal detectable change. These are very important things. These should be known. This is only the difference how the international papers they value our paper. When we send certain words are not there, then we are not able to reach that level. And we blame other reason we don't know English. English is not a matter. There are many other matters which prevent up to go to the international platform. And even ICMR self-certainty, the same thing only. Manipulating materials, changing, omitting, suppressing data, results without scientific or statistical justification. You omit, but if you give justification, it can be considered. Why you remove the data? They never attend all the 6 sessions. Only 3 sessions they attend, 4 sessions. So we omitted. Some details you provide. Without justification you remove, then it is falsification. Such that it is not actually represented. And plagiarism, I think most of us we know. Too much discussion not required, but just for the completion's sake I have added, it is some different Latin word, Greek word. Plagiarism means you are kidnapping other people without acknowledging them, their ideas. That is not direct. Failure to acknowledge colleagues' scientific work, their ideas, language or data. This is, nowadays we are very tricky, we are handling them. We use the paraphrasing tool, Quill Bolt or some other certain tools are there. We copy the content, we use the paraphrasing tool, that paraphrase it, yes. Even UGC doesn't put any bar, it allows. So we can do it. When it comes certain limitation, 20% or 30%, then we have to be careful. Till now there is no limit. Plagiarism already there is a limit is there 10%. So we have to be, we can't go more than that. It is all transparent, software will detect. But how much, to what extent we use AI tools, paraphrasing tools in data. Till now there is no limit. Future it may come in that way also to prevent. And it is the wrongful appropriate, you are not giving proper citation, and stealing and publication, language, thought, ideas from other people we are using. This is one of the biggest problem initially we faced, but now this is controlled. But fabrication, falsification have to control, and many other things are there. And this is, but some people are not aware about definition. It is 6 consecutive words are copied. According to the World Association of Medical Editors, 6 consecutive words. As I am suffering from fever, 6 words are there, plagiarism. But students are very clever. They will copy 5 consecutive words and last words they paraphrase it. So it will not come under the category of plagiarism. But again, one more, the criteria is there. 7 to 11 words are overlapping set of 30 words. So you should not have, out of set of 30 words, you cannot have more than 11 words copied. Why 7 to 11 is depend upon the software, their sensitivity. If you use Turnitin, they kept a sensitivity of 8 words. So like that, authenticate similar 8 words. So each software, they have different sensitivity. When you're doing research, you should know about sensitivity of software, then you can play effectively with the plagiarism also. Even journals, they kept 8-word sensitivity. 7 is not, I'm not able to find it, but most of the plagiarism software, 8-word, if you consecutively use, it comes under plagiarism. And types are there that we'll see when you have time leisurely, you read it. This name I can tell. Intentional plagiarism, you know that you are copying and intentionally you are copying. That habit from school children onwards, such children used to copy. So the habit to stick with us, very difficult to go from us. And blatant plagiarism, patchwork, technical plagiarism, unintentionally. You don't know. Maybe some of students, they attend my class, and my way of using certain words I use in the literature. So when the same students use the same words, it comes as a plagiarism. It is unintentionally, because the way of the language forming or the sentence forming, they tend to use. Self-plagiarism, I have published one article, the methodology of the sentence formation. If I use in my another publication without much alteration, that's self-plagiarism. This is also a plagiarism, and accidental plagiarism. So types are many, but more than that, there are many other few threats are there. Just I will highlight, then we'll conclude it. And one more recent fact, 44% of contained what are the research is that flawed data. See, this is serious issues. During the corona era, during the vaccine preparation, if the data is flawed, then how? That also may be the reason we are not finding the efficacy. And what are the emergency situation? If the 44% of data is flawed, then it's the recent findings. And 26% of trials have fake data. Maybe if you see the PhD, maybe more than 50% will be the fake data. Then what is the need for doing the PhD? How much data is there? It should be genuine. And the thought is the PhD sample size should be more. No, that is a wrong assumption. That is our personal opinion, person's assumption. That's wrong. Even with the 25 data, PhD can be done. It's awarded. International PhD, when you are made PhD from Germany, PhD from Michigan University, Massachusetts University, only with 13 data, they have PhD. Australia, many universities there. Tasmania University, only with 15 data, PhD is completed. Only in India, we have 150 samples needed, 100 samples, more than 100 PhD, nothing like that. You elaborate, describe effectively, PhD will be granted. This is a misconception. Maybe that also reason. It is forcefully we are making, or we are also one reason for making the scholars to end up in collecting the fake data. At some way we should accept it. That's the truth. And other threats, there are some, under the few headings are there, ethical concerns, informed consent form also, some issues are there, and data collection, management, analysis, scientific misconduct, what are the other scientific misconduct we are allowing, and publication ethics. Yes, publication ethics, little maybe we can discuss, but before that it's just a point wise. While collecting informed consent form, yes, unethical practices are happening, we'll see. And we are thinking we should not do any harm, but while doing research, we intentionally sometimes we are doing harm. Yes, it is happening. In the point of assessment, in the point of evaluation, in the X-ray or CT scan, unnecessarily we are involving, subjecting to the X-rays, which may not be required. Other part we can consider. And privacy violation. We are taking the photos with the patient and we are not masking their identical features which they can be revealed. Even the eye is not masked. And just we are part of advertising. That's not correct. Privacy we are not maintaining. And data collection before ethical clearance. Many people are not aware about ethical clearance. And the ethics committee also not effectively they are taking into consideration. And not registering clinical trial registry, CTR. If any research, if you are handling, it should be researched. It should be registered. And we have a thought, only RCT should be registered. But certain journals, if you are dealing with any human, it should be registered. If you have an aim of publishing in New England Journal of Medicine, whatever the trial, you should register it. Even qualitative or even the survey, you should register. Otherwise, you cannot publish in New England Journal of Medicine. And it is very transparent when you register, when you have done the study, it is matching or not, they will verify. It is all transparent. You should not keep, it is not, they didn't expect you people to keep any holy books, Bible, Bhagavad Gita, to confirm, yes, my data is true. No, it should be transparent. They are not asking you to confirm it. So research is that it should be transparent and not protecting patient autonomy. Patient wants some certain treatment, no, we are forcefully involving in certain treatment groups. And informed consent form compromise due to deadline. when the deadline is near and we are forcefully making the informed consent form, we are not giving sufficient time to take, and informed consent forms are sometimes signed by the research scholar, which is a crime, signature forgery, one of the important things. Yes, we observed. This is also serious crime we noted. We are not taking sign from the patient, and the scholars are signing, scholar friends are signing for scholars, and PG students are signing for their PG students. These are the crimes should accept it. When we want to be a genuine research, why we are allowing such things to happen? And assent information, many of us we are not aware about assent. If you are collecting data from children, there are 3 different type categories there. Less than 7, you need parent consent, and children assent is not required. But if you are collecting 7 to 12, children also to tell yes. Less than 7, yeah, mother or father can force children to go for the research. Children will accept whatever the parents are telling. But when they cross suppose 7 years, they may not. And children also tell yes, I am willing, and parents also should be willing. So children, oral assent, parent written consent. And from 12 to 17 years, children also should sign assent. Assent form is there, and parent should give consent. Parent giving his consent. After 18 years, that term consent. Less than 18 years, it becomes assent. So these are the informations are not aware. It is our responsibility to get it known. So this is also a reason we are not coming to the international standards. We know that in our research we have more potential. Certain things are missing, and masking research details while administering informed consent form. We are not telling what are the information about our research in the layman term, and just we tell them, no, you can provide signature, then we can go with your treatment. You are not telling. That is research misconception or treatment misconceptions are there. And you should make them aware. You are recruiting them for the research purpose, not for their treatment purpose. But many times we are not in a situation to tell. And yes, that already we discussed. Signature forgery. Please be aware. Forgery is a forgery, go overdone. And informed consent form research we are doing, also it is not correct. And not able to reach legally authorized representative. In case of children, we are giving to the school principals to sign. Principal cannot sign for all the children. That's not correct. And college principals or director cannot sign for their children. That's not correct. That is the easy way of doing research. No, research is not easy. Research should be done what are the way it should be done in a proper way. And ICF copy, informed consent copy, is not provided to the participant. How many of us we provide informed consent copy to the participant? We verified. After the research, when we asked the participant, they didn't give. The researcher didn't give me any copy. That is true. It should be given. When we see international journals, they mention clearly these are the ethical guidelines, ICMR. And obtaining informed consent form after study completion, see, this also feedback. Study is over. And when the supervisor asks, where is the informed consent form? So it is in the hostel. Tomorrow I may bring. Tomorrow, within a whole night, informed consent form is signed, and tomorrow informed consent form is being ready, being produced. So that is not correct. These are the threats to the research integrity. And the refuse to provide signature. Sometimes patient will not refuse to provide. Yeah, you accept it. And getting informed consent form in 2 languages without knowing which language patient knows, that will be sufficient. Unnecessary Hindi and English, why both are required. Either Hindi is sufficient. So students are not aware, we should make them educate, or they themselves should have known these are things. Sometimes informed consent form not obtained it. And the confidentiality not maintained. They are openly revealing their name, height, weight, and hospital data. That's also wrong. This all should not be revealed. It should be decoded, then we should preserve it. Only the code information should be with the principal investigator, and observed data mishandling, the master chart not attached. When you are attaching master chart, it should be with the decoded information. And it is our responsibility to share the data publicly. See, when we are doing research, these are the things we are not doing. Why? We have to do. Data, mentally data set is there, like in many data sets, you should upload the data, and digital object identifier, DOI number will be generated. You should attach in the annexure. So data is available in the online, it will be transparent. Data should not be hidden, because you are involved some human being, some living creature, to produce some information to be used for the mankind. It should be available openly for everyone. You should not hide the data. And when you publish online, the data, you will be the owner. So what is wrong in publishing? And sometimes you want only positive results. You asked a statistician to provide only preferred results. As already told, we want only p less than 0.05. Other things we do. Whatever you want to do, I want only p less than 0.05. That means we don't know biostatistics. We are learning biostatistics, we are not understanding the concept, we are superficial in understanding, and we are making them to do error. and data not verified by the supervisor. Maybe that is maybe with other overload sometime supervisor not verifying each and every data that could be verified. And other increased fabrication, falsification we have. So these are the threats. Just I'm highlighting the threats. And increased plagiarism issues. Dummy ethics committee approving all topics. There may not be a proper ethics committee. If you know, ethics committee should have 15 members. If 15 members is not that, and some place they are telling 7 to 15 members. ICMR tell ethics committee should have minimum 7 members and 5 members should be there for the quorum, lawyer, layperson, pharmacologist, and another 2 persons should be there. Either the member secretary and the chairperson. Chairperson should not from the same institute. It should be from the independent. And among the 15, more than 50% should be there, not associated with the institute. So how many ethics committee are functioning in this way? So they will verify. When we go to the international publication standards, we fail. And ethics committee all should be registered with DHR, Department of Health Research, or even the other regulatory bodies are there. But at least DHR registration should be there. If we don't have, then ethics committee is dummy. And AA in manuscript dissertation, yes. But we don't have rules, can use, but we should be owner of our own content. We should not claim owner for the mission content. Our own child, we should be a owner. Mission producing child, we cannot be the owner. So it's similar to that. Our own data, we should claim it. And purchasing thesis, this also we have observed. Some place they pay 25,000, 50,000, dissertation is ready. And theses are ready, 1 lakh they pay for the thesis, yes. So these are the real research collected information I am presenting, happening. These are the threat. And publication, not adhering to, I think just maybe 5 more minutes I try to wind up as early as possible. Publication, adhering to the ICMJA guidelines, authorship we have. Some publication they may have more than 10 authors, 5 authors. Why? If you are genuine, how many of you are contributing? Only claim the authorship. You should not claim the authorship. You should be the owner to your own child. Students present in non-index conference, I am happy this conference is index and Scopus. I am really glad to the director and the organizing secretary for doing this much hard work in indexing the conference. I am happy with that. And publishing in predatory journals, so this is also one of the things. And forced to pay and publish for guide promotion happening. Presenting publishing student work as first author. Sometime you have to admit it. It's happening. And other thing, gift authorship. You can gift anything. Why only gift authorship? Pay and publish for promotion or PhD degree. No, by money you cannot claim anything. So these are the real facts. How many of you can tell, no, these are not true? Happening. Real facts. These are the threats are there. And guest authorship. Authorship for sale. You want first author? Give me 50,000. I will add you as a first author. I will remove my name and I place my name in between and I will act as a corresponding author. This is happening. And publication as a business, overall it became. Yes, that's true. And we all know, publish or perish. If we do not publish, we are academically and clinically dead. Some people tell publication is only for the academician. No, clinician not publish, they are considered as clinically dead. Because at least case report from the foundation only academician can build up. They should lay the foundation. It is, so clinician cannot escape from publication. Clinician also have to publish. Many people are not documented, not done. So because of that, certain issues, predatory publishing come into or flourishing their business. That is simply they ask the publication without doing proper peer review and they exchange for the money they publish. If you want to do only publication, you can publish in your Facebook page or any other your own social media page, LinkedIn page. Why you want to go for the journal? Even they publish. Some journal they pay and overnight they close the journal. Sometimes you check URL, page does not exist. It's happened. These are the unethical things. You should not fall prey for that. False academy. Just only to pay and publish. And there is an interesting information I want to tell. Jeffrey Peer, he is a librarian. As a part of his PhD research, he is the first person to tell about predatory publisher. And because of that, he is thrown out from the university. But later, as his fame became world over, he again appointed in the same university as the registrar. So you are genuine, it will be rewarded forever. He only coined the term, but yes, now painful one term, publish or perish, now you become pay and publish era that we want to accept. You pay, then only you can publish, it has become. And yeah, we are polluting the publication by predatory journals. They need only money. We should not fall prey for them. Remember, publication are not obtained by money. Even some people, even some of my friends or some of the senior colleagues, they ask, you have 80 scopus. So one scopus you paid 10,000. So more than 8 lakh you paid. So they calculate. No, for the 80 scopus publication, more than 80, I not even paid single penny for that. It is only by proper evaluation process. Sometimes you have to wait it. And there is one journal. It's nothing wrong with telling the name. Data Maggie Institute. They ask for the processing fee of 100 rupees or some 1,000 rupees. That is by the. But even I'm not happy with that. But due to the same what we tell the PhD pressure, submission pressure, our scholar has to go through it. And see, can you see that? Who is in the first position? Yeah, we should be very happy. In the international platform, in pay and publication business, or predatory publisher, India is first. It is not in Olympic, India is first, gold medal. Yeah, we should be happy. USA is second, but we are the first. So world level, when we go, our applications are more scrutinized. We are not getting the scholarship or doing PhD funded easily in other developed countries because of the published evidence. This is there. Archives of Physical, Medical and Rehabilitation is published. Melna et al. Already published. So it is on black mark. This cannot be removed forever. Even we are not there in the world. So remember, in something we have to admit our shame. And fake journal metrics are sometimes simply we make ourselves proud. Yes, I publish in the journal which have 17 impact factor, 5 impact factor. But these are the fake. We should not claim if we publish in such impact factor categorizing journal. And where to publish? So just an idea I have taken. There is many places to there, but if you want your publication should be there, you should go in a certain stable repository like Scopus, PubMed and Web of Science are there. Like you can get degree from any college, but studying and getting degree from Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj University is some value. So like that publication in some certain reputable database has its value. Anywhere, so that is equal to that. You can compare it. Okay, publication, degree. And yes, so these are just, it is predatory, we're telling what is predatory. That means you might have heard. They will fix a person for the appointment for the post, simply for the namesake they do a interview. That is pseudo interview. That is similar to the peer review they do in predatory journals. And yeah, that is equal to 100% result without evaluation. We can compare job without interview. That is not a correct. Proper evaluation should go through, and just say end I am completing. It act as a censor board, peer review. We should not skip it. And if we skip, then we are doing a wrong. We are doing some scientific crime. We should not fall for that. About him I have told, Jeffrey Beer, he is the first person coined and promoting, and because of him only world know about predatory publishing. By paying money and publishing is not correct. There are, but don't take in another way. There is a green open access or gold open access are there, which they took hefty money that we may not able to pay. They take 3 lakh to 9 lakh or 10 lakh. You know the Lancet publication fee, APC, article processing charge is nearly 9 lakh to 10 lakh. Yes, that is there. That is different. That is only with the funding we can go for that. But those who charge very less, 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, these are supporting for the predatory journals. That we should not. Either high or no, in between, that is we should be very cautious. That's about Jeffrey Beer. Here many lawsuits from the frontier. Temptation we have, Ashok publication within 2 working days. This also threat. Rapid peer review. First 2 articles are free. Use promo code and get the waiver in article processing charge. Publish in UGC recognized. Inaugural issue, everything will be free. Editorial board members exempted from the APC charges. And due to high publication impact factor increased publishing. And our journalists listed in forthcoming NMC publish. This also. But try publishing in stable database. But again, this is also not everywhere. We know there's a money, there's a play. Even Scopus, we tell some place it is a good journal. There also recently I get or some of my friends also get the message in the Scopus journal, SCA index, you pay certain money, 2 days publication. Yes. And you can see, you pay certain money, within 5 days pay more, 2 days pay more, But a journal is indexed in Scopus and Web of Science. Even that is also not an, we cannot separate some injustice or unethical practice. It's happening. So where we can trust it. Even pre-written journals are in Scopus also. We trust Scopus, Web of Science and PubMed. But they are also pay and publish are there. There are agents out there. We should be careful when we are going there. Even in MTP, they told there is also a predatory authorship for sale, paper for sale, everything for sale, anything for money. So at present, we are living in an era, we should be very careful for that, and just forcing only pay, publish, where to publish also matters. Okay? And we should not make any fake journals, don't support it. If we have time, you can read it. There are sometimes valuable research we are doing in the fake journals, and sometimes there is more issues with the clone journals are there. Just I am telling, running out of time, and these are the threats we have, and it will lead to the rippling effect, and at last our research will be questionable. If we cite paper from the predatory journal, then research becomes questionable. So when we are taking our review of literature, you should not take any article from the predatory journals. That is the first step we can do. We should know to differentiate which is a genuine, which is a predatory journal. And not all researchers who publish in predatory journals are exploiting the easy publishing, but they are honest, but they are sometimes become fooled, because the business people are even more clever. And top journals are selective, frequently reject, and even genuine and good research they reject. Even Einstein papers are rejected more than 3 times. Who got Nobel Prize? Albert Einstein. So frustration among the genuine researchers. That is the way they go for the predatory. Finally, they result in PhD. High pressure to complete PhD on time. Any research project which seek publication, and for academic promotion. So finally, they depress researcher and their paper to the predatory journal. So these are the reasons we analyzed as a research. This is a research presentation. And so target only the genuine journal, which impact factor. I will conclude it. So as a pledge from academic, we should not allow any predatory journals. How it can be avoided? Supervisors check their research scholars' work with the review of literature. Don't allow any predatory article to be entered into their review of literature, and should check article from predatory journals if cited or not. If cited, remove. That is our genuine journals. We have hurdles. Predatory journals welcome us, but we should know where we are and which pathway we should select for our everlasting king. This I highlighted may not be visible clearly. It takes nearly 3 years for one Scopus SCA index paper for me to publish, but this is not always the same. Even within 1 month I publish. This is also Q1 category, both are Q1 category. So both the ends are there in the genuine journals. Some journals take 3 years, some journals take even 1 month also. We should know where you want to go and publish accordingly. And fabrication, we are against fabrication, please. 2 to 44% of engage in fabrication, which again I want to highlight. If you are collecting only 5 data, tell data is only 5. Don't make 5, 15 or 50, that is unethical. Be genuine, be the genuine researcher, and already research are there are unethical practices are happening. And India bags the top position in pay and publish. And we should someplace in future generation at least we can change. And signature forgery, please avoid. If informed consent form administered formally, then there is also ethical violation. Yes, we end here. I think I am bombarded with certain information due to the lack of time, and I exceeded the time limit. Kindly apologize for the same. If you have any queries, if the organizers allow, they are not angry, we can discuss more. Any queries? Okay. I acknowledge HealthCon, the international conference, the School of Health Sciences, as well as the Ennapoya University from where I am, allowing me to present this shared ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative session. It will truly help us in future work. Now, I would like to invite our faculty member, Dr. Santosh sir, Dr. Umesh Maurya sir, Dr. Adar sir, to felicitate Dr. Asir John Samuel sir, Dr. Tejbir Singh sir, and Dr. Vivek Gupta sir.
5:30 है ऐसा मैं चेक कर रहा था कि लंच के बाद 2 हो चुके हैं पता नहीं किसी पास है सर पता नहीं चला पता करते ठीक पता करते
Thank you, sir. It's my great honor to call upon stage our director, sir, Dr. Digvijay Sharma, sir, on the stage to kindly felicitate Dr. Alok, sir, Senior Physiotherapist, Kanpur, Dr. Amit Mishra, sir, IAP President, Alumni, Kanpur, Dr. Anshul Sharma, sir, Physiotherapist, Sports Authority of India, Dr. Vijay Bhadoria, sir, and Dr. Aditya Sengar, sir, for the significant contribution in conference, Dr. Narendra Kumar, sir, for providing physiotherapy service to disabled children in Kanpur. Sir, please kindly come up on the stage. I would like to request Dr. Neha ma'am and Dr. Amna ma'am to kindly felicitate
In the meantime, we would move with our paper presentation for the professional category. I would like to request all the candidates for the same to get ready as we are going to start our presentation very soon. Please give a huge round of applause for all the members on the stage. Thank you, sir. Now we would like to call our judges for paper presentation for the professional category. Dr. Munish Rastogi, sir, Assistant Director, School of Health Sciences, Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur, Dr. Rajul Rastogi Sir, Professor, Department of Radio Diagnosis, Tirthankar Mahavir Medical College and Research Center, Moradabad, Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Kamal Pant Sir, Associate Professor and HOD, Department of Optometry, UPUMS, on the stage to kindly take their seats on the dais.
Valedictory कितनी देर में?
Now I would like to request all the candidates for the same to get ready as we are going to start our paper presentation very soon. Give a huge round of applause for the judges. Now I would like to call the first participant for the paper presentation is with abstract ID HCF5 to kindly come on the stage to present your paper.
Good evening, respected sir and ma'am. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to introduce myself. Myself, Dr. Angel, physiotherapist. I have pursued my BPT and MPT from Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj University, Kanpur, and pursuing my PhD from ERA University, Lucknow. Recently, I am working as a HOD of Physiotherapy Department in Dr. Jawaharlal Rohde Hospital, Kanpur. So today's my topic is efficacy of Williams spinal flexion exercises and tense in managing lumbar degenerative condition. Introduction. The lumbosacral junction is weak due to its anatomical and biomechanical limitation. The lumbosacral junction is prone to mechanical instability, resulting in lower back pain, affecting the majority of the patient. Lumbosacral complex is an important functional unit of the body. The lumbar vertebrae are larger and more massive to bear the weight of the body. लंबोसेक्रल जंक्शन सबसे वीक स्पॉट है लंबर स्पाइन में, इस वजह से मैकेनिकल इंस्टेबिलिटी के चांसेस लंबर स्पाइन पे सबसे ज़्यादा होते हैं एंड लंबर स्पाइन पे ज़्यादा मूवमेंट होने की वजह से डिस्क बल्जिंग एंड डिस्क डिजनरेशन के चांसेस इस लेवल पे सबसे ज़्यादा होते हैं. बायोमैकेनिकल लिमिटेशन जिस वे में लंबर स्पाइन मूव करती है, फंक्शन करती है, दिस कैन कॉज मैकेनिकल इंस्टेबिलिटी बिकॉज इट्स शेप एंड स्ट्रक्चर. The intervertebral disc plays a crucial role in the maintenance of normal alignment and stability of the spine. एक मिनट, रिवर्स हो रही है. थर्ड स्लाइड, थर्ड. The intervertebral disc plays a crucial role in the maintenance of normal alignment and stability of the spine. Degeneration of the lumbar intervertebral disc can lead to decrease the disc height, affect the spinal movements and neural compromise. लंबर स्पाइन डिजेनरेशन की वजह से जो डिस्क की हाइट है वो रिड्यूस हो जाती है, जिस वजह से स्पाइन कैनाल जो है वो नैरो हो जाती है, नर्व कंप्रेशन के चांसेस हैं जो बढ़ जाते हैं इस लेवल पे. एंड जो शेप होता है वर्टिब्रल फोरामेन का वो लंबोसैक्रल लेवल पे ज़्यादा नैरो होता है बिकॉज ऑफ शॉर्टन पेडिकल्स, स्पेशली L5 लेवल पर, जिस वजह से स्पाइनल कैनाल का स्पेस डिक्रीज हो जाता है एंड नर्व कंप्रेशन के चांसेस बढ़ जाते हैं। लंबर डिजनरेटिव कंडीशन disorder is a significant cause of the disability in the world. In my study, I include conditions such as lumbar disc degeneration, spondylolisthesis, lumbar spinal stenosis, and facet arthropathy. This desiccation associated with lots of varying symptoms including low back pain, weakness of the lower leg and radiating pain, numbness and tingling sensation. Lumbar degenerative disorder can cause reduction in the quality of the life. Spondylolisthesis condition, it is a pathological condition. There is anterior displacement of the vertebra due to structural or degenerative changes of the spine. Facet arthropathy is the most frequent form of the facet pathology. It is also known as facet osteoarthritis. Lumbar spinal degenerative condition characterized by the narrowing of the lumbar spinal canal or the intervertebral foramen. लंबर स्पाइनल स्टेनोसिस को दो सब टाइप्स में डिवाइड किया है, सेंट्रल कैनाल स्टेनोसिस एंड लेटरल कैनाल स्टेनोसिस. If intervertebral disc is bulging posteriorly, then central canal stenosis occurs, and if disc is bulging posterolaterally, then lateral canal stenosis occurs. Williams flexion exercises, जिनको spinal flexion exercises भी कहते हैं, इनको सबसे पहले डॉक्टर पॉल विलियम्स ने 1937 में chronic low back pain के लिए ये exercise program बनाया था. This exercise program can reduce pain and stabilize the lower soft tissues, developing the abdominal muscles and gluteus maximus muscle, hamstring, passively stretching the hip flexors and lower back muscles. Williams flexion exercise, there is in this exercise program, this is a combination of strengthening as well as stretching of the muscles. In my study, I take exercises posterior pelvic tilt, single knee to chest, double knee to chest, and hip flexors stretch, partial sit-ups, and hamstring stretch. Background: lumbar degenerative condition including lumbar disc degeneration, spinal canal stenosis, disc desiccation, and spondylolisthesis impair mobility and quality of life. विलियम फ्लेक्शन एक्सरसाइजेज ये हेल्प करती हैं लंबर के फ्लेक्शन को इन्हेंस करने में, हमारी कोर मसल्स को स्ट्रेंथन करती हैं एंड टेंस हमारे पेन को रिलीव करने में हेल्प करता है. अपनी इस स्टडी में मैंने इन दोनों के कंबाइंड इफेक्टिवनेस को इवेल्युएट किया है. ऑब्जेक्टिव टू असेस द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ विलियम्स स्पाइनल फ्लेक्शन एक्सरसाइज एंड टेंस ऑन पेन, स्पाइनल फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी एंड फंक्शनल मोबिलिटी in lumbar degenerative disorders. Methodology: in my study, I take 250 patients of lumbar disc degeneration, facet arthropathy, spinal canal stenosis and spondylolisthesis. मैंने इन पेशेंट्स को दो ग्रुप में डिवाइड किया है. अपने एक ग्रुप में मैंने केवल स्पाइनल फ्लेक्शन एक्सरसाइजेस को अकेले दिया है, वहीं सेकेंड ग्रुप में स्पाइनल फ्लेक्शन एक्सरसाइजेस के साथ टेंस की कंबाइंड थेरेपी दी है. पेन को मेजर करने के लिए विजुअल एनालॉग स्केल का यूज किया है एंड मोबिलिटी को मेजर करने के लिए ओडीआई स्केल का यूज किया है. डाटा वर एनालाइज्ड यूजिंग SPSS बटन 25. रिजल्ट जो मेरी स्टडी का आया है, पेन इंटेंसिटी सिग्निफिकेंटली कम हुई है कंबाइंड थेरेपी ग्रुप में, जिस ग्रुप में मैंने विलियम्स फ्लेक्शन एक्सरसाइजेस एंड टेंस को साथ में दिया है. फंक्शनल मोबिलिटी एंड स्पाइनल फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी इंप्रूव हुई है कंबाइंड थेरेपी ग्रुप में एंड टेंस को साथ में देने से एक्सरसाइज पेशेंट को ज़्यादा पेन रिलीफ मिला है, फास्टर पेन रिलीफ मिला है. कंक्लूजन जो मेरी स्टडी का है, विलियम्स स्पाइनल फ्लेक्शन एक्सरसाइजेज विद टेंस इफेक्टिवली रिड्यूस पेन, enhance mobility of lumbar degenerative condition including disc degeneration, spinal stenosis and facet arthropathy condition. These are the differences. Thank you so much.
Sir, any questions?
आपने जो ये वर्क किया है, आपने दिखाया कि L5S1 की डिस्क प्रोट्रूजन के लिए ज़्यादा ससेप्टेबल है, एंड फिर आपने मसल पेन के ऊपर किया। ये दोनों चीज़ का कोई कोरिलेशन है कि L5S1 डिस्क बल्ज विल कॉज पेन, दैट इज व्हाई यू आर यूजिंग दिस, और अगर वो नॉन डिस्क पेन है तो भी आप ये यूज कर सकते हैं?
नहीं सर, अगर और भी पेन है तो उसके लिए भी यूज कर सकते हैं। इसमें मैंने मोस्ट कॉमन बताया है क्योंकि ज़्यादा मूवमेंट की वजह से ड्यू टू इट्स शेप एंड स्ट्रक्चर L4, L5 लेवल पे मैंने डिस्क डिजनरेशन के, बल्जिंग के चांसेस बहुत ज़्यादा देखे हैं। एंड जो स्पाइनल फ्लेक्शन एक्सरसाइजेज हैं, अगर L1, L2, L3 लेवल भी इन्वॉल्व है तो उनको भी ये एक्सरसाइजेज करा सकते हैं, बट उनमें से कुछ सिलेक्टिव एक्सरसाइजेज निकालनी पड़ेंगी।
दूसरा, ये जो पेन वाले पेशेंट्स थे वो डिफ्यूज पेन था कि फोकल पेन था?
जी सर,
जो पेशेंट्स आपने लंबर पेन के लिए अपने वर्क में, वो डिफ्यूज बैकएक था या फोकल बैकएक?
नो सर, रेडिएटिंग पेन, फोकल पेन, रेडिएटिंग पेन आल्सो।
रेडिकुलोपैथी थी उसमें?
जी, स्पाइनल कैनाल स्टेनोसिस।
फिर आपने इसमें बताया भी नहीं, और दूसरा फिर आप रेडिकुलोपैथी वाले पेशेंट को डायरेक्टली आप फिजियोथेरेपी कैसे करेंगे? आपको पहले पता होना चाहिए कि वहाँ पर फिजियोथेरेपी का रोल है, या कोई ऑपरेशन करना है, या कुछ डिकम्प्रेशन करना है।
जी सर।
आप प्रोट्रूजन को एक्सट्रूजन में कन्वर्ट कर देंगे, फिर वो कैसे पता चलेगा?
ओके सर।
मतलब फिजियोथेरेपी इज अ पार्ट ऑफ द ट्रीटमेंट, राइट? जब तक हमें कॉज ही नहीं पता है तो हम ट्रीटमेंट कैसे करते हैं? आपको कॉज पहले पता होना चाहिए कि ये डिस्क बल्ज नहीं है, रेडिकुलोपैथी नहीं है, ये फोकल नहीं है, तभी आप डिफ्यूज मसल पेन को आप ट्रीट कर सकते हैं। आप डिस्क बल्ज के पेन को ट्रीट नहीं कर सकते फिजियोथेरेपी, कर सकते हैं?
जी सर।
कैसे कर सकते हैं? नहीं कर सकते
सर। ट्रीटमेंट प्लान से अगर अक्यूट डिस्क बल्ज है देन एक्सटेंशन एक्सरसाइजेस के साथ
यू कैंट डू फिजियोथेरेपी फॉर अक्यूट बल्ज बिकॉज इट विल कन्वर्ट इनटू प्रोट्रूजन।
आप जो कह रही हैं मैडम कि डिफ्यूज डिस्क बल्ज में आपने इसमें ट्रीटमेंट दिया?
जी सर।
किन पेशेंट्स में कंट्राइंडिकेटेड था वो बताइए मुझको।
फ्रेश डिस्क बल्ज में कॉन्ट्राइंडिकेटेड है, विलियम्स फ्लेक्शन नहीं दे सकते।
व्हाट अबाउट रेडिकुलोपैथी? अगर उसमें अगर कोई भी पेशेंट आपके पास आ रहा है और उसमें रेडिएटिंग पेन हो रहा है तो आप उसमें फिजियोथेरेपी दोगे कि नहीं दोगे?
जी सर, फिजियोथेरेपी देंगे डायग्नोज करके फिजिकल एग्जामिनेशन के साथ। अगर पेशेंट के साथ पास रिपोर्ट्स भी हैं उनको देखे, एक्सट्रूजन अगर होता है, सिक्वेस्ट्रेशन स्टेज होती है तो ट्रीटमेंट नहीं देते। अगर प्रोट्रूजन होता है।
आपने 250 पेशेंट्स लिए हैं
जी,
इसमें कोई ग्रुप्स बनाए थे आपने कि आपने इसमें रखा, इसमें नहीं देना है, इसमें देना है, इसमें नहीं देना है, ऐसा कुछ आपने किया है?
जी सर।
दिखाइए
सर, इसमें मैंने नहीं दिया।
ठीक है, थैंक यू।
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call the second participant for the paper presentation, that is with abstract ID HCF6, to kindly come on the stage to present your paper.
Very good evening, senior faculty member, invited delegates, invited guests, and dear students. I am Dr. Preeti Yadav, Faculty Department of Optometry, and today my topic of presentation, the symptomatic effect of a smartphone display light on eyes. My abstract ID is SCF6. Nowadays, a smartphone is used daily for different tasks. In India, a smartphone user is around 712 million. This report is extracted in Feb 2025, which is approximately half in 2017, around 412 million. Although its use make life easier, but may leads to several problems like neurological, postural, and ocular issues. The health effects can be divided into two parts, ocular health effects and general health effects. The ocular health effects included short-term effects and permanent damage into eye. The short-term effect includes dry eyes, irritable eyes, eye strain, eye ache, blurred vision, and the permanent damage into eyes, early cataract, early RMG, macular burn, cell death of sensory retina. The general health effects included headache, insomnia, anxiety, thumb, neck and back pain, tumor and brain cancer. We should know what is blue light. The blue light is the visible spectrum lies between 318 to 700 nanometer in the segment of electromagnetic spectrum. The blue light has a shorter wavelength between 450 to 495 nanometer. Shorter wavelength and highest energy, and similar to the ultraviolet rays, blue light has both benefits and dangers. Sunlight is the natural source of blue light, and many blue light sources are indoor blue light, including fluorescent LED lighting and flat screen televisions. The blue light hazards photochemical damage that can be caused to the retina. As a result of higher energy, blue radiation penetrates the lens and cornea to reach the retina. This phenomena have been demonstrated in many studies. Here in this diagram, previous slide. Yes. Here we can see the blue light penetrated the cornea and the lens and reaches up to the retina. Although the ultraviolet rays just harm only the cornea and the retina. In this slide, I want to demonstrate the result of the ultraviolet rays is cataract and pterygium. Although the effect of the blue light which reaches to the retina lead to the macular degeneration or cell death of the retina. Using phone in dark is also harmful. High energy light, blue light has a shorter wavelength, meaning it carries more energy than other visible light colors. Retinal damage, excessive exposure can cause a toxic reaction leading to the death of the photoreceptor cells, potentially resulting in the blindness. Nighttime risk using phone in the dark increases the risk of the long-term eye damage and less in daylight environment. Blue light emission lead to the cell death. The blue light affects the light sensitive layer of the retina, damaging rods and cone. It generates reactive oxygen species, ROS, which is superoxide radical, and ROS react with the retinal cell, leading to the cell destruction. The aim of the study is to investigate the impact of the smartphone display light, particularly blue light, on ocular health. Objective to determine the symptomatic effect of the blue light exposure from the smartphone screen on eye health. To evaluate the awareness and adopting of the blue light protection methods among students. Material and method. It was an observational cross-sectional questionnaire-based study. 460 participants recruited from the Department of Optometry, and the inclusion criteria, no prior vision issues were included. Data collection and data analysis tabulated and analyzed for the symptom prevalence and contributed factor. After obtaining permission from the Scientific and Ethical Committee to start a study, consent from the student of Department of Optometry, UPMS were collected. Data collection like demographic detail, visual acuity and symptomatic related questionnaire were included. Collection of data by two methods, online questionnaire by Google form and observation by clinical worker. Result. Smartphone uses related results were compiled. The most participants use smartphone for 2 to 4 hours daily. Primarily uses social media, academic purpose and entertainment. The viewing distance of the participant is around 32.4%, around 30 centimeter. Contrast setting, 83.3% used regular contrast setting. Blue light filter uses 54.1% used a blue filter, while others remain unaware about its benefits. Screen brightness level, 60% keep their screen at high brightness level. Ocular symptom related question, 34.3% reported symptom like eye strain, dryness and fatigue. 76.7% did not take any medication for discomfort. 49.8% believe smartphone use was responsible for their symptoms, and duration of symptom range from a few hours to over years or 2 years. Impact on sleep, 45% reported difficult falling asleep after smartphone uses at night. Discussion. Prolonged smartphone display exposure, particularly to blue light, can cause digital eye strain and sleep disturbance. Clinical implications. Rising digital eye strain lead to dryness, irritation and headache. Potential retinal damage. Long-term blue light exposure may harm vision. Sleep disturbance. Blue light affects melatonin production. Need for regular eye examination. Early detection can prevent complications. Protective measures. Use of blue light filter and optimize screen. Screen time guidelines essential for reducing ocular strain. Future recommendation. Increase awareness through education campaign. Develop eye-friendly screen technology. Just one second. Implement screen time guideline in school and workplace. Conduct more research on a long-term blue light effects and encourage regular eye examination. Enhance software solution for eye strain prevention. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, Preeti ma'am, just tell me, you did the cross-sectional study, and I think you used the questionnaire-based.
Online questionnaire-based.
Online. So there was some clinical input also involved, like you did some clinical examination?
Vision and refraction test were involved.
Okay. So how you correlated the questionnaire with the clinical findings? Like, what was some kind of correlation you were able to make?
Yeah, before the result is compiled on the behalf of two categories. One is a online questionnaire-based study, and second is a result on the basis of symptoms, or on the exam. Dryness is examined with the Shermer test in the lab.
So specifically, dryness was correlated with that.
Correlated with that, and other is depending on
the recommendations which you have given, it was only subjective recommendations or a kind of generalized recommendation? Because I don't think so on the basis of the data or the result, particularly results, those inferences, those recommendations can be given.
Yeah, it is generalized recommendation.
Okay.
There is no objective intervention we can use.
So what is the prime...
recommend to the audience or to the people that they can set their contrast or filter on a mobile phone, and they may keep a mobile phone around 40 centimeters away from the eyes, and they should not use in a dark background.
So my question is, just now you said that the mobile should be read from a 40 centimeters distance. Can any of us read the mobile phone from a 40 centimeters? Nobody can read it.
Sorry, sir?
So can anybody read a mobile text from a 40 centimeter distance?
Yes, sir. As many studies, I have not done, but many studies recommending.
In routine public, is it possible?
Yeah, 35 to 40 centimeters is a routine working distance. Not everyone, sir.
It is not there actually.
Not less than 25 centimeters is recommended by the optometrist.
One thing is, whenever you do any sort of research, you have to be very precise what you are saying, how you are enrolling. So you have enrolled whom? The persons already working in the department, right? Second thing is you said ki they have irritation, dryness, but it can be because of other things also. How did you rule out or how did you exclude other causes that the mobile phone was the only cause, no other cause was responsible for it? For example, I am a radiologist. I work in a AC environment with high flow of air. My eyes get dry even without using a mobile phone. So how will you make sure that whatever observations you have taken is not based on because of other factors? So there is a lot of bias in this.
Long screen hours is also responsible.
So long screen hours from a mobile, from a laptop, from a LED will be different.
In this study, I have excluded that person which is having already some ocular issues like dryness or refractive errors.
But those who are using mobile phones may be using laptops also at this.
Yeah.
So then there is a lot of bias, na? It is not just because of mobile. It may be because of some other reasons.
Over screen.
You could have made some groups, different groups, and then you could have done some kind of comparison.
Okay.
Because if you have different groups of different kind of, some having digital exposure, can be TV based, can be computer based, and can be anything. And then you can have specifically smartphone based. And then also evaluating what pre-existing things are there. Like we should have some kind of information, prior information about the patient.
That I have excluded if someone having...
Just last thing, what is the commonest cause of dryness of eyes? Is it the mobile phones?
Sorry?
What is the commonest cause of dryness of eye? Is it the mobile phones?
Not only mobile phone.
So what is that? I do not watch mobile phones for 2 hours, but I have to put the refreshed ear for 3 times a day. What is the reason?
Sir, there may be many causes of dryness like viewing gland abnormality or blink rate also responsible for dryness. Yes.
Ma'am, just to say, we have been using mobiles for a pretty long time. Now everyone knows that overuse of mobile and screen time leads to dry eye. I just want to know what is new in this topic. Is there anything new? We are using mobiles and nowadays all the academics and all the research has turned a lot in the mobiles.
So not in my study, but in many study done anywhere. Like if we are using mobile phone for short period, then we having a short-term ocular issues. If we are using mobile phone for long duration for a continuous time, then some may have retinal damage also. This may lead to the retinal cell death also.
These hazards are well stated earlier also. What is due in your study? I'm just saying that.
So exact the number of symptoms I have evaluated. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon the stage the third participant for the paper presentation with abstract ID HCF to kindly come on the stage to present your paper. And with that, I would like to inform that you have only 6 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for queries, so kindly adhere to the timings.
Hello. Good evening to all dignitaries on the dais, all the faculty members and my dear students. I am Dr. Alka Gupta from MSME Department, UIT, CSM, Kanpur University. Today I am here to present my research group's work, which is aloe vera based electrospun hydrogel loaded with curcumin and piperacillin tazobactam for diabetic wound healing. Skin is the largest organ in the human body
and its function is to it is the principal barrier against the external stimuli like any injury, wound and burn, etc. But in the present era, in case of rising incidence of trauma, depression, diabetes and obesity, the natural power of the skin is disrupted, and so wound healing process would be delayed. And this would develop the refractory wounds, means chronic wounds in these type of patient. Means in normal patient, these wounds may not have adverse effect, but the patient with these type of symptoms will lead to refractory wounds in these type of patients. So, how the progress of wound healing delayed? The reasons might be infections caused by pathogen invasions in this type of diabetes patients, chronic inflammations, impaired angiogenesis, means disruption of formation of new blood vessels, etc. These chronic wounds have high impact on the patient health in terms of healing period is prolonged. If healing period is more than 4 weeks or so, then there is a chances of high infection on the wound site, and that can be leads to amputation of the part. Among the various challenges, researchers face challenges to develop a new kind of material which can face this challenge and do the needful increase the healing time. So here comes a hydrogel based wound designs. Hydrogel. What are hydrogels? Hydrogels are polymer based materials which are hydrophilic in nature. At the wound site, and normally what is there? There is a bandage, there is a bandage and other types of things are there. But if you use hydrogels, it is hydrophilic in nature, it is biocompatible, and it resembles with the ECM, means extracellular matrix type, which is at the wound site of the material. Also, it has capability to swell up when in the it retains the water content and swell up. So, in deep wounds type of cases, what happened? This hydrogel will treat that area more rigorously. It enables to absorb the exudate like pus, blood at the wound site, even simultaneously maintaining the moist environment at the wound site. This will lead to the progression in wound healing. Also, it is not only a 2D patch, it is hydrogel, means it has 3D porous architecture, so it resembles with extracellular matrix type of body-like thing. So it facilitates enhanced cell migration, proliferation and tissue regeneration, which is useful for wound healing in a less time. Also, these hydrogels are made up of tiny nano capillary type of fibers, so that it can contain or deliver, it can be used as a delivery agent of several therapeutic things like antibiotics, like other anti-inflammatory additives. We can load it with that, so it has capacity to deliver. So this is the mechanism of wound healing. First is hemostatic inflammatory stage, this top left, and there is a proliferation stage, then remolding stage. So due to less time, I have only 1 minute, so I just skip this. This is the same. In our research group, we are preparing PVA and cellulose address survey in which this type of work is done, not exactly ours. And these are the research gaps. Means at present there is also a chance to have innovations in this hydrogel field, and this is our methodology, and these are our samples like cellulose, PVA, and then hydrogels. So our novelty of this project is we will make these fiber sheets by electrospinning technique. What is that electrospinning? We have to make
Madam,
a polymer.
please come to the conclusion. Come to the conclusion. We want to know this.
Just please start with how we made these fibers. Please play that. Just before that, one more. Yes. So there is needle, and there is a polymeric solution, and we have given a high bias of kilowatt voltage around the target and this syringe needle, and this we have get the nano size fiber. Then that nano size fibers are deposited on the rotating drum, which is conductive. So this is significant, and these are our samples. As you see, there is a 200 to 450 nanometers in range. We have that size of fibers. And these we have proposed that we will do this test on rat model, and we have collaboration with Dr. Kala and Dr. Richagiri. So in future we will be doing this in vivo and in vitro test on the labs. No, not yet. We have just synthesized hydrogels. No, we made hydrogels. Yes. It is not yet done. We have just made samples, means that hydrogels, and we did the same analysis.
That this is not ready for application now.
Not ready for application.
Not ready for application.
Yes. This is my research group. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon the stage the fourth participant of the paper presentation, that is with abstract ID HCF 8, to kindly come on the stage to present your paper.
Good evening, everyone. I am very thankful to the organizing committee to invite me to present my presentation here. I have completed my research in past year, and I am passed from this university, CSJMU, from SSS department. My presentation is on the topic combined rehabilitation, combined effect of brainstorm rehabilitation with on combined effect of okay, I am nervous right now, that's why it is hacking like that. I am presenting today combined effect of brainstorm upper limb rehabilitation and aerobic exercises on cognitive and motor performance among the chronic stroke patients. This study was done under the supervision of Dr. Kumar sir, my ideal guide. I am very thankful for supporting all my work here. What is neurobics? Nobody knows. At least they are less aware of this topic. I know, because it is very long gap with the brainstorm study. न्यूरोबिक्स में 2016 में ही एक स्टडी हुई है फिजियोथेरेपी डिपार्टमेंट में, उस पे कॉग्निटिव फंक्शंस पे वर्क किया गया था, लेकिन मोटर फंक्शंस पे नहीं किया गया था. दिस इज an international topic.
Madam, just come to the aims and objectives, material and methods, inclusion, exclusion and results. Okay. Please don't go too much further in introduction.
This is important to know about neurobics. That's why it is a brief introduction here. Neurobics is a exercise kind of. Okay.
Aims and objectives.
Aims and objectives. मेथड एंड मटेरियल्स में मैंने यूज किया था इंकल्जन क्राइटेरिया. सर 1 मिनट तो दीजिए कम से कम. एम्स ऑफ द स्टडी.
इससे पहले वाली स्लाइड. हाँ, ऑब्जेक्टिव. हाँ, ऑब्जेक्टिव पहले.
द ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ द स्टडी to study the effect of combined brainstorm approach and neurobic exercises for the cognitive and motor performance among chronic stroke population. जो क्रोनिक स्ट्रोक पॉपुलेशन थी, ब्रेनस्टॉर्म ऑलरेडी नोन है कि कॉग्निटिव और मोटर फंक्शन पे इफेक्ट करता है, लेकिन न्यूरोबिक्स इसके साथ कभी भी कंबाइंड इफेक्ट को नहीं दिखा पाया. तो मेरी मेन स्टडी ये थी कि नॉट इंक्लूडिंग लार्जर पॉपुलेशन, माय पॉपुलेशन वाज 32, so I include the population criteria on the basis of stroke patient जो कि hemorrhagic strokes थे. हीमरेजिक स्ट्रोक्स में मैंने ये पूरी स्टडी परफॉर्म की है बाय स्टिमुलेशन ऑफ 5 सेंसेस. मेथड ही बता रही हूँ सर. 5 सेंस स्टिमुलेशन था. स्टिमुलेशन ऑफ विजुअल सेंस, स्टिमुलेशन ऑफ स्मेल, स्टिमुलेशन ऑफ हियरिंग, स्टिमुलेशन ऑफ हियरिंग, स्टिमुलेशन ऑफ सेंस, स्टिमुलेशन ऑफ टेस्ट and integration of multiple sense. Okay, ये न्यूरोबिक्स में मैंने इनकॉर्पोरेट करे थे और इसका सेशन दिया था 5 मिनट एवरी पेशेंट को इन डिफरेंट वेज. मैंने जो अपना डेटा कलेक्ट किया था, पनेश्वर हॉस्पिटल मल्टी सुपर स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल है, वहाँ पे बहुत सारे पेशेंट्स ऐसे थे जिसमें वो मेरे इंक्लूजन क्राइटेरिया में फिट थे, तो वहाँ पे स्टडी करना मेरे लिए एक ईजी रहा. एंड ब्रेनस्टॉर्म अपर लिम्स में बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐसी थी जो मोटर फंक्शन को एनहेंस करनी थी, जो न्यूरोबिक्स फंक्शन को उसके साथ और एनहेंसमेंट किया. यानी मेन ये है कि बोथ द कॉम्बिनेशन ब्रेनस्टॉर्म एंड न्यूरोबिक्स एनहेंस द इलास्टिसिटी एंड न्यूरोप्लास्टिसिटी ऑफ द ब्रेन सेल. वी आर एजिंग, देयर इज a thinning of dendrites and there is degeneration of brain cells. So we are aware of these conditions, and when the serious condition of stroke is projected, it is
background हमें पता है stroke.
Yeah.
Results पे आते. What did you find?
I found in my study there is a significance outcome measures for supporting my study in combination. I used 3 outcome measures, FMA UE, Fugal Mayor Assessment, Upper Limb Assessment था, MOCA, Motor Cognitive Assessment, and MS, Motor Assessment Scale. It was pre and post, one group pre and post quasi-experimental study, which has shown the significant result by using SPSS 26.0 IBM.
Okay. So what is the age group of patients?
Yeah, sir. It is aging and towards aging, 40 to 62. 62, yes, sir.
And how do you define chronic stroke?
I decided the chronic stroke on the basis of MOCA. MOCA is a scale that defines cognitive assessment. तो जितने भी cognitive assessment में जो मैंने मार्किंग रखी हुई थी वो less than 25 से ऊपर ही रखा हुआ था.
Chronic stroke.
Yes, sir.
We are not talking about disability.
1 month, more than 1 month, 2 months.
That is not a criteria for chronic stroke, no?
Yes, sir. Because all the patients are following up approximately 4 months later. So that's why I used to do. Category of chronic stroke was hemorrhagic stroke.
come to the conclusion last time. What was your conclusion?
My conclusion was in this study that neurobic exercise is a program that is enhancing neuroplasticity in the brain in very simple ways by stimulating 6 senses, that is visual, hearing and multi-sense, जो incorporate करते बहुत सारे senses को एक साथ, and reflexes, grasp, motor, hearing, skill. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have moved toward the end of paper presentation for professional category. Now I would like to invite our faculty member, Dr. Varsha Prasad ma'am, Assistant Professor, Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj Vishwavidyalaya, to kindly come on the stage to felicitate our judges for the session. Please give a big round of applause for ma'am. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. Next, we would like to start our panel discussion. The topic for the discussion will be revolutionizing healthcare delivery through research-driven innovations. And the moderator for this session is Dr. Digvijay Sharma, Director, School of Health Sciences, Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur. I would like to invite on the stage the members of panel discussion, Dr. Namrata Srivastav Ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Optometry, Era University, Lucknow, Dr. Sonal Amit Ma'am, Professor and HOD, Department of Pathology, Dean, Academics, Autonomous State Medical College, Kanpur.
Dr. Rashmi Singh Ma'am, Assistant Professor, FSM College of Community Sciences, CSA UA and T, Kanpur. Dr. Gaurav Pratap Tyagi Sir, Assistant Professor, Swami Vivekanand, Subharti University, Meerut, UP. Dr. Sunil Kumar Saxena Sir, Lecturer, Radiology and Imaging Department, UMS.
Please give a big round of applause for all the members on the stage.
everyone, and welcome to the today's panel discussion on revolutionizing healthcare delivery through research-driven innovations. It is an honor to moderate this discussion with such esteemed experts. Healthcare is constantly evolving, and research-driven innovation play an important role in shaping new technology, improving treatment approaches, and enhancing healthcare accessibility. Today we will discuss how research is transforming healthcare and explore both the opportunities and challenges that come with these advancements. With an excellent lineup of experts who bring diverse perspectives of this discussion, let me introduce them before we begin. Dr. Namrata Srivastav, Assistant Professor, ERA University, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, a distinguished academic and researcher in the field of healthcare innovations, contributing extensively to evidence-based medical practices. Dr. Sonal Amit, Professor and Head, Department of Pathology, Autonomous State Medical College, Kanpur, Dehat, a leader in pathology and medical education. Dr. Amit has worked extensively on integrating diagnostic advancement with patients' care strategies. Dr. Rasmi Singh, Associate Professor, Department of Food and Nutrition, CSA Kanpur, an expert in food and nutrition. Dr. Singh focuses on the intersection of diet, health and disease prevention through evidence-based research. Mr. Sunil Kumar Saxena, Lecturer, RIT Department of Radiological and Imaging Technology, Uttar Pradesh, University of Medical Sciences, Saipai, Ottawa. With 30 years of experience in radiological and imaging technology, Mr. Saxena has contributed significantly to the advancement of medical imaging for improved diagnosis and treatment. Welcome, esteemed panelists. Let's begin the discussion. We will have 2 minutes each to focus on the subject respectively. So we will start with Dr. Sunil Saxena. We will begin with Dr. Sunil Saxena. Dr. Saxena, please.
Hello, good evening to all of you. Good evening to here present all the dignitary faculty members and students. I am Sudhir Kumar Saxena from Department of Radiology and Imaging Technology. At present era, radiology, even all health facility is in the evolution due to information technology and more about the artificial intelligence. In radiology also, starting from the acquisition of the image, storage, transmission and diagnosis is also revolutionized by these developments. At present, artificial intelligence even helps us in patient identification, positioning, and even the radiation delivery, and also in the diagnosis of the minute disease or minute changes in any types of tissue or the characteristics which are easily identified artificially, or in otherwise it helps other health professionals also in the treatment also. Okay.
Now I'd like to request Dr. Sonal Amit to focus on the topic.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, thanks a lot for having me here. It's indeed a pleasure and honor in such a beautiful campus. And I personally would like to thank Dr. Manish Rastogi sir and Dr. Digvijay Sharma sir. So I'll straight away come to the topic. Now, as you know, today we are living in an era of cancer. You know, whether you accept it or not, we are living in this world of cancer. And virus has come back. There was a time when there was bacteria and people would die of bacterial diseases. But thanks to research, whether the research was done in a lab, by chance, as it happened in case of Alexander Fleming with the discovery of penicillin, we are saved from bacterial diseases largely. Of course, an epidemic is yet to come because of, misuse of antibiotics. That's another topic. But today, when we combine viruses, the advent of virus is now we can see the future with COVID-19 pandemic, and cancer is very much a reality, right? So we know that without research, we cannot progress in the world of healthcare delivery. Now I'll give you two examples. One is the preventive aspect, that is the COVID-19 vaccination. We all remember the first wave of COVID-19. We were locked up. It was good, it was cool in the beginning, but later, it was too much. And there were businesses collapsing, families without any occupation, and it was not the possibility to go further. Thanks to the research, that quickly we understood the structure of the virus in the labs, and that led us to the development of vaccine. Everybody, I think here, is a researcher in some way or the other, in some stage or the other. So you know the concept of immunity, active, passive, and the vaccination. So COVID-19 vaccination saved the world to a great extent, okay, and we were, as Indians, we are the forerunners. From Serum Institute, we got the vaccine. Of course, there are other vaccines. And the second example I'd like to give you is the therapeutics. Now today, because I'm a pathologist and every left, right, central, I'll see only tumors. So we know that there's an ever expanding world of cancer biomarkers. अब ये बायोमार्कर्स कई टाइप के होते हैं. मैं बायलिंगुअल हिंदी और इंग्लिश दोनों में बोलना चाहूँगी, बिकॉज मैसेज मेरा आप लोगों तक जाना चाहिए. आप सब लोग फ्यूचर रिसर्चर्स हैं कि ये जो कैंसर बायोमार्कर्स हमारे होते हैं, ये इनके बहुत यूज़ होते हैं. या तो ये डिजीज़ की डायग्नोसिस में हमको हेल्प करते हैं, आइदर दे आर डायग्नोस्टिक या रिस्क स्ट्रैटिफिकेशन. कोई सर्टेन जीन म्यूटेशन हमारी बॉडी में होता है और हमारा हाई चांसेस होता है एक सर्टेन टाइप के कैंसर को अक्वायर करना, तो इसको रिस्क स्ट्रैटिफिकेशन में बोलते हैं. तीसरा, हम डिजीज को स्टेज कर सकते हैं. प्रोस्टेट कैंसर बहुत रैम्पेंट है, मतलब मेरे टेबल में अगर मैं 10 केसेस में से 8 प्रोस्टेट कैंसर पॉजिटिव ही होंगे मेलिग्नेंसी के लिए. PSA इसका मार्कर है. प्रिडिक्टिव मार्कर्स जो कि डिजीज की को प्रिडिक्ट करे आफ्टर ट्रीटमेंट, इस पे कितना ट्रीटमेंट का बेनिफिट होगा, उसको प्रिडिक्टिव मार्कर्स बोलते हैं. एंड प्रोग्नोस्टिक मार्कर्स, क्लिनिकल आउटकम कैसा होगा इस पेशेंट का इफ वी गिव द ट्रीटमेंट और डोंट गिव द ट्रीटमेंट. सो देयर आर वैरायटी ऑफ मार्कर्स, and all these markers I would just like to touch upon in these 2 minutes. We have limited time, I think I've exceeded my time. That all these markers are subject to research. There is an ever evolving diagnostic battery, ever evolving therapeutic, matlab treatment based battery, or together diagnostics and therapeutics, they come together as theranostic and companion diagnostics. तो पढ़िएगा, ये बहुत ही बड़ा टॉपिक है और हम लोग बात करेंगे इसके बारे में. रिसर्च के लिए एकदम ओपन है. Thank you.
Thanks, madam. Thanks for the words. Now I request Dr. Rasmi Singh, madam, to say a few words about the topic.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to talk on the very relevant topic, that is revolutionizing the health delivery system based on the research and innovations. Because I am expert in food science and nutrition, so firstly eat to have the nutrients only, but now it has been seen that every individual need is different. There is other terms have been coined, that is precise public health or precise health. With these, there is a precision agriculture. This artificial intelligence has changed the all the researches and innovations. Precision agriculture is actually gives the real-time data, and it has been seen that the yield has increased by 10%. And for example, drone, हम drone का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं एग्रीकल्चर में, और ड्रोन का जो कैमरा है वो हमें रियल टाइम डेटा देता है, और उसकी वजह से ऑन टाइम इंटरवेंशंस होते हैं और वी कैन इंक्रीज द यील्ड. देयर इज कंसेप्ट ऑफ द स्मार्ट फूड. पहले हमें सिर्फ न्यूट्रिएंट्स लेने थे, हमें सिर्फ एनर्जी, प्रोटीन और कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स चाहिए थे, बट अभी हम जो है बायोएक्टिव कंपाउंड्स, एंटीऑक्सीडेंट्स और फंक्शनल फूड्स की हम बात कर रहे हैं. जो लेटेस्ट अभी टेक्नोलॉजी हम यूज़ करेंगे न्यूट्रिशन में, दैट विल बी द ओमिक्स, एप्लीकेशन ऑफ द ओमिक्स टेक्नोलॉजी इन डाइटरी मैनेजमेंट. तो विद दैट इज न्यूट्रोजेनोमिक्स और मेटाबोलोमिक्स, दैट इज द यूज ऑफ द microbiome, that is the gut bacteria, because there are billions of the bacteria in our gut, and every individual respond differently to these microbacteria in our gut. And with this, there is research on the DNA, how the DNA, because every individual is genetically different, so how the DNA or the microRNA respond to the nutrients or the bioactive compounds. That is the new field for the research in nutrition. Thank you so much.
Thanks, madam. Now I will request Dr. Namta Srivastava, madam.
Good evening to all of you, and thank you to welcome sir hear me. And I am Dr. Namta Srivastava from Ara University, Assistant Professor. जो आज का टॉपिक है, दिस इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, एंड आई थिंक अभी जो करंट चीज़ें आ रही हैं हमारे सामने, इनोवेटिव रिसर्चेस बिहाफ, हम AI टेक्निक्स हैं, बहुत सारी ऐसी इनोवेटाइजेशंस हैं जिसके थ्रू हम अपने हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम्स को बहुत स्ट्रांगली हैंडल कर सकते हैं. लाइक इन माय फील्ड, ऑप्टोमेट्री में रिलेटेड बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स होती है रिलेटेड विद द बाइनोकुलर सिंगल विजन. सो अभी हमारे पास बहुत सारी ऐसे विजन AI थेरेपीज़ हैं जिसके थ्रू हम बाइनोकुलर सिंगल विजन रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम्स को शॉर्ट आउट कर सकते हैं. लाइक उसमें हमारा बहुत ज़्यादा जो एक रोल होता है अकोमोडेशन एंड कन्वर्जेंस, जो हमारे विजन को बहुत अफेक्टिव करता है. सो बाइनोकुलर इज़ नॉट अ पर्टिकुलर विजन टाइप ऑफ, it is a very important type to give the stereopsis or depth of perception for the visual perception. So this is very important to how to tackle the patients with the AI techniques, because the current time is depending on the so many technical processes as well as so many short time durations of the management of the therapy. So it is very important. So there are so many excuses and there are so many types of researches shows which can be handled with like telemedicines, like AI vision therapies, like printing therapy, 3D printing therapy, and so many types of process that there we can handle by the AI techniques as well as with the telemedicines to improve the binocular vision and all things. So thank you for that.
Thanks, ma'am. Thanks all of you. So by discussion we can understand that only research cannot revolutionize the healthcare delivery system. We have to go for innovation. We have to search for the better innovation. So with the little amount of money, how we can develop a product, and by developing a product, how we can serve the society, how can we serve the need in healthcare delivery system. Thanks, ma'am. Thanks, sir, for coming to the conference and giving such a enlightened thoughts to our faculty members and students. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you to all the members of the panel discussion and our moderator for such an enlightening session. Now, I would like to invite our faculty member, Dr. Adar sir, Dr. Mohit sir, Dr. Akansha ma'am, Dr. Alka ma'am, and Dr. Hina ma'am to kindly felicitate our judges of the session. would like to request all the members of the panel discussion to come on the stage for the felicitation ceremony. A huge round of applause for all the members of panel discussion.
भैया रिकॉर्डिंग हुई है कैसे पता सुनो रिकॉर्डिंग सुनो पहले इंफॉर्मेशन कितनी कॉल इतनी देर चली थी अभी मैं कह रहा हूँ फोन रिकॉर्डिंग
ये जरूरी नहीं कि आपकी उम्र क्या है, जरूरी ये है कि आप किस उम्र की सोच रखते हैं।
Moving towards the end of the program, we are about to start our valedictory function. I would like to request Dr. Hina Vash ma'am to kindly take over the session of valedictory function.
अभी
Thank you, ma'am.
ट्राई करो, हम करेंगे थोड़ी देर बाद।
Good evening, dignitaries on the dais, esteemed speakers and participants. I warmly welcome you all to the valedictory ceremony of the HealthCon 2025. It has been an enriching journey over the past 2 days, filled with insightful sessions, research, and valuable network opportunities. It has been made possible through the remarkable vision and leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Kumar Pathak. We are honored to have our Vice Chancellor, sir, again in the valedictory ceremony. Sir has given us the vision, a foresight in fostering an environment of interdisciplinary collaboration and academic excellence that has been a driving force behind this conference. And we have successfully come to an end of this conference. We are highly thankful and grateful to you, sir. We are honored to have with us Dr. Vandana Pathak ma'am, a renowned senior Ayurveda Acharya whose vast contribution to Ayurveda and holistic health have made a tremendous impact on the healthcare community. We are highly grateful to you, ma'am, that you are present here. I would like to request Dr. Digvijay Sharma sir to present a token of gratitude to Dr. Vandana Pathak ma'am. I would request Dr. Akansha Bajpai to kindly join. I would request Dr. Sir to present a token of gratitude to our Vice Chancellor, sir. Additionally, we would like to acknowledge the dedicated efforts of the convener, Dr. Digvijay Sharma, and co-convener of the conference, Dr. Munish Rastogi, sir, without whom this event would not have been a great success. Let's recognize them with a round of applause. To set the tone for the final part of our event, I would now like to invite Dr. Digvijay Sharma, sir, to share his opening remarks. We are eager to hear his reflection on the journey we have had over the past 2 days.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Kumar Pathak sir, Senior Ayurveda Acharya, Dr. Vandana Pathak ma'am, Assistant Director, Dr. Munish Rastogi sir, faculty members and students, media personals and the sponsors who are present here. Since last 2 days, we had several presentations. We had several poster competitions, and since morning there is presentation of PhD scholars, and in the evening, as we have seen, the session of presentation by the faculties. We had panel discussions and other several events. It all possible because of our faculty members and with the blessing of our Vice Chancellor sir. So I thank our Vice Chancellor Professor Kumar Pathak sir, and thanks to the faculty members, and last but not least students of School of Health Sciences who have made this program a great success. Thank you all students, media personnel, and thank you all.
The most exciting part of our ceremony. It's time to celebrate the brilliance, hard work and innovation that has been showcased over the course of this conference. Today we recognize the dedication, the countless hours spent researching and the passion of each participant has brought forward. Prizes are not just about winning. They are about acknowledging the effort, creativity and spirit of pushing boundaries in the pursuit of knowledge and innovation. Each of you is a winner for contributing to the success of this conference. To all our participants, whether you take home a prize today or not, you know that your work has made an impact. You are the future of healthcare and research, and the journey you are on is as important as today's recognition. Let's have a big round of applause to all our participants. We are thrilled to recognize excellence across various categories of research and innovation. Let's begin with the award ceremony. I would request Dr. Vandana Pathak ma'am and the Honorable Vice Chancellor sir to kindly distribute the award to the awardees. The first award is for the poster competition undergraduate category. Participants are requested to come on the stage as early as their names is announced. Third position goes to Ragini Pandey. Third position goes to Ragini Pandey. Next is bit fast. Second position goes to Yash Saxena. And the winner of the competition is Asmit Singh. Session, sir emphasized on AI and Chat-GPT, and I'm happy to announce that Ragini Pandey has presented a poster related to Chat-GPT, its knowledge and attitude. Next, we have poster competition postgraduate category. Third position goes to Amil Agarwal. Second position goes to Anjali Verma from MMLT. Second position goes to Anjali Verma. And the first position goes to Kalpana Verma. Paper competition undergraduate category. The third position goes to Aditya Kant Vedanti. Second position goes to Hiba Khan. Hiba Khan is from Aligarh Muslim University. And first position goes to Shweta. Kalpana Verma, first position first. Third position paper, Aditya Kant Vedanti. Hiba Khan is not there because she has been an online contestant, so please bring the trophy for the first position, Shweta. Sir, Aditya Kant Vedanti, third position paper, UG category. Shweta, anybody can collect on behalf of Shweta? Sir, Shweta. Sir, second was an online participant from Aligarh Muslim University. The awardees for paper presentation postgraduate category, third position goes to Mansi Singh. Third position goes to Mansi Singh. On second position, we had an online participant, Shubham Gupta from TMU. And first position goes to Astha Shakwar. Anybody can collect on behalf of Astha if she is not there. Astha Shakwar. Beta, come fast. Paper presentation PhD category. This session we had in the morning today. Third position goes to Anil Yadav from NIMS University. Second position goes to Aparna Srivastava from ERA University. So these participants joined us online. And first position is Salia Rafat from CSJM. First position is Salia Rafat of CSJM. Third position Anil Yadav, NIMS University. Second position Aparna Srivastava, ERA University. And the winner is Salia Rafat, a PhD candidate of CSJMU University. Paper presentation, professional category. Third position goes to Dr. Mayuri Singh. Second position goes to Dr. Angel. position, Dr. Mayuri Singh. Second position goes to Dr. Angel. You're Angel, right? Mayuri, please be fast. So she's second. Mayuri. And first position goes to Dr. Preeti Yadav. Next, we had the Health Tech Innovation Challenge, where the brightest minds have come together to propose technological solutions in healthcare. Third position goes to Kumari Priya. Health Tech Innovation Challenge, third position goes to Kumari Priya. Second position goes to Komal Kumari and team. Third position, Kumari Priya. Second position to Komal Kumari. And first position goes to Pooja. I'm taking the name of the presenters. Second is Komal and first is Pooja. So this was a team group challenge. And these students have really presented innovative ideas. Next, we have the Faculty Contribution Award. The Faculty Contribution Award is presented to the faculties of School of Health Sciences for their dedication and invaluable support throughout the conference. Let's give them a big round of applause and a token of gratitude. Dr. Adarsh Kumar Srivastav, the Joint Secretary for the conference, the convener and the co-convener of the conference, Dr. Valedictory sir and Dr. Manish Rastogi sir, Dr. Praveen Katiyar sir, Dr. Varsha Prasad ma'am, Dr. Chandrasekhar Kumar sir, Dr. Neha Shukla ma'am, Dr. Anamika Dikshit ma'am, Dr. Amna Zaidi, Dr. Akansha Bajpai, Dr. Dheeraj Kumar, Dr. Mukesh Kumar Maurya, Dr. Alka Katiyar, Mr. Vishwadeep Mishra, Mr. Santosh Kumar Yadav, Mr. Daya Shankar Rastogi, demonstrator Mr. Mohit Kumar, Next, we have the Staff Contribution Award for their unwavering commitment and exceptional efforts behind the scenes. Mr. Shailendra Kumar Verma, Mr. Rupesh Kumar Bajpai, Mr. Harish Sharma, Mr. Anurag Mishra, Mr. Sachin Kumar, Mr. Ashutosh Shukla, and Mr. Pankaj Kumar. All of you are requested to come upstairs on stage.
अभी आपको बुलाएंगे पर उनके होगी होगा जाएंगे
We are thankful to all our volunteer students of all the teams from the registration committee, the scientific committee, the registration decks.
Now I would like to request sponsors to come on the dais for the token of for taking token of appreciation. Firstly, I request Mr. Amit Ji from the Mass Surgicals, please come on the dais. Dr. Nalin and team from Novel Hospital, please come. Mr. Paris Jain from Ethivir Tech. Dr. Ajay Kumar from Mercy Hospital. Director from Rama University. Mr. Rahul Kumar from Galot Hospital.
अट्रैक्शन वाला हाँ हाँ हाँ
I would request Dr. Vandana Pathak ma'am to kindly say a few words.
The convener, Dr. Digvijay Singh, the co-convener, Manish Rastogi, and all the Professor Vice Chancellor, Professor Vinay Pathak, faculty members, and the participants coming from India and abroad, participating offline or online. First of all, a big congratulations to all of you for coming and participating in such a big event. HealthCon 2025 is the first event for presentation of such big researches on international level. So a big congratulations to the Health Science Department and the whole team. It's a matter of privilege for me to be here, and I can, feel the happiness of all the participants while presenting their papers or getting the prizes, either first, second, third, or just participating. Thank you for calling me here, the Department of Health Science. Each one of you, from the department, the students, the faculty members, they all need a big round of applause. Once again, God bless you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The presentations we had today and yesterday, they belong from class first year students to MPT and PhD students. We are proud enough to say that even the first year students from different specialities participated, and not just that, they have bagged up the prizes, beating up their seniors. So yes, with the vision of Vice Chancellor Sir, who always says that creativity can ignite the minds and we have a long way to go, the students are understanding this aspect and the students are picking this vision. Hope we will be continuing with this vision. Now, I would, as we draw to the conclusion session of this conference, I would request our respected Vice Chancellor Sir to kindly come on the dais and say a few words.
आप सभी लोगों को HealthCon की बहुत बहुत बधाई। और मुझे लगता है कि ये हमारा जो वर्कशॉप है, सेमिनार है, एक छोटी सी जो है वो हमारी जो है वो स्टार्टिंग है। और मुझे पता लगेगा कि जो आपने पेपर प्रेजेंट किए हैं उनका वर्ड में क्या वो है। सो उस समय हम लोगों को पता लग पाएगा कि कैसे हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है कि जो रिसर्च है वो बहुत एक इकोसिस्टम की बात है। जब भी कभी कोई विभाग में रिसर्च के बारे में लोग सोचते हैं, प्रेजेंटेशन के बारे में सोचते हैं, इनोवेशन के बारे में सोचते हैं, तो वो एक वायरल माइंडसेट होता है। जैसे आपको याद होगा और आपने बहुत सारे लोगों से पढ़ा होगा कि अमेरिका में लोग सिलिकॉन वैली में जाते हैं। सिलिकॉन वैली क्यों प्रसिद्ध है? वहाँ क्यों इतने स्टार्टअप, यूनिकॉर्न, सोनिकॉर्न सबसे? क्योंकि आसपास का माहौल उस तरीके का स्टार्टअप का, इनोवेशन का। लोग बद्रीनाथ जाते हैं, आसपास भक्ति का मार्ग होता है, हर आदमी माला जप रहा है, हर आदमी पूजा कर रहा है, हर आदमी भगवान के दर्शन कर रहा है। ऐसे ही रिसर्च इकोसिस्टम छोटी सी शुरुआत की है दिग्विजय जी ने और आदर्श जी ने, हिना जी ने और आपकी हेल्थ साइंस में मुनीश जी ने। मैं उन सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूँ और ये अपेक्षा करता हूँ कि ये जो चीज़ है वो केवल 2 दिन के HealthCon से ना समाप्त हो जाए। ये रोज कंसिस्टेंटली होना चाहिए। कंसिस्टेंटली हमारे यंग स्टूडेंट के माइंड में आइडिया आनी चाहिए। कंसिस्टेंटली हमारे व्यक्ति के मन में पेपर पब्लिश करने की आइडिया आनी चाहिए। आपके यहाँ पे रोज रिसर्च पे 1 घंटे, मुनीष जी अब नए हेड बने हैं, हिना जी भी बनी है, 1 घंटे रिसर्च पे कि क्या नया हम कर सकते हैं इस डिपार्टमेंट के लिए, क्या हम अगला कदम कल के लिए उठा सकते हैं जिससे कि हमारा नया शोध हो, नया रिसर्च हो, नया पेटेंट हो, नई सेवा हो। ऐसा अगर हम सोचेंगे तो ही कोई डिपार्टमेंट, तो ही कोई विभाग आगे बढ़ता है। आज आपको 20 साल पूरे हुए हैं और इस विभाग में अभी इस तरह की शायद ये पहली कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है जहाँ पे हम पेपर पब्लिकेशंस करने जा रहे हैं। हम लोगों को लगता है कि अभी हमारे पास अच्छे यंग स्टूडेंट्स हैं, इस डिपार्टमेंट में बहुत सारे यंग ब्रेन्स आए हैं। उन यंग ब्रेन्स के मन में बहुत सारी आइडियाज होती हैं, जब वो लैब करते हैं, वो रिसर्च करते हैं, हमारे लैब नए टीचर्स आते हैं, उनके मन में एक अंकुर होता है कि नहीं हम कुछ करेंगे, करके दिखाएंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है कि अब ये डिपार्टमेंट कितनी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस आगे करता है। मुझे लगता है कि HealthCon 2025 का ये पहला वर्जन है और अभी हम फरवरी में हैं। मैं तो तभी मानूंगा कि जब मुनीष जी के नेतृत्व में, आदर्श जी के उसमें, हिना जी में ऐसे 4 HealthCon और हो इस साल तब हम कुछ अचीव किया और आप लोग के ऐसे ही पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन आए, पोस्टर्स आए और पूरा हेल्थ साइंस डिपार्टमेंट 2025 में कम से कम 200 पेपर पब्लिश करें इस डिपार्टमेंट। तो मैं मानूंगा और कर सकते हैं। हमारे पास जितने स्टूडेंट्स हैं, पीजी स्टूडेंट्स हैं, टीचर्स हैं, फैकल्टी हैं, हम साथ में कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं। 200 नहीं तो चलो भाई 50% ही पासिंग मार्क होता है, 100 ही कर लीजिए, कोई ऐसी बात नहीं, लेकिन करना चाहिए। सवेरे मैंने आपको सतपथ ब्राह्मण से एक चराई वेती का श्लोक सुनाया था, जो लोग भी सुन लेते हैं, जो नहीं है उनके लिए फिर से मैं दोहरा देता हूँ, जिसमें लिखा था कि चरण वय मधु विदन चरण स्वदोम सूरस्य पस्क स्नेहनम यो न तंद्रे चरण चरय वेती चरय वेती। चलता हुआ मनुष्य ही मधु पाता है, चलता हुआ ही स्वादिष्ट फल चखता है। सूर्य का परिश्रम तो देखो, जो नित्य चलता हुआ भी कभी आलस्य नहीं करता, इसलिए चलते रहो चलते रहो। ये सुबह का श्लोक था। इसकी सतपथ ब्राह्मण में 5 श्लोक है। आपको लगेगा जिस साल एक ही श्लोक जानते थे इसलिए बोला, तो इसमें मैंने कहा कि जो दूसरा इसका श्लोक है वो मैं आपको वैलिडिक्टरी में सुना देता हूँ, तो वो भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण श्लोक है। ऐसा इंद्र भगवान ने रोहित को, जो वो तपस्या करने जा रहा था, उसको चलते रहने की, चरैवेती सूत्र है सतपथ ब्राह्मण का, जिसमें चलने की और एनर्जी करने की, हमारे तो भारतीय मनीषा में ऐसे बहुत ग्रंथ हैं जिसमें हमेशा मनुष्य को मोटिवेट किया है, वो भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। तो वो मैं आप लोग को सुनाकर अपनी बात करूँ। इसमें लिखा था, गच्छन पिपीलिको यत योजना नाम सत्यानपि अगच्छन वैनतो कि पद्मेकम न गच्छति। लगातार चल रही चींटी सैकड़ों योजन की दूरी तय कर लेती है, परंतु ना चल रहा गरुड़ एक कदम भी आगे नहीं बढ़ पाता। इसलिए चलते रहो चलते रहो, चरैवेती चरैवेती चरैवेती। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
अभी तक प्रोग्रामिंग है यूनिवर्सिटी।
As we draw this remarkable conference to a close, I would now like to invite Joint Secretary of the conference, Dr. Adarsh Kumar Srivastava, to propose a vote of thanks and closing remarks.
Good evening, everyone. It is my privilege as the organizing secretary of HealthCon 2025 to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to all who have contributed to the remarkable success of this international conference. First and foremost, I express my deepest gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Chhatrapati, for providing us with the platform, resources, and unwavering support to organize this prestigious event. Your visionary leadership has been instrumental in making HealthCon 2025 a grand success. We are thankful to our convener and co-convener of this conference, Dr. Digvijay Sharma Sir, Dr. Munish Rastogi Sir, Dr. Varsha Prasad Ma'am, Dr. Dolly Rastogi Ma'am, and Dr. Praveen Katyar Sir. We are proud to share that this year's conference witnessed the enthusiastic participation of more than 700 delegates from diverse regions across India and making this event truly inclusive and academically enriching. We also received an overwhelming response with over 150 research abstracts submitted and presented, reflecting the growing interest and commitment of researchers in advancing healthcare innovations. A special thanks to our eminent national and international keynote speakers who have shared their groundbreaking research and deep insights on emerging trends in healthcare, technology, and medical sciences. Their knowledge and expertise have been invaluable in fostering academic growth and research excellence. Our sincere appreciation extends to the scientific judges whose meticulous evaluation and constructive feedback have ensured high academic standards and rigor in this conference. We are also honored to have collaborated with the prestigious journals, including Journal of Clinical Diagnostic Research, that is the Web Science Index, and JK Practitioner, that is Scopus Index Journal, to facilitate the publication and dissemination of high-quality research presented at this conference. I extend my gratitude to all the presenters for their dedication in showcasing their innovative research. Your contributions have added immense value to the scientific discourse at HealthCon 2025. A special mention to the participants of Health Tech Innovation Challenge, whose remarkable ideas and technological advancement have set new benchmarks in healthcare innovation and research. A big thank you to our delegates and participants for your enthusiasm, active engagement, and thought-provoking discussions. Your presence and intellectual contributions have made this conference truly impactful. We also acknowledge the efforts of our media partners or sponsors for their excellent coverage, helping us share the insights of this conference with a wider audience. Lastly, I express my deep appreciation to our faculty members, organizing teams, volunteers, and staff members for their relentless dedication and hard work behind the scenes. Your commitment has ensured the seamless execution of this grand event. As we conclude HealthCon 2025, let us take forward the knowledge gained, strengthen collaboration, and continue striving for excellence in healthcare and medical research. Once again, thank you all for making this conference a resounding success. Thank you so much. Now, please request to all to stand for the national anthem.